Today we're going to go on an epic adventure through scripture and history to discover God's true timepiece, and in the process, why the lunar Sabbath is a deception. You're not going to want to miss this. Welcome to the show, everybody. Thanks so much for being with me today. This is the Dance of Life podcast, and I am your host, Tudor Alexander. Great to be with you again, as always. I really appreciate to be able to share such important information with you, especially in the days that we live in where deception is at a maximum and things are only getting worse. According to the Bible, things will only get worse as far as deception goes, and so we have to be like my favorite little animal, the Fennec fox, with the big ears on our heads and paying attention to all the things that come at us and scrutinizing them with the Word of God. Today is going to be a very special topic, a very fascinating topic. I hope that it will be as fascinating for you as it has been for me to research all of these things and really put the pieces together, because it has truly been fascinating. It's been quite the ride. But it's a lot of information, so today's probably going to be the longest of the entire episodes of this Sabbath series. It's going to be probably very long, but I'm going to do my best to put it in parts. I'll make different parts with the timestamps so that you can watch it in parts. And just as a courtesy, if you don't have time, I'm going to summarize all of these parts at the very end. So I'll make a special part at the end of this in the timestamps. You'll see it, where it's going to be just going through all of the sections that I'm presenting and just giving you the summary points, just to make it a little easier. But today my goal is to break the spell of this lunar Sabbath thing, because a lot of people believe that the true calendar, in quotation marks, that God uses is the moon, and the Hebrews use the moon, and it's a lunar calendar. It's been a deception by the Babylonian power to hide this truth, and so on. So as usual, these things are mixed with truth. There's some truth in there, as you will see. But it is a deception, and it's a deception that has consequences, and you'll learn why as we go through this episode. But nonetheless, it's a deception, and I want to break that spell because a lot of people are under it. And unfortunately, there's a lot of misinformation in the Sabbath-keeping community. Like we've talked so far in the series, is either legalism to the left or to the right. That's how the devil gets you. Either he takes you to the left with legalism, sacred name people, Hebrew roots, yada, 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 all these Torah keepers, all these people that are basically on the legalist side. Then you have the side of permissiveness and say, oh, we don't need to worry about the Sabbath. It was done away with. It was just created for the Jews at Sinai, and, it's a ceremonial thing with Moses, which is not true either. So the question is then, how do we walk the narrow road? And that's my goal with this entire series, especially at the end when we talk about how the Sabbath is fulfilled in Christ. But nonetheless, there's a lot of misinformation. And so when you're trying to get at the bottom of this, especially this particular topic with the lunar Sabbath, there is a lot of misinformation. So my goal is to condense a lot of work, a lot of hours, a lot of time. I know this is going to be a longer episode for sure, but my goal is to condense hours and hours and hours of research and confusion into something that's manageable, that you can actually really be edified by, and you can learn some fascinating things about God's engineering, God's timepiece, how people actually reckon time. It's all really fascinating. It really is. And so, but these things require a lot of detail and work. And unfortunately, you have to really dig. You really do. I don't recommend anybody really do this research because it's a lot of work and a lot of discernment. And honestly, I thank God for bringing these things to my doorstep. I really do. Most of the research that I ever do is done that way. Like I like research. I think I'm fairly good at it. I've done it quite a few years now, being a research author. But at the end of the day, I'll be honest with you, it's the Holy Spirit that brings all the truth to your knowledge at your doorstep. Whenever I commit to an episode, suddenly I see things just pop up, whether I'm looking for them or not. So I really give credit and glory to God for helping me put this information together for you. So I hope that you'll be edified about it. But look, two things we got to consider as we go into this. You have to really be honest with yourself. The first one is that we're at the end of time. Thousands and thousands and thousands of years of history have passed. You have to get present to that. That is an exceedingly long time, especially with most of that time, records have been destroyed. It's really, there's a lot of misinformation. A lot of things have happened. So that's number one. Number two is that the devil's been exceedingly busy during those thousands and thousands of years, especially since the cross. He's been very, very busy. So now we, this generation at the end of time, are dealing with all of that. Yes, God has given us the internet. God has given us personal Bibles, digital Bibles, concordances. He's armed us with the tools to be able to do the research and to fight this misinformation that the devil's been up to. But nonetheless, there's a lot of misinformation. And so you have to get present with those two things, because this is really the war that's going on, part of it at least. Today we're going to learn about the problems with various calendars and why they're wrong. Even the people that are supposedly all about the true calendar, we're going to see why those calendars are actually wrong. We're going to learn why the Lunar Sabbath is incorrect. We're going to have to build a lot of context for this stuff, though. As I was researching and putting this topic together, I realized how enormous amount of information and interrelated things there need to be. That's why, again, this episode is kind of like a series within a series. And it's going to be longer, but I'm going to put it in parts. You're going to have a summary at the end. Watch it in parts, learn the truth, because it's truly fascinating. But nonetheless, there's so much information to cover because it's all interrelated. This is an extremely complicated topic. But my goal will be to make it simple for you and digestible and fun, because that's what it should all be about. It should be enjoyable to learn. So we want to prove that the Lunar Sabbath is incorrect. We're going to prove that there's various problems with practically every calendar except God's calendar, which you're going to learn what that is. And we're going to learn how the Israelites and Hebrews actually counted time before Babylon. Now, the last episode, we looked at a complementary kind of episode to this one, which is this whole idea that the Sabbath begins in the evening, which is also a deception. So go watch that if you're just jumping into this from the get-go, because that's another important thing. The day doesn't start in the evening, it starts in the morning. Now, I know that ruffles a lot of people's feathers in the Sabbath-keeping community, but you need to learn your history. More importantly, you need to learn what the Bible actually says, which is the day actually begins in the morning. It's a great deception that the day begins in the evening. It's a Babylonian inversion. The Talmud teaches that. Talmudic Jews go by that. Remember that Satan does everything God does, but opposite. He takes what God does and flips it upside down. So you have to remember that. Now, here in this particular topic with the Lunar Sabbath, you're going to learn the same thing. You will see by the end of this episode. I know it's a lot to digest, so watch it in parts if you have to. But you will see the same thing, that this is an inversion. The Lunar Sabbath is an inversion of the truth. It's a teaching of men. It has no basis in reality, and certainly no basis in history either. At least not before Babylon, let's put it that way. Now, this is a lot of material. So, again, I'm going to split it up in parts. Watch the sections individually if you need to. If you have questions, feel free to reach out to me. I'm happy to clarify anything for you. But we're going to really do a thorough job with this so that you have a lot of information to make a good judgment on, and also to speak with others on this, to present to them, and to be edified. And really my goal at the end is this, guys. Information is information. Learning is learning. History is history. At the end of the day, what does the Bible tell us? Do everything to the glory of God. My goal with this series, with everything that I do, and especially episodes like this that are very in-depth, is that you marvel at the Lord. It really is. That's my goal for you, really. I want you to be edified so that you're not deceived. But I want you also to come out of this with marveling at God's genius, because it truly is genius. And so that's my goal with you today, is that you marvel at everything that God created, that you come out of this with even more marveling and awe at the Lord. So hopefully we will accomplish our mission of being edified and of marveling. All right, so now on to part 1. All right, so this is part 1, and it's called intercalation, or I say the problem of intercalation. Now, intercalation, if you've never heard that word, is just a fancy word for basically adjusting. We're going to look at the official definition here on Wikipedia, and it says intercalation or embolism in timekeeping is the insertion of a leap day, week, or month into some calendar years to make the calendar follow the seasons or moon phases. Lunisolar calendars may require intercalations of days or months. So again, if you've never heard of this concept, it's really not a big deal. Basically what it is that there is a natural time that the sun takes to create a year. It's about 365.24, 22 something. It's a very precise amount of time. But for example, our normal calendar uses 365 days that we use today. Now obviously that's off by 0.2 days, so that's a problem because the sun is consistent. Meaning eventually you're going to have to add an extra day. This is why every 4 years we have a leap day, like February 29th, which is actually yesterday as of the time of this recording, which is interesting. But this is why every 4 years we have a leap day, meaning we add a day so that we're back on track with the sun and the deviation isn't significant. But intercalation is a very big problem because the calendar being off of what's natural, meaning the calendar that we use, even though it's close, it's not the real calendar. Do you see the point? The sun is doing its thing in a very specific way. God set the sun and the moon and the stars to determine the times, and they have very specific patterns that they use and they perform. And there is a way that it has to be done. So this is the problem with intercalation. And every calendar, as you'll see, we're going to go through several of them so you understand them, intercalates. So when anybody says, oh, well, the Hebrew calendar is this, or, oh, the lunar calendar is this, the first problem that you need to raise, Fennec Fox moment, is intercalation. If it intercalates, it's not the real calendar. There's only one calendar that doesn't intercalate, and that's God's true calendar, which is what we're going to discover today. But nonetheless, that's intercalation. So now let's look at the Jewish calendar, a leap year in the Jewish calendar. Let's see, did I highlight this? Yeah. Leap year rules. A leap year occurs 7 times in the 19-year Metonic cycle. This is now the Jewish calendar, namely in years 3, 6, 8, 11, 14, 17, and 19 of the cycle. This means that a leap month is added every 2 to 3 years. So they intercalate with the Hebrew calendar, and they do it actually quite more often than we do. They have every 2 years, they have an extra month that they intercalate. By employing this system, the Jewish calendar deviates from the solar year by 1 day in 216 years. So again, it seems like, wow, that's really accurate. Now, here's another point that I want you to, again, these are principles now we're talking, which are more important than memorizing information. What's the principle? People tell you, see, it only intercalates every, 1 day every 5,000 years or whatever. Well, that's still not the right calendar. See the problem? Now, all of them will say, well, see, our calendar is more specific because it doesn't intercalate. It intercalates every 216 years versus every, 4 years or whatever, right? Well, you're still intercalating. You shouldn't look at the problem as, oh, ours is more accurate because it intercalates less. You should look at the problem as, does it intercalate or not? If it intercalates, meaning if it's adding this time, extra adjustments just to keep pace with what's actually going on, you don't have the real calendar. Something is missing. So I want you to learn to see the problem in this way rather than seeing this as, oh, one day in every 216 years, that sounds like it's super accurate. No, what's accurate is there no intercalation at all? That's the true calendar. But that's the Jewish calendar. Now we're going to look at the Enoch calendar. These things will become very meaningful as we go on this episode. The Enoch calendar is an ancient calendar described in the pseudo-ephemerical book of Enoch, which a lot of people like to use, especially like sacred name people and Hebrew roots and, people who are all about the lunar Sabbath. It divided the year into 4 seasons of exactly 13 weeks. Sounds reasonable. Each season consisted of the 2 30-day months followed by 1 31-day month, with the 31st day ending the season, so that Enoch's year consisted of exactly 364 days. The Enoch calendar was purportedly given to Enoch by the angel Uriel. Now that should be a Fennec Fox moment if you know that the scriptures warn you about angels of light appearing to you. 4 named days inserted as the 31st day of every 3rd month were named instead of numbered, which placed them outside the numbering. The book of Enoch gives the count of 2,912 days for 8 years, which divides out to exactly 364 days per year. This specifically includes any periodic intercalations. So Enoch calendar is very popular, and you're going to learn a little bit more about it. But a lot of people like to refer to the Enoch calendar. There's a couple more things on the Enoch calendar we got to read. This one's called Enoch Calendar Testifies of Christ by John Pratt. There's a lot of stuff to read in here. And again, I have a sheet of all my references for this series, like I do for all my series, that you can download on the series page on my website if you want to check them for yourself. But let's see what it says. An unexpected feature of the 364-day year is that it results in an average year length even more accurate than our modern Gregorian calendar. Remember what I said? Remember what I told you? That's the argument, that see, this one is even more accurate. No, the question is, if it intercalates, that means it's not the real calendar. But moving on. The actual length of the year is now 365.2422 days. So that's the actual length of the solar year. It's probably even more precise than that. Who knows? I mean, God is so specific about everything he does. But the Gregorian calendar averages 365.2425 days, which is much closer than the former Julian calendar, which averaged 365.25 days. But if 52 weeks are intercalated every 293 years into the calendar of Enoch, then it averages 365.2423 days, which is extremely accurate. No, it just means it's not the real calendar. Do you get it? Yeah, it's closer to the actual solar time of 365.2422. It is closer than our normal calendar, but that doesn't mean it's the right calendar. Do you get it? Hopefully you see that by now. It is very surprising that such accuracy can be obtained by intercalating an entire week at a time over so short a time period. There you go. All we got to do is just adjust every, however many years, and it's even more accurate. In contrast, our Gregorian calendar intercalates one day at a time over a 400-year cycle and achieves less long-term accuracy. A 364-day calendar based on the intercalated Enoch calendar has been proposed. So this is very much part of this discussion, Enoch calendar. Just put this on a board in your mind. We're opening things up now. We're going to come back and tear them down in just a second. This is from kind of like a Torah-keeping, sacred name type of people, but it's talking about the Enoch calendar. We're going to scroll down. And again, some of this stuff, like for example, you see, I didn't even plan to talk about this, but you see they cite in the Club of Rome, the 10 nations, and they rightly identify to you who the woman on the woman riding the beast in Revelation 17, that's the Catholic Church. So there's some truth, which is why all this stuff can be such a swamp of weeds to navigate through. Because you think oh, well, there's truth, and so they give you a little truth, but then they get you back in the swamp with all their other stuff. But this is going to be now about, I believe, the Enoch calendar. Let me just see here. Okay, here we go. This is an excerpt from enochcalendars.webs.com. This website is actually used to be pretty popular, but it's done away with for some reason. The Julian calendar reduced each hour of the day by 9.86 seconds so that the hour has about 59 minutes and 50 seconds. And the change was so subtle that the Hebrew people were unaware that this minor change could affect anything, let alone their Sabbath day. This is not true. 10 seconds a day is exceedingly significant. But anyway, the 9.86 seconds per hour equates to almost 4 minutes per day, or 336.7 seconds per day. That is taken out of this 364 days to create the 365th day. That is March 15th, which, where do you get March 15th? I'm presenting this to you so you realize how people present information, what you're up against, and we're going to break it down afterward. But just take note, where do you get March 15th as the extra day from? There's arbitrary. This is why our days are called sidereal days. We'll talk about sidereal days in just a second, but this isn't true. As the days have 23 hours, 56 minutes, and about 5 seconds, and it is not a true 24-hour day. True, the sidereal day is not a true 24-hour day, but we don't follow the sidereal day. The 365th created day, March 15th, okay, is inserted into the calendar year next to the last day of the year, which is March 16th. The same procedure is followed again to create a leap day every 4th year, where additional minutes are taken out of each of the original 364 days of the prior year to create the 366th day, February 29th, which is inserted into the Gregorian calendar at the end of the 50th week every 4th year, i.e. February 29th and so on. It's interesting to note that February 29th will always fall on Enoch's 7th day, the true Sabbath. There you go, that's how they get you. Oh, am I missing the true Sabbath? And the Antichrist power has hidden that day from us because it's the true Sabbath? You see how they get you? Because you want to please God, you want to know the truth, and then they present to you a conflict. It's very seductive. The following is the formula that governments use, so it's the governments that's the problem, to calculate a sidereal day or an extra day for their calendar. And it's basically just takes out minutes from the original 364 days to create another day. So they give you some math here, 364 days times 40 minutes, and tell you how many minutes you're getting and so on. So you can see that the extra day, 365th or March 15th. Remember, these people are Enoch calendar people. So they believe in a 364-day calendar, which that's off with the solar year. But anyway, 365th day or March 15th, arbitrarily March 15th, does not exist, but the minutes do exist. And the Enoch calendar leaves the minutes where they belong for a 364-day year that has exactly 24 hours in each day. So if you can make sense of that, I mean, ultimately, look, at the end of the day, what's happening is they're saying some truth to you, like sidereal days aren't 24 hours, but the question is, are we following sidereal days? And the answer is no. So what is sidereal time? And the whole 10 seconds per hour or whatever they were saying with the Julian calendar, that's nonsense. Are you kidding me? The Julian calendar was established many centuries BC. And I think it was officiated by Julius Caesar in, yeah, let me think. A Julian calendar was around 70 BC, I believe. But either way, the Roman calendar, we're going to read about the Roman calendar. You'll see how it actually works. But they would have been off by a lot if that was the actual way that they kept time. That they took out, however many, 4 minutes a day. That's very significant after only like a couple decades. Anyway, you have to start rolling this stuff in your mind and realizing the impact of when people say something like, oh, they took 4 minutes out of the day. Well, what does that actually mean? Over a year times 4 minutes? 1,400 minutes? That's a huge difference. Anyway, sidereal time, pronounced sidereal, is a system of timekeeping used especially by astronomers. Using sidereal time in the celestial coordinate system, it is easy to locate the positions of celestial objects in the night sky. Keep that in mind. It's a very important point. Sidereal time is a time scale that is based on the Earth's rate of rotation. Okay, this is heliocentric nonsense, but measured relative to the fixed of the stars. Well, let me finish this and I'll talk about sidereal time. Viewed from the same location, a star seen at one position of the sky will be seen at the same position on another night at the same time of day or night. Important. If the day is defined as a sidereal day, also known as sidereal rotation period, yeah, something is rotating, but it's not the Earth. This is similar to how the time kept by a sundial or solar time can be used to find the location of the sun. Just as the sun and the moon appear to rise in the east and set in the west due to the rotation of the Earth, not true, but it's due to rotation. It's not the Earth that's rotating, so do the stars. Both solar time and sidereal time make use of the regularity of the Earth's rotation, or I should say the rotation that's happening about its polar axis. Okay, solar time is reckoned according to the position of the sun in the sky, while sidereal time is based approximately on the position of the fixed stars on theoretical celestial sphere. Theoretical celestial sphere. Hemisphere, i.e. firmament. But anyway, sidereal time is this. Now, I'm going to open up a very large can of worms that maybe if you're watching from the future, you'll be able to go watch my cosmology series, because I have that planned shortly, soon, couple weeks, couple months, who knows how long it's going to be, but soon. So if you're watching from the future, go check it out. It's going to be a great series. As of the time of this video, it's not out yet. So I'm opening a very large can of worms with a very large asterisk that I will explain all these things in my upcoming series. But nonetheless, it behooves you to know the true nature of the earth, of the cosmos, of what God created, because it's not a spinning ball flying around through space. Sidereal time is the measurement of the stars rotating in the heavens and returning back to their place. The stars do that. The firmament, the stars in the firmament, are actually rotating around. You are in a very beautiful kind of snow globe, if I could even put it that way. Of course, it's much more grandiose and amazing than we could ever imagine. But you are in a thing that looks up at the sky, looks up at the sky. There's a firmament, there's stars in it, and those stars move. Now, whether the firmament moves or not, who knows? I don't know that. It's certainly possible. But sidereal day is the rotation of the heavens. Of course, if you believe in the heliocentric model, you ascribe that to the Earth rotating, but it could be either or, really. And there's physicists like Albert Einstein and many others who have been documented saying, you could really argue either way. So for the people who are ready to throw stones at me for arguing for a geocentric model, realize that the people who invented relativity say the same thing, that you could argue both are true. But that's another can of worms. Sidereal time is the time that stars move around the heavens and return back to their spot, just like the sun and the moon. Everything has a timing of it, and it's very, very precise. Now, the timing of the stars moving around is less than solar time. So the solar day, meaning with the orbit of the sun around the Earth, I should say, or the top of the Earth. Boy, this is going to ruffle some feathers, but I just have to say it because otherwise we're describing the wrong model. Either way, the course of the sun, let's say the circuit of the sun, let's put it that way, that's 24 hours. A sidereal circle of the stars is 23 hours and 56 minutes, so it's 4 minutes shy. But we do not use sidereal time. This is so now going back to the Enochian people who are all about, the corruptions of the governments trying to lie to you about the true Sabbath day. They basically say that, well, see, we're using sidereal time, which is not true. If you used a sidereal day, your calendar would be off like crazy if you missed 4 minutes per day of every day. That's an enormous amount of time. So again, this is just conjecture. It's not really supported by anything. We've never used the sidereal day. People have reckoned, as you'll see, months with the moon, for sure. All the pagans reckoned with the moon since Babylon. But people used the year as based on the sun. And why is that? Because the sun determines the agricultural season. And if your calendar was off by 4 minutes a day, you would feel it. You would, trust me, you would feel it very, very soon. Your seasons would be flip-flopped upside down. Nobody uses sidereal day. No pagan culture in history has used sidereal days to measure their years. So that's nonsense. But anyway, I want you to see the misinformation. They get you with, look, Mystery Babylon. You say, oh my gosh, you're right. I know that Mystery Babylon is the Catholic Church and the Club of Rome and the 10 Nations and all those things that we were looking at. But then they get you with the whole Enoch thing and hidden knowledge and stuff like that. So be aware. Now, this one is from a website called Torah is Light, Fellowshipping in Yeshua the Messiah. So you can tell these are like sacred name, Torah-keeping type of people. And we're going to look at the Zadok calendar, which is basically, it's like a priestly calendar. It's described in the Dead Sea Scrolls. It's described in the Book of Enoch. It's also described in the Book of Jubilees. But notice that it's not really described in the scriptures very much. So keep that in mind, because there's some things to discuss with the Zadok calendar. But let's learn about it. With this calendar, the year always contains precisely 364 days. Each year consists of 12 months of 30 days each, plus 4 additional days, one of which is intercalated at the end of the 3-month period. So there you go. Right off the bat, it's not the true calendar. Thus, the first and second months are 30 days long, while the third month totals 31 days. Then the pattern repeats. New Year's Day and the first day of each 3-month period always fall on a Wednesday. And you're like, why Wednesday? Well, you'll see why they think Wednesday. Wednesday is the day mandated as the first day by the creation order. Since the heavenly lights, sun, moon, and stars, the basis of any calendar, were created on the 4th day. Now, this is going to be great training for a future episode when we talk about whether the Sabbath is Saturday, Sunday, or something else. But I want to just give you a little pop quiz. Can you see the error here? Can you see the blatant error that's being committed? I'm going to read it again for you. Wednesday is the day mandated as the first day by the creation order. Since the heavenly lights, sun, moon, and stars, the base of any calendar, were created on the fourth day. Oh my gosh, they were created on Thursday, so Wednesday must be the first day of the year. That's it. It's biblically mandated. Do you see the problem? Hopefully you do. If you don't, let me explain it for you. This is called a proleptic use of calendars. Now, we're going to learn more about that in a future episode, but it's important to mention here as well. Proleptic means, again, it's just a fancy word for something that's actually pretty simple. It is taking a reckoning of time, for example, our Gregorian calendar, and our way that we reckon the week, like Monday's the first day, or I should say Sunday's the first day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and so on. Which, by the way, this is another error that people don't realize. And this is actually two things that we can debunk this with. I didn't even think about this one, but as I'm recounting it to you, I'm like, oh, this is another problem with it. But the first problem is proleptic use of calendars is taking our reckoning of the week, which we use today in the 21st century, and saying, oh yeah, back in 2300 BC, Abraham was talking to Melchizedek on a Friday. Well, how do you know that? Well, if you just count backwards using our calendar, you end up on a, such and such date. Seems reasonable, but actually it's totally wrong. And you know why? Because you can't do that. The calendar that we use today wasn't standardized until 321 AD by Constantine. The names of the days, with Saturday being the seventh day, was not standardized until 321 AD. Prior to that, you had lots of different calendars. The Romans themselves had two calendars. We're going to look at more of this in the future, not in this episode, but it is important to mention because it shows you how these people are making mistakes. And they're so all about the Torah and this is biblically commanded. Well, it's not biblically commanded that Wednesday is the first day because Wednesday didn't even exist when creation was created. Wednesday is a pagan invention. It comes after Woden's Day or Odin's Day. It's named after a pagan deity. Didn't come for thousands of years later. And certainly Wednesday is also not the third day of the week. Tuesday is the third day of the week because Saturday, according to the calendar we are living in today, the calendar that this person is using to make their statements, but they're ignorant of history, you see? The calendar we use today, Sunday is the first day of the week. Saturday is the seventh, Monday's the second, and Tuesday is the third day of the week. So now, I guess you're wrong on that too. So you're wrong on Wednesday being the third day of the week, and you're wrong on trying to move, or I should say ascribe days of the week that we use today to past events. You can't do that. That's a grave error. Proleptic use of calendars you can't do that because there's so much change in the way that people reckon time. Romans had an 8-day calendar and a 7-day calendar. Hebrews had like two calendars they were using. The Greeks were doing their own thing. I mean, everybody had their own way of doing things. So the time that we're in right now, you can't pinpoint like, oh, Jesus was crucified on a Thursday or a Tuesday. No. Now, I do have an episode, which I believe will be next after this one in the series, that discusses what day was Jesus crucified on. I don't mean like Friday or Thursday or Wednesday. I mean, was it the 6th day or the 5th day or the 3rd day or what day was it? What number day was it? Now I'm going to make an argument that he was crucified on the 6th day. He rested on the 7th and he resurrected on the 1st. Now, if you have objections to that, watch the episode. You're going to learn quite a bit because there's a lot of deception there too, and it factors into all these things we're talking about. But you see the problem? So hopefully you see the problem with all this stuff. But let's go back to the Zadok calendar. The great advantage of the Zadok calendar over its lunisolar rival is that it results in fixed dates for the major festivals. There you go. So we can keep the Torah now. It's fixed dates and we don't have to worry about it. We just have to believe that creation started on a Wednesday, which is not true. Okay, this is another portion from the TorahIsLight.org on intercalation. To add or not to add, this is the question. Yeah, that is the question, isn't it? It's the question of the day. We know that the sun revolves on a 364.24 something circuit, right? Well, it's actually 2422, which is very significant. Well, then how does that 364-day year work? Good question. As with most calendars, even the Gregorian and Hillel, the second calendars, there is a need to intercalate, or add days every so often to keep things aligned. The same thing happens with the Zadok calendar, meaning you are not the true calendar, my friend. The question is, how? Since the Zadok calendar is a fixed day calendar beginning with the 4th day every year, it's not true, but moving on. The observed equinox would advance a day or two each year. And in 5 to 6 years, we would be a week behind. See the problem? You're not following the actual calendar that God created. Thus, there appears to be a need to intercalate. So how then do we determine when to add a week to keep us in line? This took a lot of investigation and mapping out the moon and the sun movements. Well, while you were mapping out the moon and the sun movements, you should have learned the true calendar, because this is legalism. But let's see how they arrive at their conclusions. Method 1. This is a simple method, and one that I refer to as the blind method. So we're off to a good start. It completely disregards the moon and the stars, which I have a problem with because that is recorded for us in Genesis 1. Of course, yeah, God gave you those things to keep time in a very beautiful way, might I add. But as far as being simple, this is it. Okay, so the desire is for it to be simple rather than for it to be true. Method number 2. The second method is a way more involved, but it brings into play the moon and its alignments with the equinoxes as well. So now we're going with the moon. What about the sun and the stars? While mapping out the actual observed alignments, it becomes clear that we fall behind the spring equinox. The full moon will land within 7 days following the end of the previous 364 days, signaling the need to intercalate or add a week to leap us in alignment. You know, it's like having an arrhythmia in your heart, where your heart's not beating regularly, so it's got to do like an extra little skip to get back on track. Not lethal, but it's not healthy either. Could be lethal for some people, though. That's what I think of when I read this stuff. This happens nearly every time, proving that the moon is a witness as stated in Psalm 89:37 and Enoch 74, verse 13. Yeah, the moon is a witness. You're going to learn that today. She is a witness, or he, or whatever. I call it a she, but just for poetic language. But the moon is a witness. It is the lesser light. But you got 2 other things going on. You got the sun and the stars. So keep that in mind. Sometimes the moon appears to do its own thing. You're right. And causes an 8-year span between intercalation periods. That means you don't understand the true calendar. The 8-year span between intercalation does not happen often, but it did not happen the distance between the start of the year and the actual equinox. But if it did not happen, the distance between the start of the year and the actual equinox would widen. By using this method, we are kept very close to the equinox. We're just close. Good enough, right? And the pattern of the heavenly movements fits Enoch's descriptions perfectly. So glad we're going with Enoch, which is not really inspired text instead of the actual Bible. So, my goodness, now we have the Roman calendar, and then we're going to put it all together. So this is the Roman calendar, and we're going to read about the Roman calendar because we are under this Roman system still. And this is going to be a very important fact to keep in mind. The calendar of Romulus. The Republican calendar was derived from the line of the older calendar systems whose exact design is largely unknown. It is believed that the original Roman calendar was a lunar calendar that followed the phases of the moon, just like Babylon. This basic structure was preserved through the centuries, which is the reason why we use months today. Important. Only 10 months at first. The Romans borrowed parts of their earliest known calendar from the Greeks. There you go. One Babylonian system. Remember how the statue that Daniel sees in Daniel 2? It's one system. It just keeps degrading over time and changing packaging, but it's all one system. And it's going to be that system until Christ returns. So keep that in mind. According to tradition, Romulus, the legendary first king of Rome, oversaw an overhaul of the Roman calendar system around 738 BC. The resulting calendar had only 10 months, beginning with March, Martius, which we still use today, in the spring and ending in December with the autumn planting. The year then was 10 months long and had 6 months of 30 days and 4 of 31, for a total of 304 days. The 10 months were named Martius, Aprilis, Maius Junius, so far does it sound familiar? Quintilis, this one got eliminated. Sextilis, this one got eliminated. September, October, November. Just like we use today. And December. That's why December, des, means 10. Because it used to be the 10th month. With the last 6 names were taken from the words for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. The winter season was not assigned to any month, so the year only lasted 304 days, with 61 days unaccounted for in the winter. So even the Romans, even though they were pagan, they still went with the agricultural year, which should tell you something. Keep that in mind. The calendar of Numa. Following another calendar reform, which later Roman writers attributed to the Romulus' successor Numa Pompilius, the second of the 7 traditional kings of Rome, the Republican calendar was instituted. To account for the days of winter between the years, 2 additional months were introduced. Januarius, January, which is based on the god of doors, we'll see, and Februarius, which I believe is a festival of flowers or something. This meant that some of the month names no longer agreed with their position in the calendar, because everything was pushed forward. So December was no longer, the 10th. For example, September means the 7th month, sept, that's 7 in Latin, but it was now the 9th month of the year, an inconsistency that was preserved and still is part of the Gregorian calendar we use today. Isn't that something? Still under the Roman pontiff and the Roman system. It gets better. A common year was now divided into 12 months of different lengths, 4 full months of 31 days, 7 hollow months with 29 days, and 1 month with 28 days. The leap month, Mercedonius. The Republican calendar lasted for 355 days, which is about 10 days shorter than the tropical year. The time it takes the Earth to revolve around the sun. Let's just say the time it takes the sun to run its circuit. To keep the calendar in sync with the seasons, a leap month called Mercedonius or Intercalaris was added in some years, normally every 2 to 3 years. So you're very much not using the real calendar. When you try to... See, the Romans were fine once they were using the Romulus calendar. Once they started to pin it down and do their own thing, they were getting off. They had to intercalate by a lot. By custom, the insertion of the leap month was initiated by the Pontifex Maximus. Gosh, isn't that interesting? I love history. I really do. It's just so fascinating. The high priest of the College of Pontiffs in ancient Rome. Who is Pontifex Maximus today? The Pope. What does Daniel 7:25 say? That he will change times and laws? So interesting. However, this system was vulnerable to abuse. Since the Roman calendar year defined the term of office for elected officials, a Pontifex Maximus was able to control the length of his term simply by adding a leap month. Corruption from the early days. When Julius Caesar became Pontifex Maximus, he ordered a calendar reform which eliminated leap months and resulted in the implementation of the Julian calendar at 45 BC. Yeah, so it's 45 BC. But still, imagine if they were off like they were saying they were off, like the Julian calendar was off by 4 minutes or whatever. The direct predecessor of today's Gregorian calendar. The Julian calendar, now let's read about that. While Caesar was in Alexandria, Egypt, he had access to the ancient world's foremost astronomy experts. The Egyptians were able to calculate the length of the solar year as 365.25 days. So they were a little off, but they were close. And the winter solstice as December 24th. In 45 BC, Romans modified their method of marking time to keep it in phase with the seasons, but not require intercalation of an extra month. They accomplished this with the Julian calendar. Month lengths were extended to bring the calendar's total length to 365 days, which is what we use today, making it truly solar. Well, not truly solar because you're off. You have to do leap years. Do you get it? It's not truly solar. Truly solar is 0 intercalation. You are completely in alignment with the sun. That's what matters. Because guess what? Even 1% difference over the course of a long distance becomes a very significant difference. You have to think that way. Moving on. This change was accompanied by addition of an extra day every 4th year after February 23rd because of the almost 6 extra hours beyond 365 days in a tropical year. The new Julian calendar would follow the solar year rather than lunar with a total of 365 days versus 355. So they made the shift with the Julian calendar from lunar to solar. The intercalary month was eliminated, and the leap year, adding a day to February every 4th year, was adopted as well, which we still do this today. In 46 BC, the calendar had to be set right before the new one could begin. A total of 3 intercalary months were inserted prior to the start of the new year. 46 BC, therefore, or 707 AUC to the Romans, was 15 months and about 445 days long according to the calendar. The 5th month, Quintilis, was named after Julius, which is July, in honor of Julius Caesar. Likewise, Sextilis was changed in 8 BC in honor of his heir and eventual first emperor, Augustus, changing it to the name that we use, which is August. This basic transformation has essentially remained intact for 2 millennia and represents the foundation of the Western calendar still in use today. We're still under the power of Rome. Of course, the power that came out of Rome, which is the papacy, but nonetheless, look where your month name comes from. Januarius, January, the god of doors, Janus. The new year for us today starts when everything dies, in the dead of winter, rather than when it actually starts, which is the spring, when things become fertile and come alive and sprout. February is Febra festivals. I don't know what that is, but it's some sort of pagan festival. March is the god of war. April is the goddess of the Etruscans. May is the goddess Gaia or Maya, the earth goddess. Don't we have like Earth Day either in April or May or sometime? But either way, these are pagan things. June, goddess Juno. July, birth of Julius Caesar. Okay, of course they worshipped him as a god as well. And same with Augustus, they worshipped him as god. September, October, November, December are based on 7, 8, 9, 10. So the first 8 months of the year are pagan gods and goddesses. And our days are paganly named. So keep all this in mind because it's going to make an important point later. But now we're done with the Roman stuff. I want to talk to you about what all of this means. So we looked at the Hebrew calendar. We looked at all these Torah-keeping calendars like the Enoch calendar, the Zadok calendar. We looked at our normal calendar that we use. What do they all share in common? They share in common the fact that they have to intercalate. They're not the real calendar. This is the point. It doesn't matter how accurate, quote unquote, you are. Well, God is not he's not going to adjust or deviate or change or do things where you have to constantly adjust and figure it out because everybody adjusts differently. Do you see the point? The Zadok calendar, the Enoch calendar, the Roman calendar, they all intercalate, but they all intercalate differently. So who's right if that's the case? If you're more accurate than so-and-so, but you're both intercalating, that means you're really both wrong. Do you see the point? The lunar months with the Jewish year basically mean that you have to add a 13th month arbitrarily and in leap years. So they have extra months. And you saw how the Jewish calendar works. Every 2 years they add something like a month or something every 2 years. But they intercalate quite significantly. The Enoch calendar and the Zadok calendar both add an arbitrary day out of nowhere to intercalate because they're off with the solar year by a day. It's very significant. The Enoch calendar arbitrarily says that you have 2 30-day months followed by a 31-day month to reach this 364-day period. Say, oh, see, everything's even. All the feast days are at specific times. You don't have to worry about that. Well, where do you get your 31-day months? How do you determine that? Do you see the point? This is the main point of today. Where do you get your time length for months, for the year? Of course, the year we know the sun. But where do you get the divisions throughout the year? How do you divide that? That's your own understanding. The 31 days isn't based on anything. It's just an arbitrary definition. It's a teaching of men. And that's why these calendars are not the truth. We're going to look at months and how people actually considered the word month and what it actually means. But learn your history and where these things come from. They are pagan and teachings of men and arbitrary things. They have no basis in reality. The moon doesn't take 31 days to do its thing. It takes 29.53 days. So 31-day month is just an invention. It's just designed to sort of make it try to work, but it doesn't work. It's not in alignment with what God made. Very important. A couple of key questions to ask yourself are, would God create a calendar that you need to intercalate? And if so, if he did, which he wouldn't, because God is completely consistent and perfect in everything he does, when he gives you a heart, it beats normally. If you have arrhythmia, that's a dysfunction of what God made. Just like with the calendar that is perfectly in sync and is consistent just like God. But if you need to intercalate, that's like having an arrhythmia and calling it, well, see, we only have an arrhythmia every 5 minutes. We don't have it every couple seconds. We must be really healthy. No, you still have arrhythmia, bro. You still have, do you see the point? So this is this thing to ask yourself. God would never create a calendar that you would need to put intercalation or arbitrary days just to make it work. That's something to keep in mind. Or what's happening here is man is changing the times and the laws just as the Bible predicted. Intercalation proves that the calendar is wrong, that is being intercalated. So if a calendar says, oh, we're intercalating, wrong. It's not the right calendar. It could be close to the truth in terms of being functional. Like the Roman calendar we use today, sure, it's functional. It's somewhat in alignment. Leap year, an extra day every 4 years, it's not a big deal. But it's not the truth. And that's the point of today. It's not the truth. God misses zero details. He's 100% precise. Everything is intentional. Everything has a purpose. We need something that doesn't intercalate. This is the lesson from this part. We need a calendar that is exact because God is exact. So that's part one. We're going to jump to part two with the problem with months. Okay, so this is part two, and we're talking about the problem of months. Now, off the bat, I just want to say this just to basically set the stage for everything we're going to be talking about in the future, which is that the word month in English, when you read it in the Bible, in the Old Testament, is not translated correctly. In the New Testament it is, because the New Testament was written largely in Greek. But the Old Testament, the word for month, as you'll soon see, it doesn't mean month. We're not going to unpack that fully in this particular part. We will in the future part. But I just want to get that out front and center because that is a large part of the confusion with all these things. Now, month, the word month itself comes from moon, moonth. And a moon has a lunation period of 29.53 days, which means that if you multiply 29.53 by 12 lunations or 12 moonths, 12 cycles of the moon, you're short. You're short by 11 days. It comes out to about 354 days. Because the solar year is 365 days, what this leads to is intercalation, the need to keep intercalating and adding a 13th month. Otherwise, you can't, or whatever, you can add days and so on, but you have to intercalate. This is the point. And this is why all these lunar calendars have to rely on a 13th month every so often. Otherwise, they lose track of the time. So they're not the true calendar, because they have to intercalate quite a bit. But the problem is this, the Bible doesn't reveal to you that there's a 13th month anywhere. And of course, people who are supporting the Lunar Sabbath will say, well, no, it's in Ezekiel, it's so on and so forth, and we're going to look at that today. We're also going to look at Genesis, because the flood narrative is used by some people to say that there were 30-day months, and that was the original calendar, and so on and so forth. But it behooves you to understand that the word month, the idea of a month, is an intellectual construct that was not part of God's calendar. It wasn't part of God's revelation to the Hebrews about how time works in this reality. It's an invented construct. And today, looking back into ancient times, we have to be very, very careful. So this whole idea of a 13th month, where does it come from? It comes from Ezekiel. And we're going to break that down. We're going to look at how people reason through it. We're going to even read people who are all about the Lunar Sabbath and what they think about it. And then we're going to unpack it. So Ezekiel 1 starts off with the calling of Ezekiel, and he gives a timestamp in various ways. It says, in the 30th year, in the 4th month, on the 5th day of the month, as I was among the exiles by the Shebar Canal, the heavens were opened, and I saw visions of God. So this is his outstanding vision that he saw of God, very supernatural situation. And he's documenting based on the 30th year, which we'll find out what that specifically is. And he's also saying that it was the 5th year of the exile of the king Jehoiachin. I'm probably mispronouncing that, but anyway. King Jehoiachin. It was the 5th year of his exile. So you have to remember, people were reckoning time with multiple ways of pointing to different things. In fact, even that didn't change. If you remember Luke's gospel in the very beginning, Luke is very clear to reckon the particular time of the start of Christ's ministry with, it was the such and such year of Herod. It was the such and such year of the Roman governor. He gives exact times based on how long people have been ruling or been doing various things. And this was a very common practice, to reckon time based on, certain happenings. In this case, obviously, the exile was a very disruptive period of time that disrupted their timekeeping, and it became a way to reckon time. Like, it was the X year of the particular exile. And that is consistently seen through Ezekiel. He'll say, okay, in the 10th year, in the 11th year, in the 12th year, and so on. And so this is a way that he reckons time in this book. But we'll come back to what the 30th year means. But nevertheless, he gives you this timestamp. It was the 5th year of the exile of King Jehoiachin. It was in the 5th day of the month, and it was in the 4th month. Okay, so keep that in mind. Now, later in Ezekiel 4, God gives him a prophecy to play out, to act out, to basically judge Israel. Now, just a side note, because we're going to touch on this later, this is a proof text for the idea of a day-to-year principle found in prophecies, especially for Daniel and Revelation. Because it is very clear when God gives time prophecies that he represents years with days. And if you don't understand that, especially, this is why a lot of people, when it comes to end times views, they are very deceived. And I don't mean that like in a condescending way. I just mean that it's true. Like, most people believe that the 1260 days in Daniel and Revelation are actually literal days. And this leads you to a whole different interpretation of the end times. But that's another can of worms. I talk about that in my end times series. Nevertheless, this is one such proof text. So Ezekiel 4, verses 4 through 6. Then lie on your left side and place the punishment of the house of Israel upon it. For the number of days that you lie on it, you shall bear their punishment. For I assign to you a number of days, 390 days equal to the number of the years of their punishment. So shall you bear the punishment of the house of Israel. And when you have completed these, you shall lie down a second time, but on your right side, and bear the punishment of the house of Judah. 40 days I assign to you, a day for each year. So very well established, and there's a lot of other examples we'll go through in the future, because we're going to talk about the prophetic year, which is an interesting conversation. But nonetheless, what happens? God gives him this prophecy to act out, and the total amount of time is 430 days. 390 for Israel and 40 for Judah. So total is 430 days. Now, in Ezekiel 8, we have another timestamp. It says, in the 6th year, in the 6th month, on the 5th day of the month, as I sat in my house with the elders of Judah sitting before me, the hand of the Lord God fell upon me there. So the natural reading of this is that right after he completed this prophecy, acting it out of 430 days, that he was sitting with the elders of Judah, and then suddenly another vision occurred. Now, on face value, this is a problem if we're reading it with our modern eyes, because what happens is this. The timestamp given is the 6th year, which is a year later, right? It's the 6th year, not the 5th year anymore. The 6th month, it used to be the first timestamp with Ezekiel's vision was the 4th month, meaning a year and 2 months later, on the 5th day of the month. So the day is the same, meaning the total time reported to you is that a year and 2 months have passed. Now again, just for the sake of reiteration, the word month here is Hodesh. Whenever you see month, especially in the New Testament, it's month is month, because the Greeks were using the modern notion of months. But in the Old Testament, the word Hodesh that is translated to month is incorrectly translated. So I'm going to keep reiterating that because you'll learn why that's important. But just keep that in mind. So what's going on here? On face value, it seems that a year and 2 months has elapsed at the bare minimum. Could be longer. Maybe it took him even more time after that to sit with the elders of Judah. But either way, a year and 2 months seems to be what has elapsed if you just read it naturally. But in Ezekiel 4, we see that 430 days was the time that he needed to do his prophecy. So the question is, how does it work if a year and 2 months has passed, yet 430 days to you is being reported? That doesn't make sense. And so the Lunar Sabbatarians say, see, this is proof that this was one of those years where they were using a 13th month, because it had to be, right? So the argument seems to be pretty convincing, and we're going to look at what some people say about it. Now, this is from a website called World's Last Chance, and this is my whole point with everything that I do, and this is why I'm so motivated to make the content that I make, because the internet is just so crazy. You have people that are good, like, for example, these people know the truth about the cosmology we live in. In the Sabbath community, they're one of the few that argue that the day begins from sunrise, which is true, and they do a great job of documenting that. But they're Unitarians. They reject the deity of Christ as the incarnate Yahweh, as God, equal with the Father. They reject that. And they're very legalistic. They're all about the lunar Sabbath and other types of things. So this is the problem, folks. You're going to get some good stuff, but then the poison that you get with it is just not worth it. So this is why I'm so motivated to put all these things together for you, so that you have something that is biblically accurate as possible, really, because I know the feeling of bouncing around and being deceived and such and such. So these people are a very big source on this topic of the lunar Sabbath. They're pretty popular on YouTube, World's Last Chance. So I figured we use them as an example. Nevertheless, this is what they say. If it were strictly a solar year of 365 days, there would not have been enough time for Ezekiel to finish lying on his side and be back home by the 6th month. Seems that way, doesn't it? Example of an original calendar with all months having 30 days. So now they're going to give you various examples, and each one of these examples has an assumption. So keep that in mind. But they give you various calendars. So an example would be the first calendar given is where every month is 30 days. What does that look like? Well, if we plot that out on a chart of just numbering the months, it would only lead you to 413 days. The same as with the lunar calendar without an intercalated month, which leads you to 407 days. A Gregorian calendar with a leap year even, so 366 days, with all the months being some of them 31 days, some of them 30, it only leads to 420 days. So what they say is all of these examples fall short of the 430 days required for Ezekiel's tasks. Seems convincing. The full amount of 430 days could be accomplished and still get Ezekiel back home by the 5th day of the month, only if Ezekiel were using a lunar solar calendar during an embolismic year. Now, what does that mean? Embolismic, if we recall, just means the year where they're adding that extra month. It's the intercalated year, which had 13th month as shown in the example below. So then they take the lunar calendar again and they just add 29 days. And what do you get? You get 436 days. So see, using this calendar, Ezekiel completed his assignment and had days to spare. My goodness, so convincing. It's just like, you know what? That must be the truth. And because today people do not make a habit of building a case to support their beliefs, and we like to know secret knowledge, we like to know things that are very, like, man, that sounds very interesting. I can't believe, like, I didn't see that before. All these things are very tantalizing, but they're not the truth. They're not the truth for very good reason. The first reason is one I already shared with you, which is that the word month is mistranslated. Hodesh does not mean month in terms of, well, they're 30-day months or 29-day months or 31-day months. You don't know what a Hodesh is. You'll find out in this presentation, but it doesn't mean month. Month is an intellectual construct. There's nothing that's 30 days. The moon is 29.53 days. So a lunation is that long, 29. And it's irregular. Sometimes a lunar month is counted as 30 days or 29 days. But a 31-day month is meaningless. And even a 30-day month, that's not based on anything. It's rounding up the lunation of the moon. But the moon is a precise 29.53. So do you see the problem? These things are all contrived and basically intellectual constructs. Now, another problem is we're projecting our modern timekeeping onto, this is a related issue with the translation issue, but it's because it's mistranslated. Oh, it's month? Okay, I guess however we reckon months, that's the way they must have reckoned it 3,000 years ago, right? Or 2,500 years ago, whatever it is. By the way, that's the problem when people read the Old Testament. And this is something you have to be aware of, because you can't project what we reckon today as months and our system of timekeeping back 2,000 years ago, 1,500 years ago, whatever it's been, 2,500 years ago, actually. You can't do that because, first off, the Bible warns you that the power that will rule until the return of Christ will change the times in the law. Well, what time is that? That's God's time that he's changing. So, nonetheless, this is something to consider. Months do not have to be, months, in this case, Hodesh, doesn't have to be 30 days. It doesn't have to be 31 days. Now, if we just do a simple calculation and just, instead of doing all these graphs, here's a simple calculation for you, okay? A solar year is 360, or let's put it this way. The total amount of time that was elapsed is 430 days, right? A solar year, we know exactly, is 365 days because that's what they were using, because they based their years off of the agricultural season, the crops. What's the difference of that? That leaves you with 65 days difference. The total time reported, assuming Ezekiel was in his house with the elders right after acting the prophecy, is a year and 2 months, or a year and 2 Hodesh. A year and 2 Hodesh. That means that for the difference of 65 days, we have 2 Hodesh that are equal to 65 days. Now, again, Hodesh is not month. We don't know how long a Hodesh is. Not yet, at least. But nonetheless, it just tells you that 2 Hodesh, the extra 2 Hodesh that elapsed, is equal to a period of 65 days. So what does that mean? Well, all it shows us is that the 2 Hodesh were 65 days. Meaning, they could have been, one could be 35 days, one could have been 31 days. One could have been 25 days, the other one could have been 40 days. One could be 32, one could be 33. Do you see the problem? The total amount is given. It doesn't tell you how long a Hodesh is. People are assuming that they were reckoning with even 30-day months or 29-day months or by the moon, which again, you'll see it's not the case. The moon is not the primary timekeeper. So this is a big problem for the Lunar Sabbatarians because the assumption, they're using a proleptic assumption, meaning proleptics is using our calendar to, our modern day calendar and reckoning really, to understand ancient times and reckoning and assuming that. Well, you can't do that. A Hodesh is an irregular period of time, and you will learn why it's an irregular period of time. But nonetheless, there are 12 of them in the year. Some of them are longer than others. And what this is telling you is that 2 Hodesh, we don't know which Hodesh it is. We don't know what the individual lengths of them, but nevertheless, 2 Hodesh is a period of about 65 days, at least. Again, if Ezekiel was doing stuff after his prophecy, then he met with the elders, then they could be longer. But it's really unknown. So this is something to consider because this is an error that a lot of people make, and the argumentation for Ezekiel is very seductive. We just don't know. We don't know what a Hodesh is in length, and there's ways to discern it. We'll talk about that a little bit later as you find out what a Hodesh is and how it works, because it's truly fascinating. But nonetheless, it doesn't tell you anything about a 13th month. That's an assumption based on poor translation and based on projecting our modern timekeeping onto ancient systems. So if you're creating a theology or a theory completely based on a mistranslation and on projecting error, then the theory that you have or the theology that you have is also an error. See the point? Now, we want to ask, what is this deal with the 30 years? So if we go back to Ezekiel 1, it's clear that Ezekiel, as he goes through the book and he's reckoning from the 7th year, from the 8th year, from the 11th year, from the 10th year, he's reckoning in accordance with the exile of the king. But in the very beginning, he also says in the 30th year, which is a little confusing if we don't have understanding of context, because it's easy to think that maybe this happened first, and then he's recapitulating when he goes back and says the 6th year, like maybe he's going back in time and telling you the story. So it's not very clear unless we have context. So I want to read to you something that's pretty interesting, actually. It's from this Bible Stack Exchange, Bible Hermeneutics Stack Exchange. The time elapsed in Ezekiel. And this person presents, in the first book of Ezekiel, it reads, now in the 30th year in the 4th month. And in some translations, the elapsed time mentioned in this verse is interpreted as the age of Ezekiel the priest. In my 30th year, in the 4th month of the 5th day, while I was among the exiles. The elapsed times, does it refer to Ezekiel the priest, or does it refer to another event? So this is a good question. And there's a lot of good comments here. I'm going to read you one of them that's pretty well put together. This answer relies on the research of the Bible chronologist Roger C. Young, which is available at rcyoung.org. Ezekiel was a priest. One of the important tasks of the priest was to keep a meticulous record of the passing of the years since entering the Promised Land. Every 7 years since the time of entering the Promised Land, there was a sabbatical year. And every 7th sabbatical year, i.e. every 49 years, there was a Jubilee year. These years were agricultural years and started on the 1st of Tishri after the end of the harvest in September, October. The only exception was the Jubilee year, which began on the 10th of Tishri, Leviticus. Now, this is another important point here as we're reading this, because the names did not have months, or the months did not have, let me put it this way, the Hodesh did not have proper names, not until after Babylon, because that's when they started to name the Hodesh. When God gave the calendar to the Hebrews, the Israelites, there was only one month that had a name, and that was Abib. But Abib, as you will learn, is not a proper name at all. It's actually just describing what is happening in that month. It's not a proper name. The idea that we have today with months and pagan names and the names of the weeks or the names of the days, this is all a pagan system. It's a contrived system that has nothing to do with anything. So keep that in mind when you read this, because there is a lot of misinformation on how the Hebrews and Israelites reckoned time, because people don't realize that a lot of these things came out of Babylon. Before Babylon was a very different calendar. And that's what my goal is to show you today. Moving on. The 50th year of the previous Jubilee cycle was the first year of the next Jubilee cycle. When the number of elapsed years reached 50 in the month, Tishri, it was exactly 49 years since the last Jubilee, and the trumpet was blown on the 10th Tishri to mark the beginning of the Jubilee year. And the year number went back to 1. There are 2 references to the Jubilee cycle in the book of Ezekiel, Ezekiel 1 verse 1 and Ezekiel 40 verse 1. The 2 events are 20 years apart. The 5th year of the king of Jehoiachin, which is Ezekiel 1, and the 25th year of our captivity, which is in Ezekiel 40. It should read like this. In the 25th year of our captivity, on New Year's Day, on the 10th day of the month, in the 14th year of the city the city was smitten, on the selfsame day, the hand of the Lord was upon me and brought me thither. The phrase at the beginning of the year is the translation of Rosh Hashanah, but New Year's Day or simply the transliteration of Rosh Hashanah are both more accurate. Since Ezekiel 40 verse 1 is 20 years after the 30th year in Ezekiel 1, then it is the start of the 50th year, which is exactly 49 years after the previous Jubilee year. So I'll read that again. Since Ezekiel 40 is 20 years after the 30th year in Ezekiel, because remember, the 30th year in Ezekiel 1, whatever that 30th year means, was also the 5th year of the exile of the king. By Ezekiel 40, it tells you that they're in the 25th year of the exile, meaning 20 years has passed. So it's the start of the 50th year, which is exactly 49 years after the previous Jubilee year. So by Ezekiel 40, it's the start of the 50th year. The Seder Olam Rabbah, written about AD 150, a rabbinical attempt at producing a chronology of the Old Testament history, tells us Ezekiel 40 was referring to the beginning of the 17th Jubilee cycle. And so it says in Ezekiel 40 verse 1, this is a quote now, in the 25th year of our exile, on the day of the year, on the 10th day of the month, 14 days after the destruction of Jerusalem. When did Ezekiel have his vision? At the beginning of the Jubilee period. If they stayed for 17 entire Jubilee periods, how can there be an excess of 17 years? And see, there's a link there. Since the fall of Jerusalem was in 587 BC, this would put the start of the Jubilee cycle at 1406 BC. And these things, these things are, questionable, but anyway, it's interesting to read. The year of the Israelites entered the Promised Land. The year harmonizes perfectly to the exact year with Valerius Koch's calculations. It is good evidence of when the Israelites entered the land and that the book of Leviticus was written before 1406 BC. The Talmud Megillah 14b indicates that the 18th year of the reign of Josiah was also a Jubilee year. It was probably because it was a Jubilee year that Josiah felt stirred up to do his reforms. The manner in which the Talmud tells us is hugely convoluted and would be best to read Roger Young's articles to understand what is being said. So the 30th year in Ezekiel chapter 1 is the 30th year of the Jubilee cycle. In fact, the 30th year of the 16th Jubilee cycle. And Ezekiel 40 is the first year of the 17th Jubilee cycle. So, long story short, just to clear that up, because I know that can cause maybe a little confusion because it's not clear. We aren't familiar with all these time reckonings that people were doing. So when he says in the 30th year, and then, for example, by Ezekiel 4, he's given you a different reckoning, on Ezekiel 8, in the 6th year, and in later chapters in the 7th year and the 10th year and so on, that these years are related to the reckoning of the king, of the exile of the king. This 30th year is a separate reckoning, and it seems to be related to the Jubilee period. Now again, don't take to heart the whole Tishri thing and naming months, because that didn't happen until later. The original system did not have names for months, and months, the word months is translated from Hodesh, which Hodesh is not a month as we understand them. So, very, very important. Either way, what does it prove? It proves that the Lunar Sabbath is basing its ideas and theories on something that doesn't really exist. The text here does not talk about a 13th month. In fact, if anything, it is evidence for what you will discover in this presentation, that the Hodesh are measured in a particular way, not having to do with the moon, and that some of them are longer than others. So that is evidence actually against the Lunar Sabbath. Now, another important piece of evidence is the Old Testament flood narrative that people use to say, see, they must have used 30-day months. Has to be. And this comes from Genesis 7 and 8. So let's read it. Genesis 7, verse 11. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, on the 17th day of the month. Now again, just for clarity, let's go to KJV with Strong's. The word month is Hodesh. This is translated from Hodesh. Hodesh does not mean month as we understand it, so just keep that in mind. So if I read it in the 6th year of Noah's life, 600th year, in the 2nd Hodesh, on the 17th day of the Hodesh, on that day all the fountains of the great deep burst forth and the windows of the heavens were opened. So we have a time marker for when the flood began. Now, if we go to Genesis 8, verses 2 through 4, we see a chronology. The fountains of the deep and the windows of the heavens were closed, and the rain from the heavens was restrained. And the waters receded from the earth continually. At the end of 150 days, the waters had abated. And in the 7th month, on the 17th day of the month, the ark came to rest on the mountains of Ararat. So now we have another timestamp. 7th month, on the 17th day of the month. So you have a total of 5 months. So if we go back to Genesis 11, what does it say? In the 2nd Hodesh, on the 17th day of that Hodesh, and by Genesis 8 it says on the, where is it at? On the 7th Hodesh, meaning 5 Hodeshes later. On the 17th day, meaning same day, so we'll just count the Hodesh. Don't have to count the days. On the 7th Hodesh, meaning there's 5 Hodesh that elapse. We don't know what a Hodesh is yet. We don't know how long they are, but we're given a timestamp. Now, people say that you see at the end of 150 days, the waters had abated, and because they're in the 7th month, meaning 5 months have elapsed, then there you go. 5 months, that's 30 days per month, and that's what they were using as a calendar. Clear, right? Now, hopefully, if I've done my job so far, I have made you raise your eyebrow at something like this. to question it and to realize that there are assumptions that are maybe incorrect. And of course they are incorrect because we're doing the same thing that people do with Ezekiel, projecting our modern time understandings and expectations onto an ancient text. Genesis was written, around 1400 BC, or when they came out of the Exodus. Very long time ago, 3,000 years ago. So you can't do that. You cannot do that because, again, Hodesh doesn't mean month. And the total period here is given to you. So there's a couple of problems with this. And we want to look at them. We want to break them down very carefully because, again, it's one of those things where if you just read it quickly, it's very easy to make an assumption. Very easy. We have to be very careful with this. The first problem is one that I just listed to you, which is that we're projecting proleptic or modern calendar usages backwards in time, which you cannot do because calendars have been changed, the times have been changed. We were reckoning time very differently in Moses' time. And you will learn that in this presentation very, very differently, very beautifully, but very differently. That's number one. We just talked about that. Number two is that the total is the one that's given to you. It doesn't tell you what the amount of days per Hodesh is. It just says X amount of days elapsed. You don't know. It is an assumption to say that, 150 days, well, 5 months later, that means that each month must be 30 days. How do you know? If I told you I wanted 150 seeds, now 150 seeds is not a lot because a lot of fruits have a ton of seeds, but just bear with me. Let's say, I say, I want 150 seeds. And you said, okay, I'll give you 10 strawberries of 15 seeds each. That's what you want, right? Well, I said, no. I said, I just want 150 seeds. You could give me 2 apples, 3 bananas, 4 pears, 2 oranges, 1 strawberry. As long as 150 seeds, that's all that matters. Each one of those fruits has a different amount of seeds. See the point? This is a very important point. It's the total that's given to you. It's not the individual length of the months that's given. That's an assumption. Because why is that an assumption? Because of the same 2 problems. Mistranslation of the word Hodesh to month and projecting modern timekeeping values onto ancient timekeeping. That's why the assumption of the 30-day month exists, but it's not true. The seed example is a way to refute that very easily because the total is what's given. Now, the third problem is very, very important, and it's contextual. We got to read it in context. Verse 3 and 4, there's another assumption here that they are on the same day, or that they're right one after the other in the sense of like the next day. So let's read it. And the waters receded from the earth continually. At the end of 150 days, the water had abated. And in the 7th month, on the 17th day of the month, the ark came to rest on the mountains of Ararat. So the assumption is that this statement of the 7th, the timestamp that's given here, is right immediately at the end of 150 days. That's an assumption, but it's not correct. Because look at the way that Genesis, this whole narrative in this first probably 6 or 7 verses, like from verse 2 to verse 8. Let's read it. The fountains of the deep and the windows of the heavens were closed, and the rain from the heavens was restrained, and the waters receded from the earth continually. Notice the word "and" here. At the beginning of the next, each sentence that you're going to read is going to start with an "and." So what does it start with? It starts with the fountains of the deep were closed, and the rain was restrained. Boom, it's giving you a timestamp of the flood coming to an end. Now, verse 3, and the waters were receded from the earth continually, and at the end of 150 days, the waters had abated. And in the 7th month, on the 17th day of the month, the ark came to rest on the mountains of Ararat. And the waters continued to abate until the 10th month. In the 10th month, on the 1st day of the month, the tops of the mountains were seen. At the end of the 40 days, Noah opened the window of the ark that he had made. So another 40 days elapsed after that. And sent forth a raven. It went to and fro until the waters were dried up on the earth. Then he sent forth a dove with him. So this is a chronological listing of things that are happening. Okay, then this happened. Then the next significant thing that happened is this. It's not telling you how much time is in between these statements. If you want to be consistent and say that, well, okay, the month in verse 4 that the ark came to rest right at the end of the 150 days, then you have to say that all of these other things happen on the same day too, because they follow this. Do you see the point? Because they follow the same grammatical structure. But if you read it in context, it's very clear that there is time between each one of these segments. For example, after the ark came to rest on Mount Ararat, verse 5 says, and the waters continued to abate until the 10th month. Meaning there was 3 more months of the waters continuing to come down, and then finally the tops of the other mountains were seen. At the end of 40 days, Noah opened the window of the ark that he had made. So another 40 days passed after the tops of the mountains had been seen. Then Noah let a raven go. Then he sent a dove after that. Did he send the dove and the raven at the same time? No, he sent it after the raven. So these things are happening timestamp after timestamp, meaning there is time back in verse 4 between verse 4 and verse 3. At the end of 150 days, the waters had abated, meaning, okay, it's not raining anymore. And in the 7th month, on the 17th day of the month, the ark came to rest on the mountains of Ararat. Okay, sometime after that had abated. In the 7th month, the 17th day of the Hodesh, the ark came to rest on the mountains of Ararat. That's what that's saying to you. It's the 150th day is the first timestamp. Then the waters continued to recede for 3 more months until the mountains were seen. Then another 40 days, then the doves, then the ravens, then the doves. These things are all reported to you with time periods in between them. This is a chronological narrative. And so we have to interpret it chronologically, which means that there is a time unlisted. It's not discrete because it's not important. What's important is, when did the flood abate, which was 150 days later? And when did the ark come to rest on the mountains of Ararat? In the 7th month. In the 7th Hodesh, mind you. So what does this mean? How do we make sense of this? Well, what we make sense is, first off, is abandoning your modern views that the word month means month when it's listed in the Old Testament. It doesn't mean that. It's Hodesh. So you have to divorce that meaning, because in the Old Testament it means something completely different, and that is the whole purpose of today's presentation. So you understand what Hodesh really is, because it's profound. But what it means is this. It means that 5 Hodesh elapsed between the time that the flood started and the time that the ark came to rest on Mount Ararat. 5 Hodesh elapsed. Within that time period, also 150 days elapsed between the time that the flood started and that the waters abated. But these 2 periods are not equal, because the 150 days is reported to you first, and then sometime after that, we don't know how many days, doesn't matter, it's not significant, 5 Chodeshes later, the ark came to rest. Do you see the difference here? All that it's telling you is actually that a Hodesh is longer than 30 days on average. I mean, depends, because some of the, in this particular case, the 5 Hodesh is listed. Because remember, Hodesh is an irregular time period. Some of them could be 25 days, some of them might be 40 days. We don't know. We'll find out. But the point is this. We don't know how long they are, but there is time in between the waters abating and the ark coming to rest on Mount Ararat. And then Noah doing other things and letting the ravens go and so on. There's time there, meaning that the 5 Chodeshes is actually longer than 150 days. See the point? And that would be consistent with what we saw in Ezekiel, which is also interesting. Because Ezekiel, if you remember, the 2 months that Ezekiel reports, if we're being consistent, and if we read the text naturally, and we say, okay, he was with the elders of Judah for those 2, right after the prophecy was acted out, the 430 days, then the 2 Chodeshes that were more than, so he had a year and 2 Hodesh. The 2 extra Hodesh was a period of 65 days, meaning in this particular case, those 2 Hodesh were longer than what we consider months. At least one of them was. Because you could have one that was 30 days and you could have one that was 35 days. Because again, Hodesh is not based on the moon. It's not based on dividing the year in some arbitrary number. It's based on something very, very important and meaningful that God gave, which is, which you'll find out soon enough, is the constellations. People did not reckon time according to constructs of 30 days or 29 days or the moon or anything else. They reckoned time according to the constellations. And because the sun takes longer to be in certain constellations than others, that leads to irregular chunks of time, but there's always 12. Now, what the Bible is doing here is giving you a period of time, a total period of time. It doesn't tell you the length of each Hodesh. It just tells you the total period of time. And because some Hodesh are longer than others, what you get is these little pictures that show you this. In Ezekiel, the 2 Hodesh in question were a total of 65 days. Again, we don't know which ones those were, which constellations that was referring to, but nonetheless, the 2 Hodesh were a period of 65 days, which is longer than any combination of 2 months in our modern system. See the point? But they had Hodesh that were shorter than our months as well. In Genesis, with the flood narrative, it's telling you the same thing. That 150 days passed, then after some point in time, we don't know how many, could be a couple days later, could be a week later, could be, whatever, I don't know. Doesn't say, but there's some point of time on top of that 150 days where the ark came to rest on Mount Ararat. And that timestamp is 5 Hodesh from the start of the flood. Meaning that the time that the ark came to rest on Mount Ararat, which is 5 Hodesh, is longer than 150 days. It has to be. And basically what that means is, the Hodesh some of them are a little bit longer than 30 days at the very minimum, just like Ezekiel. Even if it happened on the same day, which it didn't, as you can clearly see, hopefully by now, even if it happened on the same day, you can't say that each Hodesh is 30 days. You can't. It's not based on anything. That's based on our modern assumption and dividing them evenly. But again, remember the seed example. If I ask you for 150 seeds, and you say to me, okay, so you want 15 strawberries of 10 seeds each? I said, no, I just want 150 seeds. I didn't tell you what fruits I want. Get me 150 seeds. You can get me, half a watermelon, and that's pretty much it, right? That's 150 seeds. So this is the problem, and this is the problem with assuming. So, conclusion, we ruled out the moon because it's irregular. We ruled out the idea of a 13th month. That's nonsense. It's not at all in Scripture, as you can hopefully see by now, and you'll see other examples of it too. We'll talk about the chronology in Chronicles, where they had basically military units for each month, Hodesh, and there's only 12 listed. You'll see this as a common theme. But we ruled out the 13th month. We ruled out the moon. We ruled out the idea that months are 30 days even, which also is nonsense because that would lead to 360 days. And you'd have to intercalate like crazy. So what's left? Well, what's left is God gave us the sun, moon, and the stars. The moon is not the primary timekeeper, meaning you have the sun and the stars, just like I was saying. The sun and the stars together form the way that they were dividing the year into 12 pieces of time, and that required 0 intercalation. 0 intercalation, it was the perfect clock. The stars, divide the heavens through the constellations into 12 even segments. And because the sun goes through them in one solar year, there is 0 intercalation. Perfect calendar. It is exact, it is the same, and it requires 0 intercalation. It always does this without fail. So that's part 2. Let's check out now part 3 and talk about the constellations. Okay, so this is part 3, and we are talking about the constellations. Constellations, this is something that I personally struggled with a little bit as well, especially as I was researching this, because we know that God created all things for the good, and he looked upon creation and it was good. He created the constellations. But there's been a lot of misinformation in this area, and of course there's been a lot of paganization of the constellations. And so one thing I will invite you to embrace is to divorce this idea that looking at constellations and using constellations for timekeeping is astrology. It's not. It's very different. In fact, there's a lot of evidence that's very interesting in this regard with how the constellations were used to keep track of time. But astrology is trying to ascribe names to these constellations and use them for divination, all kinds of things. Very different worlds. So you have to separate those two ideas in your mind in order to really benefit from this information. But as I researched this on my own and realized the truth, I realized that there is much to be said on constellations, and it's very, very fascinating. Today, you know, people do a lot of astrology, and of course this is all from Babylon. But you have to remember, people worship the sun, they worship the moon, they worshiped everything under the sun. So constellations themselves are not evil. Okay, they're not evil in and of themselves. God created things to be good. Man has twisted them and has listened to the devil and to fallen angels and created all sorts of things. So just keep that in mind, because constellations were already existing before man was created. Man took this system and ascribed all sorts of naughty things to it. But I want to open with this thing called the Mazzaroth, which is going to come more and more into the highlight. This is a Hebrew word. It's a biblical Hebrew word found in the book of Job, and literally meaning constellations, according to the 10th century biblical exegete Sadia Gaon, while others interpret the word as garland of crowns. But its context is that of the astronomical constellations, and it is often interpreted as a term for the zodiac or the constellations thereof. The similar word mazalot, which we're going to look at in other places, may be related. Now, this is a picture of a 6th century kind of constellation wheel mosaic in a synagogue from the 6th century. So like, 500 AD. Now, this is not because they were doing astrology or paganism. It's because the constellations have an important role to play in timekeeping. It's very fascinating. But this is Mazzaroth, and it's something that basically was used. Now, we're going to look at the translation for this word. This word is traditionally following the Septuagint left untranslated in some versions. But some modern English Bible translators render it as zodiac, which again, you're going to see a consistent problem with translation when it comes to the lunar Sabbath, with months, with time reckoning. All of this stuff has been really, I don't want to say corrupted, because I don't believe the Bible has been corrupted, but it's just been really poorly understood, because people who are translating from being under this pagan system and imposing time reckoning from our day onto the past. And that's the whole point of today, is that these translations that we have today do not rightly present to you the truth when it comes to time reckoning. But I'm not saying the Bible's corrupted or anything like that. It's just, you have to understand, we live thousands of years later after paganism has changed the times and the law. So we're living in the system. But it's not zodiac. God did not create the zodiac. God created the constellations. The zodiac is a pagan invention where you have this spiritual meaning to each constellation, and you're trying to figure out, what's going to happen based on the positions of the stars and all this stuff. Very different. But as the Latin Vulgate renders the word as Luciferum, there are alternative English translations as morning star, Luther's 1545 German translation as Morgenstern, which also means morning star, Venus, crown season, sequence of seasons, Lucifer, that is the Die Sterne, day star, that's Wycliffe's Bible, gives stars in the southern sign. So everybody's translated this Mazzaroth it's a very tough word. And it's because people don't reckon time the same way. Translators' notes given in the individual translations are the following. Geneva Bible, certain stars so-called, some think they were the 12 signs. So these are translators' notes, commentary. KJV, Mazzaroth, or the 12 signs. NAS, NAU, a constellation. NET, the word Mazzaroth is taken by some to refer to the constellations, and by others is connected to the word for the crown or corona. NIV, NIB, or the morning star in its season. The Targum renders the translation as guards of the Mazalot. Rashi clarifies Mazzaroth as all gates of the Mazalot. So there's some kind of celestial concept being pointed to here that has to do with the constellations, which is very important. Now, every culture recognized that there were 12 constellations. Very important, because the sun moves exactly through them throughout the period of a solar year, meaning that there is no intercalation needed. If you determine your year by the sun moving through the constellations at the rate that it moves through 12 constellations exactly every year. That is an exact relationship. No intercalation needed. Very interesting, isn't it? You have 12 constellations that divide the year, the rate at which the sun is moving, 365.2422, whatever it is. Your constellations divide that period of time exactly into 12. Very interesting. But now let's look at a couple of important texts. Isaiah 47 verse 13. We're going to compare these in different words. I'm going to read it in the KJV, but I'm going to look at the original language as well. So the KJV says, "Thou art wearied in the multitude of thy counsels. Let now the astrologers, the stargazers, the monthly prognosticators stand up and save thee from the things that shall come upon thee." So this is judgment being called upon. And, Babylon obviously has been the source of all of this astrology. We still use the astrological signs that Babylon created. That's actually one reason, that's one simple way that you can debunk astrology, is that the signs aren't even the signs anymore. People who are all about astrology don't realize that the astrological signs that we have, that we use today, or I should say yes, this is true. The astrological signs we use today are all pagan names, but another important thing is the period of the astrological signs. For example, I'm supposedly a Libra. It's like from September 22nd to October 22nd. That period of time, so that the times of these signs occurring is based on 2,000 plus year old Babylonian astrology, 2,500-year-old Babylonian astrology. Well, there's a big problem with that if you know anything about astronomy, is that there is something called the precession of the equinox. So just like there's a sidereal day and the stars have a 23 point whatever hour day, there's also a precession of this entire system, which is it's so fascinating. Like I said, I hope I leave you with more awe and marveling at God's timepiece. But the precession of the equinox is basically the constellations themselves move over a very long period of time. Something like 26,000 years, approximately. It's more precise than that, but it's about 26,000 years. Meaning, after 2,500 years, here's the point now, the periods of time that these particular signs supposedly are, it's not even the right sign anymore. It's over by one sign. So if you think you're a Libra, you're probably a Virgo. If you think you're a, Gemini, you're probably a Taurus or something. So it's not even the right signs, which again goes to show you why this stuff is just nonsense. But the point is that Isaiah here in Isaiah 13, God is judging them for what? Thou art wearied in the multitude of thy counsels. Let now your astrologers, the stargazers, and the monthly prognosticators. Well, in English we say monthly prognosticators, but that doesn't make any sense with what's going on. Who's being indicted here? The people who are astrologers, who are trying to divine knowledge. The stargazers, the people who are gazing at the stars and saying, "Oh, look, it's this constellation. It means you're going to be prosperous," or whatever, right? They're trying to tell the future. So this lot of people also includes the monthly prognostic. Well, what does that mean? People who are prognosticating by the month? Doesn't make any sense. But if you look in the original language, it says, "Let now the astrologers, stargazers, and the Hodesh prognosticators stand up." Meaning the people who are prognosticating, i.e. trying to predict false prophets by the Hodesh. It's not month. This is important to understand. We're going to keep repeating this point. Hodesh is not month. It means something else. It means a star station, or I should say a sun station, when the sun is in a particular constellation. That period of time is a Hodesh. And people who are trying to predict based on the Hodesh, and the astrologers and the stargazers, all these people are lumped into one group. That's why this is called, well, and again, in English, it's a poor translation. Hodesh doesn't mean month. It doesn't make sense to say monthly prognosticators. It does make sense if you're saying Hodesh prognosticators, because Hodesh has to do with the constellations. But this point of this verse is that it's linking Hodesh, the word Hodesh, to constellations. People who are doing stuff with the stars, astrologers, and prognosticating, they are using, the word Hodesh is connected to this group of people. So that's a very important point. It's not to do with the lunar month. It's not to do with our concept of a month. It has to do with constellations. That's one. 2 Kings 23, verse 4 through 5, another very important verse. And the king commanded Hilkiah the high priest and the priests of the second order and the keepers of the door to bring forth out the temple of the Lord all the vessels that were made for Baal and for the grove and for all the host of heaven. And he burned them without Jerusalem in the fields of Kidron and carried the ashes from them unto Bethel. And he put down the idolatrous priests whom the kings of Judah had ordained to burn incense in the high places in the city of Judah and in the places around about Jerusalem, them also that burn incense to Baal, to the sun, and to the moon, and to the planets, and to all the host of heaven. Now, planets here is a mistranslation. Let's look at the original language. The word that is translated as planets is actually Mazalah. Does that sound familiar to you? Do you remember Mazarot? It's the same thing. It's pointing to that understanding, the constellations. Think about it. People were burning incense to Baal, to the sun, to the moon, and to what else? To the constellations, to the forms in the sky that they were attributing names to. Oh, look, it's the ram. And, if you sacrifice to the ram, you're going to get, whatever, a certain benefit in your flock. That kind of stuff. Not the planets. This is Mazalah, meaning Mazarot, meaning constellations. That's the root word that it comes from. So people were very much aware of constellations, of the procession of the sun through the constellations, as you'll see, of the procession of the equinoxes, how the constellations themselves moved over a very long period of time, of the constellation forms, that they had forms. Obviously, there were original forms that God created, but again, he didn't make that so you could worship them. It's for beauty and for timekeeping, so that you can understand, oh, okay, the sun is in this particular constellation. So I know when the Hodesh is. I know when this period of time is, because there's 12 Hodeshes, or constellations, that the sun moves through every year, like clockwork. Very fascinating. But now let's look up this word, Mazalah, in the lexicon, and this is going to be a great lexicon that I highly recommend. It's called Gesenius's Hebrew lexicon. Gesenius was a Hebrew scholar, I believe, in the 19th or 18th century, German Hebrew scholar, one of the top Hebrew scholars, and his lexicon, his commentary is really valuable. His commentary on Hebrew words is very valuable. So we're going to look up this word and we're going to look at the commentary and what he says. The Hebrews gave this name to the 12 signs of the zodiac, called in Arab, the circle of palaces. These were imagined to be the lodging places of the sun during the 12 months. And they rendered to them a superstitious worship. Now, this is what happened, of course, with the paganization of the system. But notice what he says. We're talking one of the top Hebrew people who were putting together the Hebrew lexicon in the last 200 years. They imagined to be the lodging places of the sun during the 12 months. Well, again, they didn't have concept of months. Hodesh was what we translated as month, but Hodesh means a sun station, if you want to think of it that way. I'm just going to keep calling it that. It is the time period that the sun is within a particular constellation. Because there's 12 constellations, there are 12 Hodeshes during the year. Exactly. No intercalation needed. Now, of course, from our view, thousands of years later, with the pagan system we're in, we think of it as, oh, that's how they counted their months. Well, months, it's a fine concept. It's not a month. Month is an invented construct to divide the year. God has divided the year already for you with the constellations, because it's all related to agriculture, as you'll see, and to life, and to the cycle and the dance of life that we're in, which is really beautiful. The rabbis called the individual signs something, and the circle of them something else. I can't read Hebrew, but compared to all the things we talked about, this is basically talking about the constellations, not the planets. Do you see how it's a mistranslation to say it's planets in the KJV? Now, another thing I want to point you to is something interesting is the gospel in the stars. And I'm not all about the gospel in the stars, but I do want to present it to you. And we're going to talk about it in just a second, but it's interesting. The idea of seeing the gospel message in the stars was popularized by the writings of E.W. Bollinger and J.A. Seiss during the 1800s. Here's a brief outline of the usual zodiac interpretation. So they're using, the pagan zodiac, but nonetheless, let's see what they say. Virgo is the Virgin Mary. Libra is the scales, sin must be paid for. Scorpius is the sting of the scorpion that brings death, like sin. Sagittarius is the archer, which represents maybe Satanism or demonism. Capricorn is the corruption of the earth because it's a goat fish. Aquarius is pouring out water, which is the flood. Pisces is God's remnant. Aries, the ram, is the sacrifice. Taurus is the bull, which is the resurrection. Some of these are interesting. They fit in the lion is the king. They're interesting. And a lot of people have talked about this. Early writings on the subject went into great detail regarding different parts of the constellations, so that practically every star was assigned a special meaning. So people get really into this, which is, like I said, I'm not for this. I just think it's interesting. The gospel message may have well been purposely written in the skies by the Lord. It's possible. I don't know if we would be able to discern that, but it's possible. In that case, perhaps the star signs served as memory aids before scripture was available. It's possible, and some people have criticized it as well. This is from, I believe this is Answers in Genesis. The Gospel and the Stars Theory. One theory proposed by the 19th century was that the constellations represent the vestiges of a primal gospel that God gave to early man. We call this view the Gospel and the Stars. According to this theory, God presented his full plan of salvation to Adam. And either Adam or his early descendants preserved that knowledge by naming the constellations and stars. With the coming of the written word of God, the gospel message in the stars was no longer needed and faded from use. With the passage of time, ungodly men perverted the original gospel in the stars, mingling it with pagan mythology and ultimately turning it into a religion of astrology, which again, part of this is true. God created the constellations and the pagans renamed them. We still use that system today and we call it the zodiac. But it's not the zodiac, it's the constellations. They're designed for timekeeping. There's problems with this, of course. The English woman Frances Rolleston supposedly rediscovered this long hidden truth and published her work 140 years ago in something called Mazaroth. See, she used the word for the constellations, the Hebrew word. Many authors since then have uncritically accepted Rolleston's work. And of course, there's a lot of problems with her work. And a quick response would be the following. The gospel was a mystery. That's what the gospel tells us in the New Testament, that the gospel is a mystery. 1 Corinthians 2 verse 7. We're going to go to ESV for this. But we impart a secret and hidden wisdom of God, which God decreed before the ages for our glory. So the gospel was a secret until it was revealed through Christ. Ephesians 3 verse 8 through 12. To me, though I am the very least of the saints, this grace was given to preach to the Gentiles the unsearchable riches of Christ, and to bring to light for everyone what is the plan of mystery hidden for the ages in God, who created all things so that through the church the manifold wisdom of God might now be made known to the rulers and authorities in heavenly places. So it's being made known now. This was according to the eternal purpose that he realized in Christ Jesus our Lord. So all of these things were hidden until the New Testament. It was a mystery that was revealed. Ephesians 6 verse 19. And also for me that words may be given to me in opening my mouth boldly to proclaim the mystery of the gospel. The gospel was a mystery. Colossians 4 verse 3. At the same time, pray for us also that God may open to us a door for the word to declare the mystery of Christ, on account of which I am a prisoner in prison. Mystery of Christ. So the New Testament teaches that the gospel is a mystery. It's being revealed. It was revealed through Christ, but it was also a mystery until that point in time. Nobody really knew what was God going to do. What was he going to do? Nobody could believe that God actually became man and sacrificed himself for appeasing his own justice and offering a way for forgiveness. That was a profound mystery, and that was revealed in the incarnation. Now, of course, it was announced in Genesis 3 that there would be a Messiah that would come, but the full extent of that mystery was hidden. It was hidden for the ages. Nobody really knew what would happen exactly. Romans 16, verse 25 to 26. Now to him who is able to strengthen you according to my gospel and the preaching of Jesus Christ, according to the revelation of the mystery that was kept secret for long ages, but has now been disclosed, and through the prophetic writings has been made known to all nations, according to the command of the eternal God, to bring about the obedience of faith. 1 Peter chapter 1, verse 10 through 12. Concerning this salvation, the prophets who prophesied about the grace that was to be yours searched and inquired carefully, inquiring what person or time the Spirit of Christ in them was indicating when he predicted the sufferings of Christ and the subsequent glories. It was revealed to them that they were serving not themselves but you and the things that have now been announced to you through those who preach the good news to you by the Holy Spirit sent from heaven, things to which angels long to look. The prophets, the angels, nobody knew what was going to happen. The revelation of Christ was a profound revelation that God became man and died on a cross, mind you, and resurrected. That's a profound revelation, but that was hidden for ages. 1 Corinthians 2, verse 8. None of the rulers of this age understood this, for if they had known, they would have not crucified the Lord of glory. True. If they had known, they would have repented and had faith. The crucifixion wouldn't have happened if God had revealed himself to everyone. Which, by the way, that's another proof point of election and reprobation and all these things. But that's another can of worms. What's the point? The point is that the heavens declare the glory of God, that all things point to Christ. There are many things that we don't know and probably won't know on this side of heaven that also we wouldn't have known until the New Testament. Just like many types of Christ, like there's Joseph, Moses, the bronze serpent in the wilderness, David, all these things, they didn't know at that time that they were a type for Christ necessarily. They weren't cognizant maybe of the full extent of that. And we see that now with better revelation. So too, the gospel itself wasn't fully known until it was finally revealed through Christ. The New Testament is the key for everything. And God is intentional about everything. We know that in Colossians 1:16 it says, "For by him all things were created in heaven and on earth, visible and invisible, whether thrones and dominions or rulers or authorities, all things were created through him and for him." Meaning everything was designed anyway to point to Christ. So is it possible that the constellations pointed to the gospel, to what Christ would do? It's possible, for sure. I'm not against that. But at the same time, the narrow road is this. It's not drifting to the side of saying, well, no, there's no such thing as constellations, or those are pagan, or, that's impossible that they could be pointing to Christ. That's one side that is dismissive. Just like with the Sabbath, saying, oh, we don't need to worship anymore. We don't need to worship on the seventh day. We don't need to rest on the seventh day. It's done away with. It's dismissive. Then there's the side that says, well, you see, this star means this, and then that one is all about this. And then they get into legalism. Do you see the same pattern of error? That's dismissing the fact that the gospel says, look, this wasn't fully revealed until the New Testament through Christ. So if you're trying to go back to the stars and say, see, this was actually there all along, that's not what the Bible tells you. It says it was hidden. So this is the narrow road in how to walk things. Psalm 19:1 says, the heavens declare the glory of God. Day to day pours out speech, and night to night reveals knowledge. There is no speech, nor are there words whose voice is not heard. Creation is speaking to you about the glory of God every single day. Their voice goes through all of the earth, and their words to the end of the world. In them he has set a tent for the sun. Isn't that an interesting statement? Which comes out like a bridegroom leaving his chamber, and like a strong man runs its course with joy. Now we're going to look at the original language for course, because it says runneth a race. The word for, where is it? Run, it rejoices in a strong man out of his chamber to run a race. I believe this is the word for path. Yeah, it's like a traveler, a troop. It's a circuit that the sun is running here. And basically the point is that he's going forth from end of the heaven, and there it is here. His going forth is from end of one heaven. It's hard to tell with all these Strong's Concordances numbers here, and his circuit unto the ends of it. Tekupa. His circuit unto the ends of it. And there is nothing hid from the heat thereof. So the sun has a circuit. In the ESV, of course, I think it translates. Yeah, it does translate circuit. So good job, ESV. Its rising is from the end of the heavens, and its circuit to the end of them. And there's nothing hidden from its heat. So its circuit is from one end of the heavens to the other. The heavens declare the glory of God. Now, there's an interesting word here when it says proclaim. Let's see if the King James does it. The heavens declare the glory of God. The word here is safar, which is the word for recounting. Not just like declaring, but it's recounting to you. It's recounting the glory of God. It's telling a story. And of course that makes sense. That interpretation makes sense because the rest of this is telling you day to day pours out speech and night to night reveals knowledge. Meaning as you pay attention to the natural world, it reveals to you things. Certainly it reveals to you things about God's character, God's, nature, maybe even God's plan in the stars, who knows, but ultimately it's not important. It's possible because all things were made for him and through him, and everything points to Christ in some way and glorifies God. But that's not the point. The point is that paying attention to the natural systems is revealing to you certain important things. And one of those is that God did not use months in the way that we use them. He has 12 constellations, and those divide the solar year into 12 exact periods of time. They're not all 30 days. Some of them are shorter, some are longer, because the constellations are different sizes. You're going to learn about that in just a second. So they're not periods of exact 30 days, 31 days, whatever. They are periods relating to the constellations, and they relate to the agricultural season as well, because it's based on what the equinoxes, and the moon also factors in as a second witness. It's all very fascinating. But if I were to give you a picture of what this looks like, it looks like this. This is what it looks like. Now, if you're listening to this, I guess just go watch the video and go to this particular part in the video and you'll see it. Or you could see it on the cover of the video because I put it on the cover. This is what it is. So when it says, comes out like a bridegroom leaving his chamber and like a strong man runs his course with joy, its rising is from one end of the heavens and its circuit to the end of them, and there is nothing hidden from its heat. What is that really telling you? Well, it's telling you this. It's telling you that the sun moves through these constellations. Here's the first 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then it starts to come back because the constellations, you have constellations all around you. So it rises in different parts of the sky over time because the constellations are moving. There's a sidereal day. There are things that are working together in movement. And that leads to, I'll show you a video of how this works in just a second. We'll look at it. Somebody used a program to show this, which is very interesting. But it rises through these different constellations. After a period of time, it goes, and then it comes back through its circuit to the beginning where it originally rose. And this is one exact year, divided by 12 exact periods. They're not all the same length, which is important because you can see these constellations look different. And when they're in the sky, they take different times that the sun is, some of them are a little bit longer, so the sun is in that constellation longer, if that makes sense. But this is the actual calendar. One of these is a Hodesh. One of these little segments, it's a Hodesh, is when the sun is in a particular constellation. And they used the moon as a second witness. We'll explain how that works. But nonetheless, this is the system. And it's a very complicated and beautiful system, but it's actually very in tune with the natural order because that's what it is. It's around life and agriculture and everything else. It's not imposed on with just arbitrary months and days and all the stuff that we use today. In Job 38, verse 32 to 33, this is the part that the word was left untranslated. Can you lead forth the Mazzaroth in their season? Or can you guide the bear with its children? So God is actually revealing to you here the name of one of these constellations is the bear, according to God. He's talking about the Mazzaroth. Can you lead them in their season? It's very important. Or can you guide the bear with its children? It's talking about one of the Mazzaroth being the bear with its children. Very interesting. This is in Job. This is God speaking. In ancient times, they had different names for these constellations, and obviously these have long been forgotten. But nonetheless, the constellations existed. They were created by God, and they were even named by God. He had a name for them. Of course, we don't know those names. That's why it's not important to obsess over, well, this constellation means this, and there's the gospel and that. You have the word of God as the gospel. Most likely, there's some meaning and intention behind the constellations. Nothing God does is just kind of haphazard. He has a name and a meaning and an intention for everything. Some things is not for us to know, at least not on this side of eternity. But nonetheless, they are there. Now, very interesting is that in Revelation 22, verse 2, the vision of the river of life says this: through the middle of the street of the city, also on either side of the river, the tree of life with its 12 kinds of fruit, yielding in its fruit each month, yielding its fruit every month, basically, one fruit for each month, or actually I should say yielding the fruit every month. It's more accurate. So the tree of life at the end of time, the vision that John has, is 12 kinds of fruit. Every month it's yielding a fruit. Meaning, what? That there are 12 months according to God, because he revealed to John 12 periods of time. Now, we're going to get into why it says month here and what that means, because the understanding of a Hodesh has been long forgotten by the time that John was writing Revelation. But nonetheless, there's no 13th month. That's, again, another proof text that there's 12 systems of 12. God is very consistent. 12 constellations, 12 apostles, right? 1 Chronicles 27, verse 15. If we go back in time now, and we look at the military divisions that were outlined, this is military divisions. It tells you what were the military divisions according to each month. But if you look at the original language, what does the original language say for month? Month has been translated for Hodesh. So these are the military divisions for Hodesh. So it's telling you 9th for the 9th month was so-and-so. 10th for the 10th month was Maharai. This is in Chronicles. This is centuries and centuries and centuries before Christ. Long time ago. How many do they have? Let's see. 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. Do you see a 13th month there? Well, you should if there is a lunar Sabbath being used to calculate the moon and calculate all these things with lunar intercalation and 13th month. You should be able to see that, but you don't, because there's only 12 sections. Now, we translate this as a month with our English, but it's actually Hodesh. It's actually the sun station and the constellation, because there's only 12 of them. 12th for the 12th Hodesh was such and such. So there's 12. 12, 12, 12. Now, I want to look at this example I was telling you with this...
The equinox, simply by looking at the
this guy.
movements
Okay,
of the
so
heavenly
watch, he's
bodies.
going to...
This is stellarium.
This is the program.
Okay, this is the sun here. And what we're going to see is the sun is going to come down, and it's going to go down above this bush. Little bushes here, big bush here, this middle bush. I'll just play it so you can see this bit of it anyway. Okay.
So watch, he's going to make it work now.
You can download this piece of software and you can use...
Now, do you see the constellation here? These are the constellations. You can have this program Stellarium. I didn't bother to download it because I didn't want to learn how to use it. But the constellations, here are the constellations. It outlines them for you. Now, of course, you don't see the constellations during the daytime. That's why this program is valuable. Now, they didn't have Stellarium 2,500 to 3,000 years ago. So what did they have? They had the moon. So when the moon came up and it was nighttime, you could see what constellation was and the horizon, so that you know when the sun came up, oh, it's in that constellation. That's how the moon factors into this. Very fascinating, but watch.
It's free, and you can use this to track the heavenly bodies. Okay, so the sun goes down. Now, what you're going to see, and you've got to remember when you're looking at this and when you see the other examples, when the sun's in the sky, you see it's got like a nighttime background to it here, so you can see the constellations. But when the sun's in the sky, you can't actually see the constellations. That'll be important.
What I just said.
We see the sun going down here, and as it continues with the day, what we're going to see is the moon come overhead, and the moon is going to go down in exactly the same place. During this time of the day, when the moon's in the sky, you would be able to see the constellations. Okay, so here it is. And the moon will follow the exact same path across the sky on the day of the equinox alone as the sun did. Okay, and what we're expecting is for it to go down behind this bush here.
See the moon?
And there you go. That's how you know the day of the equinox, when that happens. You don't need the stick or anything. See, the equinox is important.
Remember, the suns or the stars rise and set too. So everything is moving. We live in an amazing clock, let's put it that way. And by discerning where the sun in what constellation it is, you can tell the period of time that you're in. Because there's only 12 constellations. And the sun only goes at a specific rate, meaning you know exactly what Hodesh you're in, because there's only 12, and that's an exact clock without any intercalation, if that makes any sense.
But it doesn't mark the beginning of anything. I'll show you why the equinox is important. Okay,
so anyway, very interesting stuff. Now there's some other things that I want to look at, which is the Catholic Church was all about this. If you know about the old cathedrals, how the Catholic Church was obsessed with tracking the sun in the constellations, which is very interesting because they know the truth. This is Cassini's sun calendar in the Basilica of San Petronio. In this sun calendar, a hole in the ceiling of the cathedral projects a shaft of sunlight onto this bronze strip on the pavement below, which is engraved with the days of the year and the signs of the zodiac. The Basilica of San Petronio is in Bologna, Italy. We're going to look a little more at this. So you can see there's this little thing to track where the sun is, and it also has the zodiac. This is some pictures of it. We'll read about this in just a second. Strangers still, on either side of this brass line, words and celestial images have been carved directly into the rock. This is in a Catholic basilica. There are the 12 signs of the zodiac interspersed among Roman numerals and references to solstices. Interesting. There's Aquarius, the water bearer, Capricorn, Sagittarius, Pisces. At first glance, these symbols seem pagan, even sacrilegious, as if the astral remnants of an older belief system that somehow survived beneath their feet and beyond the gaze of the daily worshippers. Yet these symbols are not there to cast horoscopes, let alone spells. They are there for the purposes of church administration and astronomical science, because they know the truth. This cathedral, the Basilica di San Petronio, Bologna, Italy, also doubles as a solar observatory. At one point, one of the most accurate in the world. Isn't that interesting? And these signs of the zodiac are part of an instrument for measuring solstices. The beast knows the truth, folks. You have to understand that the last 500 years of astronomy was ruled by the Vatican, since the Counter-Reformation, mind you. That was one of the fruits of the Counter-Reformation, is an attack on God's cosmology, among many other attacks, but one of them is the attack on cosmology. Most of the astronomers in the last 500 years were Catholic. The Big Bang was created by a Jesuit named George Lemaitre. So you need to understand that this is not a conspiracy theory. The Vatican owns the largest telescope called Lucifer, conveniently enough, and they really lobbied to get it on a particular plot of land, which was used to be Indian holy ground, Mount Graham, here in Arizona where I live. They lobbied the Indians, and the Indians fought them tooth and nail because it was holy ground, because they believed there were portals there. The Vatican insisted to have their Lucifer telescope built on this Mount Graham. You wonder why? Because they know the truth of the cosmology we live in, and they're trying to do something and figure it out and plan. Who knows what they're trying to plan? But they know the truth, and they've known the truth for a while. But look at the pictures. There's the symbols of the zodiac. It's got like this place where it tracks the light of the sun in accordance with the various positions and solstices and things. And so they understand the relationship of what's going on. There's a lot to be said on this particular topic of the Catholic Church and its understanding of the celestial bodies and how they factor into actual usage of the calendar. Of course, they give you the pagan calendar, but they know the truth. This is the Milan Duomo Meridian sundial. And you can look this up. So these are just pictures, but look at that. See, here's the light, where the light will go, and there's the various constellations. Of course, they name them after the pagan zodiac, but this is what it's at. And this is a huge, huge old basilica. Look at that. All the constellations. Very interesting, isn't it? Here's another one. Mystical Solstice event in Florence. Solstice event. Let's see. What's the solstice event that's very mystical? Look at this. This is another, again, it's, I forget what church it is. But it's one of these, it's a basilica, it's a type of cathedral in Florence. And look at the circle at the bottom with all the constellations. You can kind of barely make them out, but they're there. Like Pisces, let's see if I can get a better shot. Here it is. Here's Pisces. Here's the various Taurus, if you can kind of see it. It's hard to make out, but this is Cancer, I believe, the crab. And the sun is right on that particular constellation that we call today Cancer, the crab. So they have been using these things for a long time because they know the truth. This is hidden from you. I'm not saying like Gnostic knowledge, but this is the original calendar, which is using the sun in relation to the constellations to determine what period of the year you are in. I'm not going to say month because month is a pagan invention. It's a tool that we used, and it's been just created out of thin air. It doesn't have a relation to anything. The true relation is the period of time that the sun takes to go through a particular constellation. And that period of time, it differs. Every period, they're not all the same. Some of them are longer, some of them are shorter. That's why it's so interesting. But that is really interesting. The point is this. Constellations have a purpose. They were made with a purpose. They're not pagan. The zodiac is pagan, but the constellations are not pagan. They're made by God. They're beautiful. And they just reveal his glory and his genius in this amazing clock that we live in. It's a beautiful clock. And the constellations have a distinct purpose. When God put the stars in the firmament, he created the constellations. People didn't just look up at the stars and say, oh, that kind of looks like a bear and, let's call it the bear. No, he intended for the constellations to be in particular forms for beauty and for signs and for timekeeping. So that when you look at this, imagine if the stars, let's put it this way, because God is relational. God is relational. He's very relational, and you have to have a relationship with nature in order to understand the natural clock. Imagine if the stars were just evenly placed. There's no form to them whatsoever. They're just evenly placed, like a disco ball kind of, but slightly spread out in the sky. There's no constellations. How would you tell what part of the year you're in? Do you see the problem? You couldn't. You need forms that are distinct in order to understand, oh, okay, we're in the Hodesh of the bear now, or we're in this second Hodesh or the third Hodesh. That's how you know, because they're distinct. Do you see the point? God created distinction in the forms and shapes of the stars through constellations. So they're not pagan, they're not evil. The constellations create a circuit for the sun to use that perfectly divides the solar year exactly into 12 parts without the need to intercalate exactly every single time. And you're always on time. Fascinating. The lunar year and the lunar months are not supported by scripture. They lead to all sorts of problems. They lead to intercalation. The moon has a role to play. We're going to look at that. But it's as a second witness. It's not as a primary witness. The sun is the primary witness. It's the greater light. The stars are the backdrop. And the moon, as you'll see in a future part of this, is a second witness. So that's what it is about the constellations. We're going to go to the next part, which is the meaning of Hodesh. We're going to break down what Hodesh actually means. Okay, this is part 4, and it's called The Meaning of Hodesh. And now we're going to get into the nitty-gritty, because Hodesh, again, is a word that has been mistranslated with our understanding of the pagan calendar that we use today. Whereas Hodesh actually means something totally different, which is what we're going to find out today. Most places where you see the word month or new moon in Scripture is actually, the original word is Hodesh. We're going to learn what that is. Hebrews reckon time very differently, as hopefully you're learning by now, compared to the Greeks, the Romans, the Babylonians, who used lunar calendations and months and intercalations. They weren't with the natural seasons, because God had revealed that to the Hebrews and the Israelites when they came out of the Exodus. He set the calendar for them and said, look, this is how things work in reality, so that you are in alignment with time and you have the perfect calendar. He gave that to them. He revealed that wisdom to them. The other pagan cultures didn't have that. They were trying to figure out what the moon, they didn't get it. They didn't understand the relationship. So Hodesh is unique to Hebrew thought, and specifically before Babylon. But of course the word Hodesh is used after Babylon as well. But Babylon started to introduce some things like evening to evening reckoning, traditions of men, synagogues, lunar stuff, more festivities that were never added by God. The rabbinic system, basically. And also names for months. As you'll soon see, people started to name months after Babylon, whereas God never gave months names. Or I should say, he never gave names for Hodesh, for the periods of time that the sun is in the various constellations. Interesting. Very, very interesting. But let's look at a few examples. Exodus 12, verse 1 through 2. The Lord says to Moses and Aaron, actually I'm going to do this KJV with the Strong's numbers, and the Lord spoke unto Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, saying, this month, i.e. this Hodesh, shall be unto you the beginning of Hodeshes, or Hodeshim. It shall be the first Hodesh of the year to you. Not month, but Hodesh. Numbers 28:14. And their drink offering shall be half a hin of wine unto bullock, and the third of a hin unto a ram, and the fourth of a hin unto a lamb. This is the burnt offering every Hodesh. Let me scroll up. Every Hodesh. Oops, Hodesh, there it is. Throughout the months, i.e. Hodesh or Hodeshim, of the year. So this is what is translated to month, but this is not what we understand as month. Very interesting. 1 Samuel 20, verse 5. And David said unto Jonathan, behold, tomorrow is the new moon. Wait a minute. That says Hodesh. I thought Hodesh was month. Well, this is the problem. And I should not fail to sit with the king at meat, and let me go, that I may hide myself in the field unto the third day even. So tomorrow is the Hodesh, meaning the beginning of the Hodesh, is what David was actually saying. Tomorrow is the next Hodesh, not the new moon, not the month, but the next Hodesh. People knew timekeeping and what Hodeshes were. Isaiah 47:13, we just looked at this, but again, if you compare the ESV, for example, to the KJV, here's what ESV says. You're wearied with your many counsels, let them stand forth and save you, those who divide the heavens, who gaze at the stars, who at the new moons make known what shall come upon you. Now, KJV translates that as monthly prognosticators, but the original word is Hodesh, as we saw before, meaning people who are prognosticating according to the constellations and the position of the sun. That's what it's really saying here. But because of translator bias thousands of years later, being in the pagan system, and also deception, thinking that the Jews were reckoning time by the moon, because that's what happened after Babylon, and the Jews still do that today, because they're Babylonian in their traditions. They don't actually carry the real calendar that God gave to Moses and the Israelites. They use an invented calendar, a Babylonian calendar. But because they think that must be, because the Jews of today do it, that must be how the Jews back then did it, so this is having to do with the new moon and moon stuff, which is not. It's not at all. This monthly prognosticator's Hodesh has to do with the station of the sun in a constellation. And again, ESV translates it to new moon. Those who at the new moons make known, well, which one is it? Is KJV right, monthly? Is ESV right with new moons? Or is the original language right, which is Hodesh? And Hodesh is something that is not something that we use today anymore. Very interesting. Now compare this in Colossians 2 verse 16, where it says, "Let no man therefore judge you in meat or in drink or in respect to a holiday or of that of a new moon." Nomenia. That's only one occurrence in Greek in the New Testament. Nomenia. Or of the Sabbath. Now we looked at this verse in a previous episode as to what it's actually talking about. It's not talking about the actual Sabbath here. But nonetheless, nomenia. Used only one time. Translators saw this, nomenia, and thought it was new moon. But the problem is the Greeks didn't have a concept for Hodesh. Remember, the Greek timekeeping was having to do with the moon and lunar calendar and trying to figure out how to intercalate every so often, this many days to catch up with the actual year. They were just like the Romans, just like the Babylonians. They were using lunar factors for their months. They didn't have a concept for what a Hodesh was. Nobody did. This is unique to the Hebrews because it's the real calendar that God revealed to them. So when this was written, the closest thing to a Hodesh was the new moon, nomenia. It's only used once. And people thought, well, this means, it must be new moon. It must be just people were reckoning by the moon. But it doesn't really mean that. It's not referring to new moon. It's referring to really the Hodesh. But again, there's no word in Greek to encompass that concept. But what is this talking about? It's talking about, let no one pass judgment on you, feast days, holidays, Sabbath meaning holiday, not the actual Sabbath, or nomenia, really, which is like the beginning of a Hodesh. People who are trying to be legalistic in Paul's time and try to observe all these various feasts, like the Torah keepers today. Oh, the Enoch calendar, all the feast days are on exactly the same time. There you go. You can celebrate them now. You're not obligated to do that anymore. That's the old system. That's what this is talking about. But new moon is just not the best. It's not the perfect word because they weren't doing things by the new moon. As you'll soon see more and more, they were doing things according to the constellations. Now, reckoning was always around the natural cycles. The Hebrews reckoned everything in relationship to the crops and to the cycle of life, when things were sprouting, when things were coming out of the ground. It was about listening to the environment, paying attention, listening to God, having a relationship, developing relationships with God, with the natural world that God created, and paying attention to the sun, paying attention to the moon, having a relationship with those. Not again that you're worshiping them, but paying attention, being intimately involved in the creation. That's what the calendar and reckoning was like, at least until they hit Babylon. Now in Exodus 24 verse 13 it says, the month of Abib. It says, thou shalt keep the feast of unleavened bread, and thou shalt eat unleavened bread 7 days, as I commanded thee in the time appointed of the month Abib. Now this seems like they have month names, and that God is giving them names for the months, and they have, various months that they name throughout the year. But this is not true. Again, this is projecting our own calendation and understanding of time onto people, 3,000 years ago. For in it thou camest out of Egypt, and none shall appear before me empty. Very important. So now, this whole month of Abib, what's it about? Well, again, in the original language, it says the Hodesh of Abib. And Abib is an interesting word. We're going to look at that in just a second. But this was after the equinox, which is very important. And the equinox is, again, for astronomical purposes, the equinox is when there is equal day and night. So there's a particular time, both in the spring and in the fall, where the day and the night are equal. As the season gets warmer, the day gets longer. After the fall equinox, it comes back to neutral, and then the night gets longer. So it oscillates day and night, yin and yang. Look, don't throw a stone at me when I say yin and yang, because ultimately God created light and darkness. It says so in the very first book of the Bible. God created the dance of life. God created duality. God created all these beautiful things that oscillate and live and move from light to dark, from dark to light. It is the enemy that has taken these things and perverted them for his own use and to deceive people. So it's true. There is a oscillation of light and dark throughout the year. The whole idea of a yin and yang in that sense is very true. It's a natural observation. Now, using that to try to, tell the future and all the other things that the Chinese have done, that's not right. That's the enemy trying to divine, like the stargazers in Babylon. Same thing. But God created light and he shapes darkness. So what is the point? The equinox is kind of the marking of when the season gets warmer or when it gets cooler. Now, right after the equinox is when things sprout and come to life and eventually the harvest. The equinox is when things would ripen. And although it's not used for time reckoning in the sense like the years from equinox to equinox, it's related to the agricultural season because it tells you when the things ripen. Right after the equinox, things ripen. That's the whole point. And right after the fall equinox, they ripen again. It's the fall harvest. We'll talk about this later, but there's a naming sequence of the full moons, like the harvest moon, which has to do with this. Keep that in mind. Very important. But the spring equinox is the first harvest, and the fall equinox is the second harvest. When the Israelites were released from Egypt, it was around the time of the equinox, after the equinox. And that was that was the beginning of their year, is when life started, around that time. And the month of Abib has to do with crops ripening. The name Abib is not a proper name for a month or a Hodesh. It is the Hodesh of things ripening. Actually, we're going to read about that in just a second. But let's read a little more about Exodus. This is the next verse. And the feast of harvest, the first fruits of thy labors, which thou hast sown in the field, at the feast of ingathering, which is at the end of the year, when thou hast gathered in thy labors and out of the land of the field. So again, what is happening here? Let's read this in full plain text in ESV. You shall keep the feast of unleavened bread. When do you keep that? You keep it in the month of Abib, for in that you came out of Egypt. We're going to break this month of Abib down in just a second, but this was around the springtime, the equinox, when they were released from bondage, just like when Jesus was crucified in the springtime and released us from bondage through the cross. But then God also outlines the feast of ingathering in verse 16, where he talks about the feast of the harvest, which is what? Of the first fruits of your labor. When is that? When you gather in from the field of the fruit of your labor at the end of the year, meaning at the end of the agricultural season, in the fall, after the equinox. That's the 2 points of the agricultural season. And this is going to make more and more sense as we go into this. But again, look at this diagram. Look at this diagram. You have 2 seasons. We're going to come back to this over and over again. You have 2 seasons. That's why I have a red arrow and a cold arrow, or a blue arrow. It gets hotter and hotter and hotter. That's the warm season. And then it gets colder and colder and colder. That's the cool season. Biblical calendar, the true calendar doesn't have 4 seasons. It has 2 seasons. It has the hot one. It has the cold one. You only have 2 equinoxes. The equinox tells you when it starts to get hotter, because the days are even. Now it's going to get hotter. Then the equinox tells you when it gets colder after the equinox, because that's the end point for the harvest to basically be done. After that, there's no point in planting anything because everything's going to die. Of course, you have the solstice too, when the days start to get shorter in between these two. But the point is that you have 2 seasons. You have a warming up and a cooling down. And you'll see that in the Bible over and over again. But nonetheless, you have the Feast of the Unleavened Bread and the Feast of Ingathering at the harvest. God is outlining to you the agricultural year and the natural calendar. This is summarized again later in Exodus 34, verse 22. You shall observe the Feast of Weeks, the first fruits of the wheat harvest, and the Feast of Ingathering at the year's end. But notice again that this is poor translation. It says year's end. This is not true, because the Feast of Booths, or Sukkot, was in the 7th month. We know that from Leviticus 23, verse 34. Speak to the people of Israel, saying, on the 15th day of this 7th month, and for 7 days is the Feast of Booths to the Lord. So this is the Feast of Booths that was on the 7th month. If we go back to Exodus 34:22, when it's translated, the first fruits of the wheat harvest, the Feast of Ingathering, or the Feast of Booths, at the year's end. The year doesn't end in the 7th Hodesh. It ends in the 12th Hodesh. You see how the translation is off? That's not when the Feast of Ingathering is. It's not the year's end. So very important, because ultimately the translators who translated this particular topic of time reckoning and calendation is really tough. There's a lot of misinformation. And so you're going to run into a lot of translation issues in the English. So unless you have people who can study the original language and really break it down, it's really tough to find the truth. So what's really happening with this? Well, the equinoxes determine the agricultural cycles. After the fall equinox, the year begins to end, and the sun comes back through the constellations. Compare this to 2 Samuel 11, verses 1. In the spring of the year, the time when kings go out to battle, David sent Joab and his servants with him, which, by the way, an interesting parallel to Jesus' life. Kings go out to battle. Jesus destroyed the power of death and went out to battle spiritually through the cross. And they ravaged the Ammonites and besieged Rabbah, and David remained at Jerusalem. So there is a time where people go out to battle, but in the ESV, you don't really get a sense of that. If I look at a more literal translation, like Young's literal translation, and it says, it came to pass at the revolution of the year. Isn't that interesting that it says that? At the time of the going out of the messengers. Whereas the ESV says, in the spring of the year, the time when kings go out to battle. You don't get a sense at all of how they're reckoning time. But in the literal translation, the Young's literal, which again, none of these are perfect translations, but they're good for certain things. This one in this case is a useful translation, because it says, and it cameth to pass at the revolution of the year. What are they talking about? Well, they're talking about this. If we go back to the diagram, they're talking about this. When is the turning of the year? When the sun comes back through the last 6 constellations. It gets really, really, really hot. Then it comes back around and it gets really cold. Then it starts to get really, really hot, and it comes back. So there's a turning of the year that they recognized, of the sun going through these various star stations, with the equinox telling you when the day and night was even, and then it starts to get warmer because the year is warming up, and the day and night being even again, and it starts to get colder because the night is increasing. And so the year is coming to an end. It's turning, it's revolving. What's the right word? The revolution is coming around again, but in the other way. Does that make sense? So the turning of the year, the revolution of the year, is what they were looking at, because they were watching the year in relation to the stars. In the original language, let's see if I can find it. When the king's fourth, okay, here it is. Expired. After the year was expired. Was expired, they translate from the word teshuvah. So teshuvah is, if you remember actually from Rabbinic Judaism, they have 3 pillars of Rabbinic Judaism. One of them is teshuvah, which is, or teshuvah maybe, I don't know how to pronounce it correctly, but repentance. That word means to turn around. And that's the word that's being used in the original language. That's why the Young's literal translation translated to as the revolution of the year, when the sun repents or turns around and comes back through what? Through the constellation circle, through the 12 constellations, not the zodiac, but the constellations. Very, very interesting. So it's not expired. It's not when the year expires. This is a wrong translation for the KJV. And it's also not, ESV doesn't even say anything. It doesn't signal at all how these were basically reckoning time. It says in the spring of the year. Okay, what does that mean? But if it says they came forth at the revolution of the year, at the time of the going out of the messengers. Well, you compare that now with what ESV says is the spring, and you're starting to make a picture. Compare that to Exodus, and you start to make a picture and a case for what's going on. But now let's read some extra biblical evidence, which is very interesting. And this is the works of Philo, and he wrote on the life of Moses. And it's very interesting because he says some very revealing things that put all this together. Okay, here we go. Sometimes these are a little hard to find sometimes. It says, Moses put down the beginning of the vernal equinox as the first month of the year, attributing the chief honor, not as some persons do to the periodical revolutions of the year in the regard of time, but rather to the graces and beauties of nature which it has caused to shine upon men. For it is through the bounty of nature that the seeds which are sown to produce the necessary food of mankind are brought to perfection. In other words, Moses reckoned that the beginning of the vernal equinox, meaning the spring equinox, is the first month of the year. Why? Because that's when everything was brought to ripening in life. Because of the agricultural season, because it starts to get warmer. There's the spring rain and the latter rain, which we'll look at as well. And that was the beginning of the year. Now, Abib, we're going to look at Abib as well, because Abib is not what people think it is. It's not a proper name. Abib is talking about this exact process. Abib is really the name for ripening and for life coming forward. We'll look at that in just a second. But now let's look at Flavius Josephus. So that was Philo. This is Flavius Josephus. Okay. Upon the 15th day of the same month, when the season of the year is changing for winter, the law enjoins us to pitch tabernacles in every one of our houses. Do you notice the statement here? Upon the 15th day of the month, when the season of the year is changing to winter. What's the season? Fall? No, to winter. There's only 2 seasons. The law enjoins us to pitch tabernacles in every one of our houses. This is talking about the Feast of Ingathering, or the Feast of Booths. KJV translates it to at the end of the year, at the year's end. That's not when it's happening. The year's end would be, at the very end of the year. This is when the season begins to change for winter, because there's only 2 seasons. And by the 7th month, or the 7th Hodesh, I should say, you're now experiencing the autumnal equinox and the final harvest of the year, and gathering it in, giving the first fruits, setting up your booths. See how all this works? There's only 2 seasons. So what's the point? Biblical time reckoning only had 2 seasons, not 4. There's a hot season and a cool season. Life, death, yin and yang. Again, look, you got to divorce the idea that something like duality, sun and moon, light and shade, the yin and yang, the constellations, all these things are not pagan. God created them, and they're very good and beautiful. The problem is that people have appropriated them to things that they shouldn't have, and used them for divination, which they should not be doing. So you have to divorce that from what is actually there, which is really beautiful and interesting. God created the dance of life, and it is a marvel to behold. And the more you know about it, the more you just look around and you just marvel. You really do. But examples now of 2 seasons. Let's look at examples of 2 seasons in the Bible, because there's no examples of 4 seasons, I can tell you that. Genesis 8, verse 22. While the earth remains, seed time and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, day and night shall not cease. God is speaking. So what is he outlining? He's outlining to you 2 things. Cold and heat, summer and winter, day and night, harvest and seed time. There's 2 things. Not 4 seasons, but 2. Deuteronomy 11, verses 13 through 14. And if you indeed obey my commands that I command you today, to love the Lord your God and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul, he will give you the rain for your land in its season, the early rain and the later rain, that you may gather in your grain and your wine and your oil. How many rains are there? 2, 1 for each season. There's a season of rain and there's another season of rain. Psalm 74, verse 16 through 17. Yours is the day, yours also is the night. Okay, setting up a parallel. What else does he say? You have established the heavenly lights and the sun. So we have day and night, heavenly lights, and the sun. Now let's look at verse 17. You have fixed all the boundaries of the earth. You have made summer and winter. Parallelism, showing you two things. This and that is like this and that. How many seasons are there? Summer and winter, i.e. warm and cold. Those are the two seasons. Of course, they're gradually happening, but there's only two seasons. 2 and 2. God works in pairs. He made man in male and female, day and night. Everything is in twos. This is the dance of life. It's beautiful. So I named my podcast what I named it because it's really a beautiful thing. Don't read this with 21st century eyes. Don't say, oh, well, they just must have left out fall and winter. No. David was reckoning from the true calendar. When you read this, you have to remember that, because from our eyes, we say, oh, he probably just means like summer and winter. This is just poetic. No, there were only two seasons for David. Summertime, meaning like warmth, and winter, meaning the cold time. They didn't have, well, there's fall, then there's, spring. No, there's when life comes and when life drops away. That's it. Life and death. It's talking about two seasons. Proverbs 6, verse 7 through 8. Without having any grief, officer or ruler, she prepares her bread in the summer and gathers her food in the harvest. This is talking about the ant, I believe. But again, it's what is the ant doing? She prepares her bread in the summer and gathers her food in the harvest. So there is a summer that's happening, and there's also a winter. It's not explicitly mentioned here, but there's only two seasons. Proverbs 20, verse 4. The sluggard does not plow in autumn. He will seek at harvest and have nothing. There you go. Proof. There's a third season, autumn. Well, wait a minute. Not so fast. This is the ESV. Let's look at KJV. The sluggard will not plow by reason of the cold. Cold time. The translators translated it to autumn. Why? Because they have a bias. They live in the pagan system with 4 seasons and, named pagan months and 30-day and 31-day months that have nothing to do with anything. So when they're looking at this, oh, that's probably what they meant. Well, no. They're ignorant of the time reckoning that these people were using. So the KJV actually gets this one right in the sense that it tells you by reason of the cold. Whereas the ESV in this case, not so hot. Autumn. They didn't have autumn. Autumn did not exist for these people. Isaiah 18, verse 6, they shall all of them be left to the birds of the prey of the mountains and to the beasts of the earth. And the birds of prey will summer on them, and all the beasts of the earth will winter on them. Summer and winter. Hot season, cold season. Jeremiah 5, verse 23 through 24. But this people has a stubborn and rebellious heart. They have turned aside and gone away. They do not say in their hearts, let us fear the Lord our God, who gives the rain in its season, the autumn rain and the spring rain, and keeps for us the weeks appointed for the harvest. So God is keeping the calendar. It's God's calendar. But again, this is translated incorrectly. There's not autumn and spring rain. Let's see what the KJV has to say. Neither say in their heart, let us now fear the Lord, that he giveth the rain, both the former and the latter, in his season. It has nothing to do with spring or autumn. It's just former rain and latter rain. He reserveth unto us the appointed weeks of the harvest. But you see, the ESV, again, it's more modern, so it's probably like spring and autumn. No, that's not the truth. They didn't have spring or autumn. So, conclusions. Well, ancient people lived outside all day. They didn't have light pollution. They didn't have buildings. They didn't have the internet. They were outside every single day. They were watching what's going on. Intimately related to the heavens. They had an intimate relationship to the sky, to the earth, to what's going on all the time, to the cycles of life. During the day, you can't see the constellations, like we saw in that video, but at night, you don't see the sun, so you can see the constellations. And this is the point. This is how they dance with each other. The sun rises, you can't see anything because it's so bright, but you know where it's setting, and you can mark that setting point, and you can also mark where it's rising from, because you can look at the horizon and say, okay, it's on there, that point. Then you wait for nighttime, and you say, okay, the moon's rising here, and here's that constellation, now I can see it, so that's where we are now. Now I know, because the evening has revealed the constellations, and I can see where I'm at. Do you see how this works? They were observing the sun all the time. Moon is a second witness. It's a second witness in the system because again, when the moon comes out, you can see the constellation. It's the lesser light. It doesn't blind you, or I should say it doesn't blind out the other lights. The constellations are always there in the sky, but you can't see them because the sun is so bright. Meaning you have to develop a relationship with nature, with the world, with the clock that God created in order for you to understand what true Hodesh or month you're in. Now, I'm not saying you should follow this system. I just think it's really, really interesting, and it behooves us to know it, because there's been a lot of deception in this area, specifically with the Lunar Sabbath. And all of this is going to come to a head as we move forward. But in Samuel, where we read that verse in Samuel where it says, 1 Samuel 20, verse 5, David said to Jonathan, "Behold, tomorrow is the new moon." This is the Hodesh, the original language. It's Hodesh, meaning they knew when the Hodesh would start. Every night they were watching the heavens. They knew what's going on. Everybody was talking about it. It was very intimately part of their culture. So when David says to Jonathan, "Hey, tomorrow is the new Hodesh," he knew when the sun was going to rise in the next constellation is the point. He knew when that process was happening. They were very intimately aware. Now, an interesting point that I want to make is that in Revelation 12, and I won't speak too much about this, but it is an interesting point, where the woman and the dragon, and he sees this sign appear in heaven. The woman, a great sign appeared in heaven, and a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon under her feet, and on her head a crown of 12 stars. There has been work that's been done, especially by Michael Heiser. He presents a very fascinating presentation on this. And now, having studied this topic in greater detail, I understand much more. This is not just a vision that John was having in the sense of like typology. Of course, on one side you could say, yes, the woman is Israel giving birth to the Messiah. Absolutely. But the sign that is written here is the sign of the sun in a particular Hodesh with some particular alignments of stars. Again, you have to divorce the idea that looking at constellations and the alignments of stars is pagan astrology. It's not. Because what happened was the three magi who came to Jesus had recognized this important sign that God had put in the heavens through the various signs that are listed here in Revelation. John is actually telling you the birthday of Jesus Christ in this vision. And people have used this to see clearly that the birthday of Christ was on the 3rd BC, September 11th. Now, again, we don't know if that's a Tuesday or Wednesday or whatever else. We use our calendar proleptically to go back and say September 11th. But there, September, who knows if it was actually September, given all the calendars they were used. But nonetheless, he was born in 3 BC. Let's call it September 11th. Because the Romans were using that calendar at that time. But nonetheless, he was born 3 BC. Why this is so important is because it's confirmed in Daniel's 70 weeks. The Gospels say that, I believe the Gospel of Luke says that Jesus was about 30 when he began his ministry. Now think about that. Jesus was born 3 BC. According to the signs, that if you plot them out like in these stellarium programs and you see when was the sun in a particular constellation, and what stars were given, that the three magi recognized the king savior is born. We need to find this king. And they saw the sign of the star and they followed it, and they came to Bethlehem. They weren't pagan astrologers, but people watched the skies. They understood this system, and it was for signs. That's what God had made. But nonetheless, Jesus was born in 3 BC. So guess what? By the time he began his ministry, he was about 30. Well, that would point to 27 AD. I have a whole episode in my Daniel 70 weeks why this is exactly the case. The prophecy of Daniel 70 weeks predicted to the exact year when Jesus would start his ministry, and that's AD 27. And that you can only get if Jesus was born in 3 BC, which, if you go by the particular system that is being pointed to here, which is the sun being in positions of constellations, you confirm the prophecy, which is just fascinating. Jesus was starting in AD 27, and after 3.5 years, it was in the fall of AD 27, and after 3.5 years, guess what? It was the spring of AD 31 when he got crucified. And it's all fascinating how it comes together. So this is just more proof that this system is exactly what is being talked about here, is the sun moving through constellations and determining particular Hodeshes or appointed times, with the moon as a second witness, and obviously certain other stellar phenomenon for special occasions like the birth of Christ. That was a special occasion, so there were other signs as well. But there's a fascinating study on that. I highly recommend it. Michael Heiser, he's passed away now, but check him out on YouTube for the real birthday of Jesus, I believe it's called. So calendars using lunar months start a new year on the next new moon after the equinox. That's how the pagan lunar calendars were working. They were using the equinox in some sense, but they were starting on the new moon afterwards. But you have a real problem. You have a real problem with that system, and that's the precession of the equinox, which I mentioned earlier. Meaning that the constellations will move because the equinox also moves slightly. It's about 20 minutes per year. This is the system that is moving slowly, every 26,000 years it comes back to, it's one precession. But that's a real problem if you're basing it off of the equinox with the lunar month and everything else, because then you have to always change. After several amount of years, you have to intercalate. You're not in alignment with the true system. So the Hodesh was not based on the new moon after the equinox. It was not based on the moon. Hodesh as a concept is not what we think as months. And Hodesh were stations of the sun, where the sun would be in that station, and then it would go to the next station. And each of these periods was different amount of days. I don't remember how many they are. I didn't bother to document it, but there were different amounts of days. Some of them were maybe like 20 days. Some of them were 35 days. Maybe some of them were 18. There's different days, but all in all, it divides the year into 12 periods of time. And because they're going by the agricultural season, the equinox, it doesn't matter that the equinox moves over to 20 minutes every year, because you're not going according to the equinox. You're going according to the position of the sun within the constellations. You see how that works? It's a never-fail calendar. Whereas if you base it on anything else, the moon, the moon is irregular. You have to intercalate. The equinox, it moves over 20 minutes every year. You can't base it on that, because then you have to intercalate. It's genius. It's so genius. It really is. So that's basically the meaning of Hodesh. Now we're going to go to part 5, which is the meaning of some other important words. All right, welcome to part 5. This is now the meaning of some other important words called Yerach, Keseh, and Lebana. I'm probably mispronouncing those, so don't judge me, but listen, these 3 words are, along with Hodesh, have been mistranslated as month and new moon. You'll see my point, because again, we're projecting our modern system onto a very nuanced and complex ancient system. I'll give you a few examples. Isaiah 60 verse 20. Your sun shall no more go down, nor your moon withdraw itself, for the Lord will be your everlasting light, and your days of mourning shall be ended. Moon here, go to KJV with Strong's, moon is translated as Yerach. So just keep that in mind. Yerach here means moon. That's how they translated it. Job 3:6 says, as that night, let darkness seize upon it. Let not it be joined unto the days of the year. So he's cursing the day he's born. Let it not come into the number of the months. This is Yerach. But this is not talking about Hodesh. Hodesh was, remember, a period of time where the sun was in a particular constellation. But in this case, months is used to talk about Yerach. And the other one is said it translated moon as Yerach. So what's going on here? Well, the problem is this is actually describing a lunation, a period of a moon basically having a cycle, which is 29.53 days. It's a translation error. The moon rules over the night, and as you'll soon see, again, this is a very complex system. People were also using the moon as a way to describe a particular time that's elapsed. Many moons ago, we say that too. It was many moons ago. Well, do you mean like months? Of course, today we mean months or a long time ago, but you could say it was many moons ago, like many lunations ago. meaning you're referencing the time that you're speaking of to how many cycles of the moon there have been. So Yerach is mistranslated here. It's being generalized to months when it's not months. Hodesh and Yerach are two different things. Especially when on one point they translate it as moon, and on another they're translating it as months. That's not how people were reckoning. Job 7:3, same thing. So am I made to possess months of vanity, and wearisome nights are appointed to me. Months, again, is Yerach. But as you can see, there's a parallel between months and nights. Hebrew parallelism is very important. It's a tool throughout the scriptures. Whenever you detect it, it behooves you to pay attention. What does he say? So am I made to possess months of vanity? Okay, that's one. And wearisome nights are appointed to me. So on the other, you're comparing it to nights. So Yerach here is actually not talking about months. First off, the Hebrews weren't using months like we use months. It's talking about lunations, and the moon is the one that rules over the night. So it's saying moons of futility, wearisome nights. He's counting nights. It's poetry. He's counting the nights. Wearisome nights are appointed to me. We're reading it backwards now, and to possess lunations or moons of vanity. So it's not months. It is pointing to the fact that they were reckoning with the moon on top of the fact of the system I just described to you. The moon is not the primary source, but it is used as a way to add as a second witness to what's going on. And plus, this is poetry too, so that's another thing to keep in mind. Job 39:1, verse 3. Knowest thou the time when the wild goats of the rock bring forth, or can thou mark when the hinds do calve? Let's just read this in ESV. Can you number the months that they fulfill, or do you know the time that they give birth when they crouch and bring forth their offspring and deliver it of their young? So months in this case is again Yerach. If we go back to the Strongs, if you see here, it's Yerach. So it's again this word that we're trying to get to the bottom of, because it doesn't mean month as you and I think month. It's something else. And all these three words that we're looking at in this part, which is Keseh, Lebana, and Yerach, will reveal to you this secondary system of reckoning, which is just fascinating. Exodus 2, verse 2. And the woman conceived and bore a son, and when she saw him that he was a goodly child, she hid him 3 months. Now this is Yerach, moons. She hid him 3 moons is really what it's trying to say. Meaning the period of time being accounted to here, they're reckoning with the moon in this case. Not that this is how they reckoned the Sabbath, not that this was the primary way of reckoning. This was just another way of reporting a time period. Make sense? They reckoned with the moon as a secondary source. But of course, from our perspective, translating this is, it's probably just months. That's what they mean, because the months are by the moon, right? Wrong. That's not how the Hebrews kept track of segments of time in the solar calendar. It was through the Hodesh, which is the constellations. But we see confirmation of this in Hebrews, where it says in Hebrews 11:23, by faith Moses, when he was born, was hidden for 3 months by his parents, because they saw the child was beautiful and they were not afraid of the king. They were afraid of the king's edict. So, and this is, by the way, a type for Christ, which same thing happened with Jesus, but he went to Egypt. But nonetheless, they were hiding from the census. So Hebrews confirms that this was actually months or a period of a month. But remember that the Old Testament didn't reckon months in the way that the New Testament did by the time the apostles and the people who wrote the New Testament, who were under the pagan system and were reporting time according to that system very differently. So the point is that at the very least, when you go back to Exodus 2, verse 2, and that word Yerach is used for months, the question could be, is it saying 3 moons, as in like 3 nights? Or is it 3 lunations, or 3 months, basically? And the answer, of course, we look in Hebrews, and the answer is lunations, because in the Hebrews it says, it was for 3 months, meaning it was a long period of time. Not just a night, but it was a month. The Greeks counted their months according to the moon, the lunations, and so very likely, because the Old Testament also, they didn't count the month. Again, they didn't have months. They had Hodesh. But they also kept track of lunations. And as you'll see, that fell into the Hodesh with the various names of the full moons like we have today in the Farmer's Almanac. If all this is over your head, don't worry, it's going to make sense. 2 Kings 15, verse 13. Shallum, the son of Jabesh, began to reign in the 39th year of Uzziah, king of Judah, and he reigned 1 month in Samaria. Now, again, in the original language, this is Yerach. So Yerach, he reigned 1 Yerach. He reigned a lunation, not a month, because the month didn't exist at that time. They didn't have that concept. Zechariah 11, verse 8. 3 shepherds also I cut off in 1 month, and my soul loathed them, and their soul also abhorred me. In 1 month, this is a Yerach, 1 lunation. So you see Hodesh, which we saw. Now you're seeing Yerach, which is pointing to a secondary way of reckoning. It's not pointing to the fact that they were reckoning with the moon. It's not revealing to you that they had months like the pagans did, but rather something more nuanced. Now we can get into some interesting stuff. 1 Kings 6, verse 37 through 38. In the 4th year was the foundation of the house of the Lord laid in the month of Ziph. Now this is Yerach. This is the Yerach of Ziph. From the outside, reading this, it would occur to you that, oh, this is just the name of their month system that they had, which is not true. And as you'll see, it reveals something very, very interesting. But Yerach of Ziph, you'll see also in verse 38, is going to be Yerach of Bull. And in the 11th year, in the month of Bull, i.e. the Yerach of Bull, which is the 8th month. But wait a minute, 8th month here, it says Hodesh. Was the house finished throughout all the parts thereof, and according to all the fashion of it. So was the 7 years in building it. So it's reporting to you how this thing came to be built. But now you see an important crossover between the two systems. The solar Hodesh system in the constellations and the lunar reckoning that was used as a secondary witness. Watch this again, verse 38. And in the 11th year, in the month Yerach, in the Yerach of Bull. What is the Yerach of Bull? Which is the 8th Hodesh. Do you see the point? Both the KJV, ESV, everybody translates everything as month. So you're reading this as in the 11th year, in the month of Bull, in the month Bull, which is the 8th month. Oh, that must be the 8th month that they called Bull. No. It's telling you in the 11th year, in the Yerach of Bull, or the Yerach that we call Bull, which is the 8th Hodesh, the 8th sun station, and the Yerach, the moon that happened to fall in that sun station, we call it Bull. It's all going to make sense, I promise, because we still use this system today with the Farmer's Almanac, interestingly enough. But here's the point. Moons, Yerach is the word for moon, but Yerach is mistranslated many times as month or, other types of situations. It's really moon or lunation. Moons had various Hodeshim or Hodesh, Hodeshim is plural, associated to them, like names of moons. We still use this name today we still use this naming system with the Farmer's Almanac. They have full moon names for every full moon. Did you know that? The wolf moon, the snow moon, the flower moon, the bright moon in May. Keep that one in mind. The harvest moon in the fall. Each Hodesh, meaning sun station, had a particular full moon associated with it. But remember, it's not always the same day of the Hodesh that's happening because the moon is irregular. Nonetheless, there was always a full moon in a Hodesh. 1 full moon per Hodesh. It's a very intricate system. The moon is irregular. It's doing its thing 29.53 days. The Hodeshes are also different. They're not 30 days even. They're different days because the constellations are different sizes. The sun can take a little bit longer or shorter depending on what constellation it is. Nevertheless, each Hodesh had a full moon associated with it. And just like we name today our moons in the Farmer's Almanac for crops and basic agriculture, they had the same naming system because there was a full moon that always fell within a particular Hodesh all the time. Now check this out. Ziv means bright. So they're saying bright moon, just like we actually say today, the bright moon in May. And Bul means increase, i.e. sort of like harvest moon in the fall, as in increase in harvest. And if you read this, which is Bul, which is the 8th month, well, what's the 8th month if you're counting on the lunisolar calendar, the true calendar? Do you remember? When is the Feast of Booths and the Tabernacles? It's in the 7th month. That's in the fall. Well, what we call the fall, but basically that's, after the autumnal equinox. So the 8th month, which is right after that, when basically people are still gathering the rest of their crops in, increase, that full moon that happened, the Yerach in that month, is called Bul, which means increase. In the moon of increase, let's put it that way, which is the 8th month, meaning the 8th Hodesh, was when the house was finished. This is what they're reporting to you. It's a phenomenal way of keeping time, because they're reporting to you both they're reporting to you the solar calendar, which is based on the Hodesh and the constellations, and they're reporting to you the full moon that happened in that as a second witness of, okay, just so you're sure of when this happened. It happened on the moon of increase, which is in the 8th month, or again, the 8th Hodesh. Very, very interesting. Now we know of 1 Kings 6 verse 1 that Ziv is the 2nd month, and it came to pass in the 408th year after the children of Israel came out of the land of Egypt, in the 4th year of Solomon's reign over Israel, in the month of Sif, which is the 2nd month, or Hodesh, that he began to build the house. So now check this out. Ziv is the 2nd month, or 2nd Hodesh. The Passover is associated to the spring, Abib, right? Because when things open. Remember, these aren't formal month names. They have to deal with what's happening in nature. Ziv means bright. Ziv means bright. Well, the sun is getting pretty bright in May, and the Yerach, or the moon of that particular Hodesh, is also called the bright moon. We call that the bright moon today in May. Well, Ziv, according to the Old Testament, was the 2nd Hodesh. Ziv would be around what we consider May today. Not exactly that whole time period of May, but it would be around that time, because Passover was what we consider April, or quote-unquote the spring. But again, they only had 2 seasons. Remember that. For them, it was the beginning of the year, because things were starting to ripen, come to life, resurrection. Anybody? And then you had basically the 2nd month, which is bright. And this was the bright moon, or the Yerach of Ziv, or the moon of bright. See how that works? It's 2 parallel systems. It's not telling you they reckoned with the moon. Certainly not telling you they were using months. It's a very interesting and fascinating system. That's why the cover of this episode has both calendars on it. It has the true calendar, which is the sun going through the various sun stations of the constellations, with the 2 seasons, and then the moon kind of off to the side, which is doing its own thing, but it also factors into the full moon. So people say, oh, that's the wolf moon, or that's the bright moon, or that's the harvest moon. So they can keep time that way. Now, here's an important development. By Esther, which is by Babylon and Persia and everything else, Hodeshes started to gain names from the Babylonian reckoning. So this is Esther 3 verse 7. In the 1st month, now again, this is, when it says month, you have to always check the original language. In the 1st Hodesh, that is the month Nisan. This is not the name that God gave them. In the 12th year, the king of Ahasuerus, they cast Pur. So Nisan is a name that was created. Nisan means month of flowers. It's from a Babylonian name. This was already called Abib. Now we're going to read about Abib, because Abib is very important. Eaton's Bible Dictionary, Abib. Sorry for the sound if you're hearing it, because it's a plane flying over the house. Abib, an ear of corn, the month of newly ripened grain. See, it means just ripened corn or ripened wheat. The 1st of the Jewish ecclesiastical year and the 7th of the civil year. It began about the time of the vernal equinox. Remember what Philo said about Moses? On the 21st of March. Well, yeah, such and such. We can't use this kind of reckoning, but it was around the time of the vernal equinox. It was called Nisan after the captivity. On the 15th of the month, harvest was begun by gathering a sheaf of barley, which was offered unto the Lord on the 16th. So God commanded these things in relationship to the natural calendar. The first fruits of the barley offer, that's when the year is beginning. And when the year ends with the autumnal equinox, not that it's ending there, but it's starting to cool down, that's when you offer your feast of ingathering and all the first fruits of the harvest, because there's a second harvest. This is International Standard Bible Encyclopedia, Abib. The first month of the Israelite year, called Nisan in Nehemiah and Esther 3 verse 7, is Abib in Exodus 13 verse 4. So what happened? Here's a pop quiz for you. You don't have to be a Bible scholar to know this. What happened in between Exodus and Esther and Nehemiah? Do you know? Well, the answer is Babylon and Persia is what happened. Compared to Deuteronomy 16:1, Abib is not properly a name of a month, but part of a descriptive phrase, i.e., quote, the month of young ears of grain. That's the point that is the point to understand, because again, we're projecting our common understanding of time reckoning onto Old Testament time reckoning. They didn't have names for months to make them into idols and pagan names. They had just a descriptor like, hey, Abib, as in the month of young ears of grain. Just like you would say the Yerach of bull, the moon that's bright. Well, okay, that one is in May. I know what that one is. Or the harvest moon. Well, that one happens during the harvest. That's the moon that happens when the harvest happens. There's a relationship between two things. It's always relational. So when it says the month of young ears of grain, it's not naming the month with a proper name. It's just saying the month when this stuff happens, i.e. the Hodesh, when this stuff happens. This may indicate the Israelites' way of determining the new year, the year beginning with the new moon nearest or next preceding this stage of the growth of barley. It's not the new moon, though. They weren't doing that. They weren't reckoning time that way. The year thus indicated was practically the same with the old Babylonian year. Yeah, after Babylon it was, and presumably came in with Abraham. No, it did not. This is a Jewish Talmudic tradition. They did not reckon time this way. The Pentateuchal laws do not introduce it, though they define it perhaps to distinguish it from the Egyptian wandering year. The reason they define it is because God's calendar aligns with creation, with nature, when things come to life. And of course, everything points to Christ. This was to point to Christ's resurrection and the Passover and all those things. But this is the idea of starting with the new moon after the equinox. That's not what they did. They watched the position of the sun in the constellations, and that determined the length of the Hodesh, not the moon. The moon was a secondary witness, but it wasn't the primary thing. In Ezra 6 verse 15, moon is translated as Yerach of Adar. And this house was finished on the third day of the month, meaning the Yerach of Adar, which is in the 6th year of the reign of Darius the king. So by now they're already starting to name, pagan names to things like the months and the Hodeshes. And I mean, Adar is a transliteration of a Babylonian month. It wasn't something that the Hebrews were given by God. God did not give them these names. They adopted them from the Babylonian captivity, just like Rabbinic Judaism and all these other false teachings. Lunar Sabbath, evening to evening reckoning. All these come from Babylon, folks. They really do. It behooves you to know the truth. In Nehemiah 6 verse 15, it says, Elul. So the wall was finished in the 25th day of the month of Elul, in 50 and 2 days. So the month of Elul is the name for nothingness from Babylon. It's a Hebrew transliteration of something that means nothingness in Babylonian. God would have never had you name something after nothingness. That is not at all in alignment with the scriptures and how God thinks and how he behaves. So, very important, God did not give the Israelites proper names for the Hodeshes, nor did he say this is the month or the moon names or anything like that. Everything was named after the agricultural cycle of life. Abib was just the first month of the year so that you would know when the year begins. Abib is describing the ripening of things. Oh, that's when the year begins. Okay, in the Hodesh of the ripening, that's what that means. Not, oh, Abib is the first month. That's the proper name. No, Abib it's not a proper name. It's just describing to you what's happening in nature. And you pay attention and say, oh, I'm in the first month. I'm in the first Hodesh now. Watch the skies. Abib was a descriptor of the harvest time, not a formal name. After Babylon, the system of the month names that the Babylonians used and the moon reckoning began to influence the Jews very clearly. It was Babylon that used the moon for the month and had the pagan priesthood. They had the astrology. Remember, they were being rebuked for it. Stargazers trying to divine with various signs and things like that. The zodiac that we still use today. All this stuff that we call constellations, or I should say that we call zodiac, is Babylonian. It's a Babylonian inversion and twisting of something beautiful that God made, which is the constellations and really the natural clock of the universe that we live in. So the main point is that the moon is a parallel system of counting events. It's not the primary. Like I said, even today we say many moons ago. These things are old things, but the translators translated Yerach and Hodesh to month. Yerach and Hodesh do not mean month. They don't mean month at all. Yerach relates to the moon and lunations. It can also maybe mean nights, because you see the moon and you associate the moon with a night. Many moons ago, a couple nights ago, or many moons ago, many months ago, many lunations ago. And Hodesh has nothing to do with a month. Hodesh is the time of the sun being within the particular constellation, according to Hebrew scholars and according to history and according to context. So translating Yerach and Hodesh into month is wrong. Yerach is much more contextual. It could have meant really anything from lunation to night to full moon to all of these things. It really could mean any of these things because it's used, I showed you in those different contexts in that way. Sometimes it could mean a month or a lunation, I mean. Sometimes it could mean the full moon, the moon that appears within a particular Hodesh, the harvest moon, the bright moon, so on and so forth. Now, you also have some things that are very interesting to kind of confirm that these people were pointing to these parallel systems all the time. You have Enoch's gates, which is something that's very interesting. I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but this is from the book of Enoch, chapter 74. And in certain months, she alters her settings. This is the moon. And in certain months, she pursues her own peculiar course. In 2 months, the moon sets with the sun in those two middle portals, the third and the fourth. She goes forth for 7 days, and she turns about and returns again through the portal where the sun rises. We'll show you a visual of this in just a second. And accomplishes all her light, and she recedes from the sun in the 8th day. She enters the 6th portal from which the sun goes forth, and when the sun goes forth from the 4th portal, she goes forth 7 days until the sun, until she goes forth from the 5th turn. So it's basically enumerating these portals that it's going through and through, going through this portal, coming out of this one, going this. So there's this concept called Enoch's gates, that Enoch describes this movement of the sun and the moon through various gates. Now, again, you have to kind of not be deceived by the heliocentric model, but this is what it looks like. So you can see here a plane. They believed in a plane Earth. Now, as to the shape of this, I'm not claiming anything here. I'm just saying there's a plane Earth, and there are these portals that the moon and the sun go through, and they oscillate, because if you watch the horizon, the sun moves north and south. Here's north. The sun rises at different points in time between these two directions. On the equinox, it's right in the middle. Of course, it rises in the east and sets in the west, but on that axis, it oscillates between the winter and the summer solstice, north and south, throughout the year. And that's what determines a lot of different things. So the portals, basically, Enoch is describing a system of portals that the sun is basically entering. Now, again, this is a can of worms. I'm not going to unpack it here. I have a whole series on cosmology. I'm going to talk about this. If you're watching this in the future, go check it out. But these are portals, and that's how they explained it. For example, if you look at the horizon, it's setting in the west. This is west here. Now, this is on the equinox, March 21st and September 22nd for our particular calendar. So what happens in between that? Well, as you go from March to the spring and summer, the sun will start rising in the northwest, or I'm sorry, it starts setting in the northwest and rising in the northeast. And then it comes back to the equinox, September, and then it starts rising and setting south of that line, that middle line, to all the way to the solstice in December. So the sun oscillates through these various portals, according to Enoch, that it comes in and out of. And again, I'm not going to explain that. I'm just going to throw it out there because this is what they were describing. The moon also does this, but it does it much faster. It does it in the period of time of about, like whatever the sun does in a year, the moon does within a particular lunation. So it's like 10 times as fast. So the moon is doing its own thing. It's on a very different cycle. That's why it's so interesting. But they do follow this pattern of rising. It has its own equinox, and it oscillates from north to south on the horizon line. So if you didn't know that, there's something new that you learned. But ultimately, the moon and the sun set on the same place, or according to Enoch, on the same gate at the equinox. And then they diverge. So it's a very complex dance. It's a very complex dance. But why is that important? Why that's important is because people were intimately aware of the movement of the sun and the moon. They weren't using the moon as the primary timekeeping device. They were aware of how the moon interacted with the sun and how the sun was interacting with the constellations. It was a very complex clock that God created, and they were very much aware of it. Until, of course, the pagan influences of the day with Babylon, Persia, Roman Empire that we live in today, which, of course, we're in that final system. He changed the times and the laws. But now there's two more words that we want to cover, which is Keseh and Lebana. Now, Keseh comes in two places, and it's a very obscure word, but it's important to understand these things for context, because all these words are translated as month or moon. Proverbs 7 verse 20, he hath taken a bag of money with him and will come home at the day appointed. Now, in this case, the word appointed is translated as Keseh. So, if we compare this to ESV, this was in the KJV, ESV says, he took a bag of money with him at full moon, he will come. So they translated that word Keseh as full moon, whereas the KJV translates it as appointed. What about Young's literal translation? A bag of money he hath taken in his hand at the day of the new moon, he cometh to his house. Uh-oh. You have three different, well, at least two things that don't make sense. One of them says new moon, one of them says full moon. And the other one says appointed day, appointed time, which is very, very interesting. Now, we want to look at Blue Letter Bible. Again, what does Gesenius have to say about this with his Hebrew lexicon? Because it's a very obscure word. This is the Gesenius's Hebrew lexicon. Psalm 81:4, and because this is also, by the way, in Psalm 81:3 and 81:4. So it applies to both, is the point. We're going to read Psalm 80. This is Proverbs 7:20 and Psalm 81:4. That's what I missed. It applies to both of them because this is the only two occurrences, basically, of this very obscure word. According to Isa Bar Ali, concerning whom see Professor blah, 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 is the first day of the full moon, also the whole time of the full moon. And so it is often used by Barbarus and Ephraim Cyrus. The etymology is not clear to me, for it is not satisfactory to say that it is so called from the whole moon being covered with light, because the root word of keseh is to cover, is kasah. Verbs of covering are often applied in the sense of hiding and covering over, but never, as far as I know, to that of giving light. So the point is, it's very strange to use this word to be for the full moon, or to give light, or covered with light. It doesn't make any sense. It's not following the traditional grammatical or contextual usage of Hebrew. So it's a very strange word, but as you can see, there's a lot of confusion around it. Now, I've pulled up two translations of Septuagints that we can look at and see how did the Jews who translated the Hebrew into Greek in 200 BC translate these verses. And this is Proverbs 7 verses 20. So we're going to scroll down here and see what it says. And it says, now remember, this is the same, if I go back to the original, just ESV, he took a bag of money with him, at full moon he will come. This is the sentence that's being translated. But of course we have a different word here. Bonding silver piece take in hand he through day. So this is translated as day, which is really strange. I mean, that's just the word that's put there. It's translated as day. But let's see another one. This is another translation of the Septuagint to English. And it's by, I forget who by, but it's the same section. Having taken in his hand a bundle of money, after many days he will return to his house. So again, this translates it as days, many days, just like the previous translation that we looked at of the Septuagint. So it's in line with that. The ESV says, at full moon he will come. Whereas the Septuagint says, after many days he will come. You see the challenge with this? We have to get at the bottom of this because these things are leading to a lot of confusion as to how people were reckoning time. Psalm 81:3 says, blow the trumpet at the new moon, at the full moon on our feast day. That doesn't really make sense at all if you think about it. The new moon and the full, like which one is it? The KJV says, blow up the trumpet in the new moon, which is translated from Hodesh. Remember, Hodesh doesn't mean new moon. It's the new Hodesh, or when the Hodesh begins, but it's not by the new moon. It's by when the sun rises in the next constellation. In the time appointed, Keseh. So now we're going back to appointed times with Keseh. It's not the full moon on our solemn feast day. Well, that's interesting. Let's see how these other Septuagint translations translate this. This is, oops. Okay, I accidentally closed the tab, so I had to find him again. But this is now, same thing. Now, Septuagint is off with the Psalms by 1, so you have to look up Psalm 80 in the same verse. So this says, with the harp and trumpet in new month, trumpet and significant day festival. So it's Numenia, just like we had in Colossians 2:16, Numenia. So the Jews who translated this from Hebrew to Greek translated Keseh as new month, which is interesting. It's not new moon, just new month. But again, remember, the Greeks didn't have a concept for Hodesh or for Keseh for that matter. So they were trying to figure out what would be the best way to say it. This is the other translation of the Septuagint. Blow the trumpet at the new moon in the glorious day of the feast. So this one translates it as new moon. But we've seen that Hodesh is not new moon. So remember that the Jews, even though the Jews were translating, these were Jews that were doing the translation of the Septuagint from from Hebrew to Greek, they were Hellenized Jews. So by that point, the Persians, the Babylonians, the Greeks had all taken over, and the pagan reckoning of time had dissolved this previous system from memory. People weren't using it anymore. So when translators were trying to get to the root of the Hebrew, they themselves were figuring out, what is this? Well, it must be a new moon, because that's how we reckon time today, 200 BC. It's by the moon, right? So it must be new moon. So you have to see this tradition of error that's happening even with the Septuagint. Job 26 is the last one. Job 26 verse 9. He holdeth back the face of his throne. Now we're looking at Keseh, which is it's a variation of this word. And it means throne, and it's associated to holding back or covering, because the throne had kind of like a covering over it, kind of like obscured. Look at Young's literal translation, taking hold of the face of the throne, spreading over it his cloud. So if we look at the Septuagint of these particular verses, this is Job verse 9, 26 verse 9. This sees the face of the throne. So Keseh, they translated also to throne. A word that is very similar to Keseh is translated to throne. This is the point. He keeps back the face of his throne, stretching. So these are in alignment with the KJV and the literal translations into English. Meaning that there's something going on here with this word Keseh. Well, the point is this. Keseh is not talking about the month. It's not talking about the full moon. it's talking about something to do with a phase of the moon. And we'll talk about that in just a second. Because there's another word we want to look at is Leban. And Leban is used in Isaiah 30, verse 26. And the light of the moon hath been as the light of the sun. And if we look at the Strong's, moreover, the light of the moon here is translated as Lebana. Okay, Lebana shall be as the light of the sun. So it's talking about a particular moon, that the light will be as the light of the sun. And the light of the sun shall be a sevenfold and the light of 7 days. And in the day that the Lord bindeth up the breach of his people and healeth the stroke of their wound. So the moon, the word for moon here is Lebana. Isn't that interesting how all these words are translated in English as just moon, month, new moon, when they have nothing to do with what they're being translated to? Here, moon, Lebana, means moon. It is properly meaning moon. But that means that other times when you used Hodesh or Keseh or whatever, or Yerach, it's talking about something completely different. It's not talking about the actual physical moon, but something, maybe a phase of the moon, a timekeeping marker. In Song of Solomon, it says this, Song of Solomon 6, verse 10. Who is she that looketh forth as the morning, fair as the moon, Lebana, clear as the sun, and terrible as an army with banners? So Lebana here is referring to the full moon, the actual full moon in its full light. Notice the parallelism. Who is she that looketh forth as the morning, i.e. the sun, fair as the moon, clear as the sun? So the moon being in its full light, Lebana, is a specific word for the moon that is associated to light, like we saw in Isaiah, like we saw in Song of Solomon. The full moon, the fullness of the light from the moon. So what is the conclusion from all this? I'm presenting to you a lot of information here, but really the point is this. Keseh, which is possibly from some root to cover, even Gesenius, you saw, was very unsure. He wasn't convinced by the definition because it has a root in cover, in the word to cover. So Keseh is possibly talking about a phase of the moon, like right before, like a gibbous moon maybe. It's not clear, it really isn't. And yet the translators translated as just moon or new moon or month, which it's not at all. Words it is related to have to deal with covering or hiding. So that's interesting. Gesenius, who was a Hebrew master, also wasn't sure either. The point is that it's not a new moon, and it doesn't mean that they were reckoning by the moon either. What it does mean, it confirms that they are tracking the moon very intimately. They had a lot of different words to describe different parts of the moon. Lebana, that's like the full moon, full light. Keseh, probably some phase of the moon, who knows. And then you had Yerach, which was kind of the moon, but in terms of its particular occurrence in a Hodesh, meaning like a wolf moon or a bright moon, like we talked earlier. Nevertheless, Yerach, Hodesh, Lebana, and Keseh, all these words are translated to month or new moon or moon in English, which gives you zero sense of how these people were reckoning time. Do you see the problem? These words are way more nuanced. They're way more poetic. They're way more interesting because they had a way more nuanced way of timekeeping. Because it does require nuance to keep the exact calendar, the exact way of keeping time. Otherwise, you're always having to intercalate. Our translators had bias because largely they were ignorant. Everybody's under the pagan system now. The final system, before Christ returns. There is actually no Hebrew word for new moon. This is another important thing. There's no Hebrew word for new moon. All these words that were translated as new moon, these are like just inventions by the translators. They were trying to do their best. There is no word for new moon. The Hebrews didn't have a word for new moon. All these are added. They had words like Yerach, which referred in context to the moon occurring in a Hodesh. Oh, it's the moon of bull or the moon of bright, i.e. the one that's occurring. They had Lebana, meaning when you're talking about the moon in its full light, i.e. full moon, most likely. They had Keseh, which nobody really knows what it is. It's not the new moon. And then they had, what else was there? Keseh, Lebana, Yerach, and Hodesh. All of them were all basically covered. But the point is they had a wide variety of terms that they were using. Very intricate. Very, very intricate. And because the Bible was translated into English from... So pay attention to this. Again, I'm not saying the Bible's corrupted, but the Bible was translated from Hebrew to Greek in the Septuagint and from Greek to English. You have two pagan cultures now that are basically intercalating and using pagan calendars to interpret a old system of reckoning that we no longer use anymore. So of course you're not going to get a sense by reading just one Bible. You have to read multiple translations like we're doing today, and you have to see what are they actually getting at? What did other people say, like Gesenius, who was a Hebrew master? What did he comment on this? What do they believe? What's the historical evidence? Hebrews reckoned completely uniquely according to God's true calendar, God's timepiece, which is the earth. Hodesh meant sun stations in the constellations, and full moons were associated with each Hodesh, like the farmer's almanac. The moon was also used as a way to arbitrarily say, like, oh yeah, it was 3 lunations ago. Instead of saying, well, it was in the 4th Hodesh of so-and-so, it was 3 moons ago. Oh, okay, give or take. People lived a very different life back then, folks. They weren't as mentally obsessed with time as we are today, with seconds and milliseconds and starting at midnight, which makes no sense. They were all about what's happening in the actual environment. So when you told somebody, oh, it was 3 lunations ago, 3 moons ago. Oh, okay, yeah, I get what time that was. That was a normal way to talk. So it's very different. So now on to part 6, the meaning of Moed. All right, so now we're talking about the meaning of Moed, which again is another Hebrew word that you have to become familiar with, especially in trying to understand the whole Lunar Sabbath argument and how people reckon time in ancient times. Lunar Sabbatarians use 3 key passages to say that the moon was made to basically denote all time reckoning there is. But this is actually wrong. It's very wrong for many reasons, but we're going to look at these passages. Genesis 1 verse 14. And God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons. Notice the word here is Moed. Seasons, Moed, or appointed times, and for days and years. So this word Moed is what is being hinged on by Lunar Sabbatarians to say, yeah, you see, this is the thing that's basically, the moon is appointed for all Moeds there are. Every appointed sign, the moon is the one that's telling you what it is. Not so fast, but we're going to keep reading. Leviticus 23, verse 1 through 3. Feast of the Lord. And the Lord I'm going to read this in ESV. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, speak to the people of Israel and say to them, these are the appointed feasts of the Lord. Now, in the original language, this is Moed. The feast, concerning the feast, is really translated from the word Moed, meaning appointed time, for which he proclaimed the holy convocations, i.e. the feast or the Moed. Moed means appointed time. In this case, in English, it's translated as feasts. Now, the Lunar Sabbath argument is that, well, you see, the Sabbath is part of these Moeds, seemingly. And so, there's the Passover, and so this must be the case because it's a Moed. The Sabbath is a Moed, and the moon was made for Moed, for basically determining when the Moeds would happen. We'll see in one more key text that they use. Psalm 104, verse 19. He appointed the moon for the Moed, Moedim. The sun knoweth his going down. So there you go. If we go back to Genesis 1, verse 14, it says, and God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heavens to divide the day from the night. Let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years. So the seasons, the Moed, which is now in Leviticus 23, and it's spoken about, which the Sabbath is part of. It's listed there. And then you go back to Psalm 104, verse 19, where it says, there you go, he appointed the moon for his seasons, for the Moed. So it must be that the moon is the one that is keeping track of all of the seasons. We've just lost track of, we got to go back to the moon. which is wrong. It's a pagan idea. I can prove it to you very simply throughout this whole series. Hopefully we've been proving it to you. But we want to look at this lexicon. Okay, here we go. This is Moed from the Gesenius's Hebrew lexicon. And we're going to read from it a little bit. A set time, of a point in time, about this time next year. So this idea of Moed has to do with appointed things, appointed times. That's really the basic meaning of Moed. Again, the assumption of the lunar Sabbatarians is this. Because the moon was created for Moeds, and the Sabbath is listed as a Moed with the other feasts, or Moeds, or appointed times, the moon must therefore be used to determine the Sabbath. That's the line of reasoning that they use. There's a real problem with that, though. The moon wasn't made to determine all Moed, or appointed times, and that's very easy to prove because there are many situations, we'll look at a few, where there are appointed times that have nothing to do with the moon. So if we can find those, then this theory goes out and disappears. Judges 20 verse 38. Now there was an appointed sign between the men of Israel and the liars in wait, that they should make a great flame with smoke rise up out of the city. Let's see, appointed sign, what word is that? That is Moed, if I can get it to load. Moed, you see? Moed. The appointed sign was what? Was it the moon? No. It was them making a fire and smoke. That was the appointed sign. Numbers 20 verses 2 through 4. Command the children of Israel that they send to them my offering and my bread for my sacrifices made by fire for a sweet savor unto me. Shall you observe to offer me unto their due season, i.e. their Moed. So the appointed time is having to do with the sacrifice being offered. Well, let's read more about it. And thou shalt say unto them, this is the offering made by fire, which you shall offer unto the Lord, 2 lambs of the first year without spot day by day, for a continual burnt offering. The 1 lamb shalt thou offer in the morning. Oops, that's by the sun. And the other lamb shalt thou offer at the evening. That's with the moon. That's when you know, well, actually, it's really when the sun goes down and there's no more light. But either way, one is in the morning. So the Moed that we're talking about here, where's the Moed? There we go. Offer me into their due season, meaning that the appointed time when these offerings need to be made. How is that going to be made? Well, it's going to be 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening. Well, now you have an appointed time that's determined not by the moon, but by actually the sun, because the sun determines when it's morning, and consequently, when it goes down, there comes evening. So lunar Sabbatarians have a really high problem with this, because you now have examples, and there are others, where there are Moeds that are basically used that don't have anything to do with the moon. The moon is not being used to determine all appointed times at all. It's used for some appointed times, sure, but not for all of them, meaning the lunar Sabbath is not true. Now, the context of their favorite verse, which it says, if we go back to Psalm 104, verse 19, verse 18 through 19, actually, it says, the high mountains are for wild goats, and the rocks are a refuge for rock badgers. He made the moon to mark the seasons. The sun knows its time for setting. Again, Hebrew parallelism. You have to understand the importance of that, because when there are parallels of things, especially in the Psalms, which are very poetic, or Job or the Proverbs, there's a lot of parallelism, meaning this thing in the second sentence is like the comparison in the first sentence. So now let's read it in context one more time. The high mountains are for wild goats. The rocks are a refuge for rock badgers. Okay. It's pointing to a poetic picture of nature. He made the moon to mark the seasons, or the Moedim. The sun knows its time for setting. Now, if you are consistent as a lunar Sabbatarian, you have to say that if he made the moon to mark all things, all appointed times, you have to then say that the context of this verse, when it says the high mountains are for wild goats, mean the mountains are for every single goat under the sun. There should be no goats anywhere other than mountains. Do you see the problem? The rocks are a refuge for rock badgers, meaning any other rock badger that's not around a rock, that should not be the case. This is how silly the logic is of the lunar Sabbath, when they take these verses out of context and twist them. Notice, for example, even later in the verse, in verses 20 through 23, you make the darkness and it is night. when all beasts of the forest creep about. The young lions roar for their prey, seeking their food from God. When the sun rises, they steal away and lie down in their dens. Man goes out to do his work and to his labor until the evening. This is just a poetic reflection on nature, on the dualistic dance of life of day and night, rising of the sun, setting of the sun, sun and moon. It's a reflection on the cyclical nature of life. It's dealing with day and night. It's not saying the moon is appointed for every single sign. It's saying this is the beautiful system that we have of the day and the night. Constant parallelism. But again, you have to be consistent, and lunar Sabbatarians are not. The claim that the moon was made to measure all appointed times clearly falls apart. It really does. There are appointed times that did not rely on the moon, and that alone refutes this argument. The context is also very key because, like with Psalm 104, that's commonly used, if you read the context and you are consistent, then it leads to really silly things like the mountains only being for goats. You can't have any goats that are not on mountains, which of course is a silly thought. So combined with the previous points, the lunar Sabbath just doesn't hold up. Now, let's talk about the prophetic year. Okay, so this next part is part 7. It's what about prophetic years, which are 360 days. And this is going to be a very nuanced conversation. Basically, the problem is this. There are 365 days in a solar year, approximately, a little bit over. There are prophecies, though, specifically in Daniel and Revelation, where it seems to use a 360-day year. So this is a mismatch. It's a confusing situation, seemingly. The question is, did God use some 360-day calendar and it's being hidden from us? Like, is that the true calendar of 12 months of 30 days each? Or is something else going on? That's what we want to get back to the bottom of, because so far we've looked at a lot of different evidence, and it certainly doesn't point to a 360-day year because that's silly. If the year was 360 days, you'd be off by 5 days, and your seasons would invert every 36 years, 37 years, I think. Either way, within a generation, a little more, your summer would be winter and your winter would be summer. So you'd have to intercalate quite a bit, as you've seen with other calendars. So we want to get a grasp on what's really going on here with these prophecies, because they are very interesting. Now, the first point I want to point out is, again, this whole day-to-year principle is very valid in Scripture, and it's one of the reasons why a lot of people today are getting their end times views wrong when they read something like Revelation or the book of Daniel with 1260 days, because they're actually years, a day for a year. And that's very established in Scripture. Numbers 14, verse 34, according to the number of days in which you spied out the land, 40 days, a year for each day, you shall bear your iniquity 40 years, and you shall know my displeasure. God punishes them for giving a bad report by giving them a day or a year for every day. So 40 years for 40 days. Obviously, that principle of representation is consistent, something that God does consistently. So let's look at some more. Leviticus 25:8. You shall count 7 weeks of years, 7 times 7 years, so that the time of the 7 weeks of years shall give you 49 years. Very, very important. Which, again, if you're counting, this is another important point. We'll get back to this in a future part of this. But if you were reckoning time by the moon, it wouldn't give you this exact situation, because the moon is irregular and you would have more years, and especially, again, on a timeline of years, you'd see a huge difference. But anyway, that's going to be a future point. Ezekiel 4, verse 4 through 6. Then lie on your left side. We read this with Ezekiel, where he has him lie on one side for the number of days, 390 days, equal to the number of years of their punishment. And then 40 years for Judah, basically. So he has 40 days, a day for each year. This is the point. And you shall set for your face toward the siege of Jerusalem with your arm bared, and you shall prophesy against the city. So when Ezekiel was asked to act out this punishment, he was asked to lay on one side and lay on another for a period of days that were symbolizing the years of the punishment. So day to year, again. Parallelism. We see again parallelism in Psalm 77 through verse 5. I consider the days of old, the years long ago. Now, of course, this isn't necessarily saying there's a parallel between days and years prophetically, but parallelism. It's an interesting verse to add to this to consider. For the Lord has a day of vengeance, a year of recompense for the cause of Zion. So there's a lot of parallelism that compares these two things together, days and years. Because remember, God didn't give them months. He gave them Hodesh. It was always days and years. Those were the main, and weeks, obviously, because you had the Sabbath. So you had days, because the sun was rising. It's by sunrise. Go watch the previous episode. You had years. That was based on the sun's cyclical movement through the constellations. The Sabbath determined the week because it was related to 6 days of work, and 1 day you shall rest. And the Hodesh was just a sun station that was going through. It's a whole different calendar, man. It's a fascinating way of keeping time. Of course, you also have Daniel's 70 weeks, which a lot of people get wrong these days. Daniel 9, verse 24, 70 weeks are decreed about your people. 70 weeks is not 70 actual weeks, but 70 weeks of years, meaning 7 times 70. 70 weeks, it would be 490 days, which is 490 years. So this is a day-to-year prophecy. And why that's important is because all the prophecies in Daniel are day-to-year. And so like our Revelation, day-to-year, which again, this is why people get it wrong. So now that we've seen this as an established point in Scripture, there are other prophetic times, specifically in Daniel and Revelation, that paint this very interesting picture of what's going on. Now, let's read Daniel 7:25. He shall speak words against the Most High, and shall wear out the saints of the Most High, and shall think to change times and the law. This is a key verse we're going to come back to. And they shall be given into his hand for a time, times, and half a time. Now, in the original language, this is this is like basically a year, but it's not clear like if it's a solar year or an appointed time. It's really not clear. The language seems to suggest that it's for a year. But again, they kept track of the year as the sun going through constellations, not 12 named months or Babylonian months or all these types of things. It's a year. It's a year. But let's keep going because it gets really interesting. Daniel 8, a chapter later, Daniel 8, he gets the prophecy of the 2300 days. Verse 14, and he said to me, for 2300 evenings and mornings, then the sanctuary shall be restored to its rightful state. So he gets this prophecy of 2300 days. Then in Daniel 12, he gets another prophecy that having to do with time, times, and half a time. And I heard a man clothed in linen, who was above the waters of the stream. He raised his right hand and his left hand toward heaven, and swore by him who lives forever that it would be for a time, times, and half a time. And when the shattering of the power of the holy people comes to an end, all these things would be finished. Now, Daniel doesn't really understand what this is. Again, he's getting all this information. And he says, I heard, but I do not understand. Then I said, oh, my Lord, what shall be the outcome of these things? And his response is very important. He said, go your way, Daniel, for the words are shut up and sealed until the time of the end. Which, by the way, in the book of Revelation, John sees the book is opened. So that's the important connection between these two books. But either way, Daniel didn't understand what's going on. He was told, listen, it's not for you. Don't worry. It's a time, times, and half a time. Just write that down. You may not know what that means. It'll make sense when John, several centuries from now, is going to get his revelation. Many shall purify themselves and make themselves white and be refined, but the wicked shall act wickedly, and none of the wicked shall understand, but those who are wise shall understand. And from the time that the regular burnt offering is taken away, and the abomination that makes desolate is set up, there shall be a period of 1290 days. Blessed is he who waits and arrives at the 1335 days. Now these, I go into them into my end time series. I talk about these periods, but what's the point? The point is that there is no, at any point in Daniel, there's never mentioned a month. There's no mention of new moon. There's no mention of anything having to do with the moon. There's no month. There's just days and times, like year. So what it's trying to tell you is a period of time that's happening. This prophecy is for the future. It's not for you, Daniel. It's for the future. And remember that he's going to, this Antichrist power that's going to rule for a time, times and half a time, this appointed time, basically, is also going to change the time. So keep that in mind, because Daniel was being given these time periods in time that he reckoned during his age. Now, of course, they were right at the board. He was in Babylon and things were starting to change and people were starting to reckon differently. But nonetheless, he was given it in terms of years and days, which is what people still relatively used from the old Hebrew system. By the time we get to Revelation, we see the word month being used, which is very interesting. So now let's go to Revelation. Revelation 11, verses 2 through 3. But do not measure the court outside the temple, leave it out, for it is given over to the nations, and they will trample the holy city for 42 months. So we have a period of 42 months. And I will grant authority to my 2 witnesses, and they will prophesy for 1260 days, clothed in sackcloth. Okay, seems to be like there's 2 parallel periods here. Revelation 12, verse 6, this is the woman who fleds into the wilderness. She has a place prepared by God in which she is to be nourished for 1260 days. Now later, in Revelation 12, verse 14, same thing. The woman was given the 2 wings of the great eagle so that she might fly from the serpent into the wilderness to the place where she is to be nourished for a time, and times, and half a time. So now we have this equivalence between time, times, and half a time. She's obviously, it's the same thing happening. She's running away where she's going to be nourished for this period of time in the wilderness. And that period of time, according to the verse previously in verse 6, is 1260 days. So a time, times, and half a time is 1260 days. Now we know other things are happening during that time. We know the 2 witnesses are going to be prophesying for 1260 days. Obviously that ties them to whatever the woman is doing. I make sense of all this in my end time series. The holy city is being trampled for 42 months. That's also the same period of time, 1260 days, if all months are 30 days, but nonetheless, all of these are equivalent. In Revelation 13:5, you have another 42-month period. And the beast was given a mouth uttering haughty and blasphemous words, and it was allowed to exercise authority for 42 months. So what do we do with all this? Well, again, I unpack this in my end time series. The first beast of the sea is the little horn power in Daniel. They're the same exact power. John just fills it out for you more with a little more detail. Meaning that the beast, or I should say the little horn power that Daniel saw, that rules for a time, times, and half a time. When we parallel it to Revelation, that's the same thing as 42 months. Meanwhile, the 2 witnesses are happening. The word of God is getting basically put in sackcloth and ashes. The woman, which represents the church, is being persecuted. The true church is being persecuted during that time. If you know anything about the Albigenses, the Waldenses, the true church is being persecuted by the counterfeit during that time. The medieval papacy. And the holy city was being trampled. You know, the church was being trampled. The true church was being trampled by the counterfeit. This whole period of 1260 years is what the Bible is warning you through to identify the correct Antichrist power on the earth, both through Daniel and a little more clearly in Revelation. But now there's kind of a problem with this, which is that it's not a major problem, but initially it seems like a problem, because all of these things point to the same period of time, and 42 months equals 1260 days equals time, times, and half a time. So that means that you have a period of months being 30 days each. And a time, times, and half a time means that the time, or a year, is 360 days. That's how you come up with this. 1260 divided by 3.5 is 360. And 360, or I should say 42 months times 30 days a month is 1260. So now we have a prophetic year, seems like, of 360 days, where you have 12 months of 30 days each. And the question that people say is, well, is this the true calendar? See, this is the true calendar. This is 12 months of 30 days each. Or is this something else going on here? That's the question we want to ask. Now, further confirmation of this, because it could be argued that, well, maybe this is just giving you the total amount of time, and the months are just, we don't know how long the months are. Well, we kind of do, because in Revelation 9, verse 5, this is the locusts. This is the, like the trumpets, I believe, the 6th or the 5th trumpet. They were allowed to torment them for 5 months, but not kill them. And Revelation 9:10, they have tails and sting like scorpions, and their power to hurt people for 5 months is in their tails. Now, again, I'm going to preface that I expound on this quite a bit in my End Time series on the trumpets episode. These are various judgments that happen throughout history. They're not demonic giant locusts that are going to come out of a pit by CERN in the end times and devour people like the alien movies. That's not at all what's happening. This is pointing to the Turkish army and the Ottoman Empire. In the year 1299, the Battle of Baphium, the Turks began a persistent assault on the Eastern Roman Empire. It was judgment upon the Romans. 150 years exactly later, in 1449, the Byzantine Empire basically lost, and it became a vassal state that was subordinate to the Ottoman Empire. That was their judgment, and it was 150 years. So, of course, what do we put that now to the prophecy? 5 months of what? 30-day months is 150 days, meaning 150 years, which checks out in prophetic, in history with prophecy. So with Byzantine out of the way, now the Ottoman Empire could turn towards Europe and the papacy, which is the papacy had to be judged. It wasn't completely judged because that power had to be around until the end. That was decreed by God, but it was judged. It was given a run for its money because also that period of time helped the Reformation, which is very interesting. The papacy being occupied with the Ottoman Empire during the 1500s when the Reformation happened allowed for the Reformation to kind of really take off in an interesting fashion. Very, very interesting. But Revelation 9 verse 15 says the following. So the 4 angels who had been prepared for the hour, the day, the month, and the year were released to kill 1/3 of mankind. Now again, this is not what people dramatize it to be. These angels coming out of the bottomless pit or whatever you want to think of it, the Euphrates, and killing people. This relates to, again, the Ottoman Empire judging the papacy and Europe, which was really the center of civilization at that point in time. And those are some really epic wars and conflicts. Now, how you know that this is not literal is because in verse 16 it says the number of the mounted troops was twice 10,000 times 10,000, meaning 200 million. The largest army, land army on Earth is China, and there are, I think, like 2 million or 3 million people. It's nothing compared to this number. So to have an army of 200 million is impossible of walking soldiers. It's not. So what he's seeing here is symbolic. And of course, I break that down in my series, so go check it out if you're confused on this, or if you believe that these things are literal, because a lot of people unfortunately do. If you take the timestamps, if we're being consistent with the historical approach to Scripture and the day-to-year principle that is revealed over and over again, and we look at this timestamp, which says the hour, the day, the month, and the year. Okay? Well, if we use the day-to-year principle, what does that come out to? Well, a year is 360 days, so that's 360 years. A month in this case would be 30 days, which would be 30 years. A day is just 1 year, and an hour is 1/24th of a day, which would be it comes out to about 15 days prophetically. So the total amount of time is 391 years and 15 days, half a month. That this time was remaining for basically the Ottoman Empire to continue its judgment after conquering the Byzantines and judging them, to assault the papal power and to basically distract them and bring judgment upon them, to be like locusts and basically punish them for all their misdeeds. Now, that time was from about 1449, 391 years later, extends to about 1840. 1840, something significant happened called the Oriental Crisis of 1840. And again, I cover all of this in my End Time series with the trumpets. What is the Oriental Crisis of 1840? The Oriental Crisis is when the Ottoman Empire itself was judged. It couldn't defend itself anymore. It had to appeal to, foreign states for aid. It had basically crumbled. So it's time to carry out its judgment appointed by God. Remember, God raises up and tears down as he wills. Its time was 391 years, and in this case, 15 days. And that led from, after finishing Byzantium, all the way to the Oriental Crisis. Exactly that time. Isn't that fascinating? But all this is described to you in the Bible. So the conclusion we have from these confirmation verses in Revelation 9 is that indeed, it seems like these prophecies point to 30-day months and a year of 360 days, because that's how it works out prophetically in all of these situations. And of course, these are historically fulfilled. So the only conclusion is this is using a particular type of reckoning. The question is this actually God's natural calendar, or is something else going on? Like, what is going on here? Does it mean that God's reckoning has changed? Does this prove that God reckons the year by 12 months of 30 days? And the answer, of course, is no. But the explanation to this answer requires a lot of nuance. So the first thing I want you to keep in mind, first off, is that we're walking the narrow road here. You got to not swing to the right or to the left. The narrow road requires nuance, always. And this is why there's so much information to present, especially on this issue, when we're talking about looking at the history of how the time was changed. The first thing to remember is that everything we've discussed with Hebrew timekeeping, God doesn't change. The solar year is still 365.2422 whatever days. And the Hodeshes, the constellations are still there. They haven't disappeared. How people reckon time has changed, because the Bible predicted that. And God decreed that. God allowed that. That was part of his plan for, the elect and for everybody, especially in the last generation. But nonetheless, God hasn't changed, and he's not going to change. He cannot change. So that's number one. Number two to remember is that there is zero evidence in the Old Testament about 360-day years or months of 30 days. Zero evidence. We looked at everything there is to look at in the last few parts of this. We looked at the Genesis flood account, how that's wrongly interpreted. We looked at Ezekiel and the 13th month and how that's wrongly interpreted. We looked at how people are projecting modern timekeeping onto Old Testament nuanced words like Yerach and Keseh and Lebana and Hodesh. All these things were specific to their Hebrew calendar, their original natural calendar. But from our pagan view, our pagan calendar, I should say, paganized calendar, we just say, oh, that was month, that was new moon, that was full moon, when it has nothing to do with any of that stuff. We've really butchered that. Another thing to keep in mind is that God gave the Hebrews the calendar that's based on nature. The calendar that doesn't need intercalation. That's the natural calendar. So all these things are important to keep in mind because there's zero evidence for a 360-day calendar with months of 30 days. That's number two. Number three is this. In Daniel, you only see days and Moed, meaning appointed times. You don't see month, you don't see, months or month names or anything like that. You just see days and appointed times. Times, and half a time. It's an appointed time which symbolized a year, but year wasn't something new. Everybody recognized that the sun took a year. It's a revolution of the sun, right? Around the constellations. A year is a year. So Daniel was given time reckoning about a future event when by that time the time for sure had been changed. When Daniel received his prophecy, it was in kind of in process of transitioning from the natural calendar to the pagan one, with all the month names that we saw and so forth. So he was just given days, day lengths, and time and times, so years. He wasn't given months. But the prophecy wasn't for him. It was for a future event, very future generation, the last generation, pretty much from the cross until Christ returns, the millennial age. So when John wrote his Revelation, by that time, a lot of things had changed. Daniel's era, they were using they were transitioning into this Babylonian system of reckoning. Remember how he reckoned, how Ezekiel reckoned time with the exile and the exile of the king. They had multiple ways of reckoning. I mean, it was a very disruptive time. All that order and, systems that they were using was thrown out the window. So you have to understand the historical context. There was a switch from the natural calendar to the pagan one. God never used 30-day months with the Hebrews. He never reckoned time with just the moon. It was not about lunations. There was no intercalation. There was just days and appointed times and years. Of course, you had the Hodesh too, but ultimately that's why Daniel was given just days and years, because it was about keeping it simple. Because the months is not relevant at that time. Do you see the point? But by the time you get to Revelation, you start seeing that, oh, okay, months are being used. That's interesting. Remember that Daniel didn't understand the prophecy when he was given it, when they were giving it to him. And they said, look, Daniel, it's not for you. It's not for you. Don't worry about it. Shut the book up. It's for a future generation, for a future time. And when John comes around, by the time Revelation was written, the pagan influence of timekeeping had completely taken over. Everybody was reckoning according to, the Greek lunar months, the Roman lunar months that we read, all those things that we read. Everybody was reckoning according to that. Revelation was written in Greek. Remember that the Greeks didn't have a word for Hodesh. They didn't have a concept for that because they reckoned according to the moon, the month, and they intercalated. John was given the word month by God because he was in the pagan system. And we would be in the pagan system too, reading that particular prophecy, so we would understand how to calculate this. Daniel 7 verse 25 says that he would change times and laws. He shall speak words against the Most High, and shall wear out the saints of the Most High, and shall think to change the times and the law. Now, what time and law are we talking about? If you think that this is just like, oh, it's going to be a calendar or, whatever, it's going to have their own law. Look, every king, every empire has had their own way of reckoning and their own moral codes and all this stuff. So what is this really talking? It's not telling you the obvious that, hey, there's going to be this other power and gosh, guess what? They're going to change the time and law just like everybody else. No, it's telling you a specific time, God's time, would be changed. The natural calendar would be taken over by this pagan invention, the man-made invention of reckoning time according to evening or the lunar months or just your own invention or god names, goddess names. This is the pagan system we live in. It's the statue that Daniel saw in chapter 2 that just degenerates over time. But it's the same system. Of course, we live in that final iteration, which is the papal system. But it's the Roman power. And God decreed that. Now here's the brilliance of this. God appointed this power into existence. And according to Daniel 2, this power is going to be from Babylon until Christ returns. We are in this Babylonian system. The Pope is Pontifex Maximus. Remember how we read in the Roman calendar, the Pontifex was the one in charge of the calendars? Well, guess what? Pope Gregory is the one who we named the Gregorian calendar after. The Julian calendar is named after Julius, who was the Pontifex Maximus. So it's always in the same system. And this power has changed the times and the law. Of course, it changed the Sabbath. We'll look at that in the future episode. That's God's law in God's time, the calendar. We use a pagan calendar that pays homage to Roman gods and, pagan feast days. This is the point. So now, put it all together. God tells you in Daniel 2 that this system is going to be around until Christ returns to destroy it. In Daniel 7, he says that this system is going to change the time. The calendar that you knew as Hebrew Israelites and Israelites that I revealed to you as a natural way, that how this system works that I created, yeah, that's going to be changed. And you're going to have to live with that until Christ returns. Meaning now that when God gave the prophecy to John, who was in a Greek culture, Greco-Roman culture, that prophecy is meant for us and through all the church age, everybody who would be under this power, who would be reckoning time according to how it's reckoned with months of various lengths of days, like either 30 days or 31 days or whatever, that we would understand this language. So what is the point? Well, as you'll see, even Jesus recognized this particular time reckoning But he's not saying that this is how God reckons time. He's just acknowledging that this is the time we're living in now with this new pagan calendar. So God is not revealing to you how he keeps time, how his clock works through these prophecies. The appointed time is 360 days. That's a year. That's an appointed prophetic year. It's just an appointed time. It's not a natural year. It's not the way God historically has kept track of time. It's not the way he structured reality and time itself. It is an appointed time. Think of it as an appointed time. And of course, by the time Revelation came around, the word month and the time of reckoning for months was used because now this is going to be part of this system. And I have decreed that you have to be under this system until Christ returns. So yeah, I'm going to talk to you in terms of the system that you're under so that you understand. So that people could look in Revelation and say, oh, okay, I understand. But if it's Revelation said Hodesh, who would understand what a Hodesh is? It's month. We understand month in this particular system. So don't get too caught up with it. It's not anything to worry about because it's very clear how the actual clock and calendar really work. Now, we are under this new calendar that we've been under for actually quite a long time. It's not really that new, but it doesn't change the fact that God's calendar revolves around the sun's relationship to the constellations, with the moon playing a part in there as well to determine various agricultural things. But again, none of that stuff is relevant to us anymore. We don't watch the sky. We don't worry about when things, sprout up from the ground. We don't keep track of any of that stuff. We are in a conjecture of a time calendar system made by man that honors pagan gods. It is what it is. This is the system we're in. And God knew that and accounted for it in the prophecies. So conclusion is that prophetic year is really a misnomer. It's a misnomer because people don't really understand God's timepiece. And so they're quick to say, well, see, it's just the true calendar. Well, no, it's not, though. It's really not. Projecting modern timekeeping onto a very nuanced situation is going to lead you into all sorts of error. Why? Because, well, a prophetic year is just another Moed, an appointed time. A prophetic year being 360 days, if that was the real year with 12 months of 30 days, you'd have to intercalate. God does not do things that you have to kind of adjust every fourth year we have to do this, or every 20 years we have to do that. God would never do that. God is like completely perfect in all he does. And obviously that's true when you look at the true calendar, which is the sun and its sun stations in the constellations. Revelation, not Daniel, mentions months. And months are used as a parallel time measurement because our calendar would be paganized. In Daniel, the same period is described, but it's only described with days and an appointed time. Time times and half a time. A time of the sun. It's an appointed time. But it wasn't clear to Daniel what that period was because he asked and they said, it's not for you. Don't worry about it. Still, they gave him some clarity. They said, well, from this point to this point, it's going to be about 1,290 days. Okay, so I guess a time must be at least a year because 1,290 days divided by 3 is a little more than a year per time, if that makes sense. In either case, Daniel was not given more specific time. It's just said, look, put these times down. It's not for you, it's for the future. God decreed that the Antichrist would change the times in the law, and God's giving us time reckoning according to that particular system, not according to the natural calendar, because that's not relevant anymore. He decreed that that would be forgotten. That's why he says, by the way, remember the Sabbath, because he decreed that people would change the time in the law. Of course, following the natural calendar is not like a moral prerogative, but following the Sabbath is. And that's why he says, remember the Sabbath. Because in Daniel 7:25, it says he would change the time and the law, God's law and God's time. God's time, not so much a big deal anymore. It doesn't matter. It's not relevant to your moral behavior. But God's law is, especially when it's going to be used for the mark of the beast, like we talked in the first episode. So what's the answer? The answer is that God decreed it that way. God is sovereign. The time described in these prophecies is not referencing to his clock or the natural calendar. God revealed the natural calendar to the Hebrews because they were agricultural and they needed to understand the truth so that they wouldn't have intercalation and go to the moon and all these different pagan things and name months after particular names, but rather be in tune with nature, which is how God designed us to be within the world and to be part of the creation and steward it. And of course, to do that, you have to know how it works. God's appointed times in the New Testament surrounds the time system that was changed from the natural calendar to the pagan system. Old Testament and New Testament have different contexts, so this is very important. The natural calendar is not relevant for us. Now, very interesting thing with all of this, though, which is something to add before we go to the next part, is that the fact that these prophetic months are 30 days each proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that the moon is not even factored into this at all. Why? Because a lunation is 29.53 days. So all of these prophetic time markers with the months in Revelation, which clearly point to months being 30 days in this particular reckoning of revealing the prophecy to you, which again is unique to Revelation and Daniel. You don't really see that in any other prophecies where months are mentioned. But nonetheless, that proves that the moon is not a factor. You know why? Because 42 lunations, if you read that as 42 months, as in 42 months based on the moon cycle, well, guess what? It comes out to 1,240 days. It's 20 years off prophetically. Do you see the genius that God created in giving you the time reckoning based on the pagan power that will be controlling time until the end, or reckoning, I should say? He also provides you with an asterisk to say, hey, just to make sure it's not by the moon, just so you know, to sort of destroy that thinking of, well, it's the moon is determining the months and the moon is the true calendar. No, it's not. No, it's not at all. It's part of the true calendar, but it's certainly not the main part. And it's certainly not how months are determined. And it's certainly not how prophetic months are determined either. See the point? Because prophetic months are 30 days, and 30 days is longer than a lunation, which is 29.53 days. So, interesting fact. But now on to part 8, which we'll look at the word months mentioned in the New Testament. Okay, this is part 8, and we're looking at mentioning of months in the New Testament. Like, what about people mentioning months in the New Testament? So let's look at a few examples. And Luke 1, verse 24, it says, After these days, his wife Elizabeth conceived, and for 5 months she kept herself hidden, saying, Thus the Lord has done for me in the days when he looked on me to take away my reproach among people. Birth of Jesus. In the 6th month, the angel Gabriel was sent from God to a city of Galilee named Nazareth. So who's writing this, by the way, is Luke. It's very important to keep in mind. But obviously we see months being reckoned, and obviously in the original language, this is month, this is men. In Greek, it's month. So it's referring to the Greek concept of month. We have now transferred over from month being translated from Hodesh or Yerach, or all those other, previous words that we looked at, to month being translated from men, which is the Greek understanding of the word month. But remember, the Greeks counted their months according to the moon, and they intercalated. Nonetheless, this is the point. Luke was probably either one of the two, either a Hellenized Jew, meaning Greek influenced. He was either a Hellenized Jew and counted time according to that pagan system, which we still use today, or he was just a Gentile Christian convert, which again, in either case, means he was counting time according to the pagan system. He would have no clue what a Hodesh is. They weren't using that by his day. And so when he's reporting these facts to you, he's reporting them to you in the time of that has been changed by the Antichrist power, the changed times and the laws. Now, of course, that's fulfilled in the papacy, but if you look, the whole system from Babylon to the return of Christ, this whole system has changed the times. Eventually it changed the law too through the papal power, but the time has been changed for quite a long time. James 5 verse 17, Elijah was a man with a nature like ours, and he prayed fervently that it might not rain, And for 3 years and 6 months, it did not rain on the earth. That's interesting. And we also see that in Luke 4, where Jesus says the same thing. But in truth, I tell you, there are many widows in Israel in the days of Elijah, when the heavens were shut up for 3 years and 6 months, and a great famine came over the land. So both of them affirm that Elijah shut up the heavens for 3 years and 6 months. But if you look at the Old Testament, it's not necessarily specific. 1 Kings 17, verse 1. Now Elijah the Tishbite of Tishbe in Gilead said to Ahab, As the Lord, the God of Israel, lives, before whom I stand, there shall be neither dew nor rain these years, except by my word. It doesn't say 3, it just says these years. So that's interesting. And if we look later in the next chapter, in chapter 18, after many days the word of the Lord came to Elijah in the 3rd year, saying, Go show yourself to Ahab, and I will send rain upon the earth. So it doesn't actually say 3 years and 6 months. But we know if Jesus said it, then it's true. If it was just James that was saying it, it was probably a tradition that people knew that it was just 6 months. Now, we can also infer this maybe because there is the agricultural season that was happening in that time. Remember, they were reckoning differently. They had 2 seasons, the former rain and the latter rain. Well, the latter rain, if the harvest was around the 7th month, then the latter rain would have been, around that time as well, right somewhere around there. I don't know how much time you'd need, but a month or 2 before that. So that would make sense that it would be 3 years and 6 months, and he got them to get the latter rain, and they would get their fall harvest. That's what I would infer. It's not obvious from the scriptures of the Old Testament, but Jesus says it, and James also says it, so obviously it was 6 months. But again, this is in the New Testament now. You see, the Old Testament doesn't say months or even Hodesh. It just says 3 years and after many days. But again, Jesus is acknowledging and speaking in the system that he's in. He exists as a human being in the pagan system with the pagan power changing the times and law. Not the law yet, but the time had been changed. John 4, verse 35. Do you not say there are yet 4 months, that then comes the harvest? Look, I tell you, lift up your eyes and see that the fields are white for harvest. So he's speaking here about months. Now the question is God revealing to you here through Jesus what his timekeeping looks like? Or are we seeing Jesus as the Christ, who is also human, speaking to other human beings, acknowledging societal perceptions of time at that particular time? He's not saying there are yet 4 Hodeshes to these people. He's saying there are yet 4 months. Why? Because people by that point had accepted the Greco-Roman system. So this is all in context. Jesus was not speaking to affirm God's timepiece. He was speaking to Jews who were using pagan calendars. And he's acknowledging that. Acts 7, verse 20. At this time Moses was born, and he was beautiful in God's sight. He was brought up for 3 months in his father's house. Remember, this is now hearkening back to the Exodus 2, verse 2, where it was actually 3 lunations. Yerach is the word there. Yerach. I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, who knows, but ultimately that's the word. In the Old Testament, it's probably referring to lunations, meaning 3 moons. It's just a way of keeping track of time on top of the agricultural system. But notice again that months in Exodus aren't used, and months in the New Testament are used. Why? Because the time has been changed. The time reckoning has been changed. Acts 18, verse 11. And he, Paul, stayed, actually, do not be afraid, okay, and he stayed 1 year and 6 months teaching the word of God among them. Yeah, Paul stayed, and he stayed 1 year and 6 months. So again, this is being, who wrote the book of Acts? It was Luke. And Luke is very meticulous, and he's also either a Hellenized Jew or a Gentile convert, meaning he is reporting things according to the time reckoning of the time. That was normal. It's not that this is the true calendar, it's just this is how things are being reported now. That makes sense. Acts 28, verse 11. After 3 months, we sail in a ship that had withered in the island, a ship of Alexandria with the twin gods as a figurehead. 3 months. Again, this is being reported to you because the time had been changed, not because months are part of the Hebrew calendar, the original natural calendar. They aren't. Months is a Greco-Roman invention. Babylonian invention, really, because they were doing the months with the moons as well. Galatians 4, verse 10. You observe days and months and seasons and years. So remember that the Jews, okay, Paul is chastising people. The Galatians is written to people who are trying to go back to the sacrificial system. So that's the context. And the whole letter is just like, look, you don't need to be a slave. You have freedom in Christ. Don't go back to bondage in the law, etc., etc. The Jews, by the point after Babylon, they had started to name the months. Remember that. They had various feasts. The rabbinic system came up. The Pharisees, the works, the extra traditions, all these things started to come up after Babylon. So he's telling them here in Galatians 4:10, you observe the days and the months and the seasons and the years. Yeah, because all this started after Babylon. All the stuff that the Jews do today with their Talmud and this feast on that feast, and there's new moon and moon, this and that. All of this is Babylonian. It's not the original calendar that God gave them of how to reckon time. And that hopefully has been proven by now, but this is what Paul is rebuking them for. So when he says months and seasons, because again, by this point, months did exist. The month of this, the month of that, all of them were Babylonian pagan names. Revelation 22 verse 2, we looked at this one fruit per month and yielding its fruit each month. This is again a proof that, now here's an interesting thing to consider. First off, it's proof that there are no 13th months according to God. There's 12, always 12 of something. Constellations initially, but at the end of this vision of Revelation, we see a very interesting story, or I should say an interesting picture, which is this fruit, that this tree that gives fruit throughout the 12 months. Now, an interesting thing I want to propose to you, again, there's not a lot of evidence for this, but I want to propose it to you. Considering all the things I've spoken to you about, considering that this is now a picture of the renewed creation, that we're returning back to the way things should have always been, except with new awareness, new bodies, immortal bodies, all this stuff is going to be done away with. I propose to you that we're probably going to return back to the natural calendar and observe time. Of course, time will be meaningless in the sense of aging, but we will probably return back to the natural calendar because there are 12 sections in the calendar. You can't have 12 months because otherwise, if 12 months or 30 days, you run into a problem. That's not God's calendar. That's 360 days. Do you see the problem? So my proposition to you is that this specific verse, this is not a prophetic verse now. It's not trying to equate months to days and years in sort of a time stamping way. It's just saying this fruit is going to be there and it's going to bear fruit every month according to its fruit. So now, my proposition to you is that this is just God trying to let us know in the language of the Greek and the modern timekeeping system that we are going to return to that system. I believe that we're going to return to that system because that's the natural system. And there's only 12 segments of that system throughout the year without any intercalation. And the way to convey that to a Gentile audience that has no idea of Hodesh or Yerach or Keseh or all these things, or the natural calendar, which is, as you can see, there's a lot of information. So that's been forgotten. So the way to convey that is to give you this picture that year-round, this tree is going to be producing fruit, one for each month. Well, what do you know as a month is actually a sun station, which is what we're going to probably get back to when all of this comes to an end. That's my theory. Again, there's not a lot of support for it in terms of a heck of a lot of evidence, but again, you can infer it from all the things that we've looked at. Because this is not a prophecy. It's not trying to say, this is, a certain amount of years or whatever, so that's interesting. But it's listing to you only 12 months, meaning the months have to occupy a solar year, 365.2422. Well, the only way to do that is through the original calendar, the one that doesn't intercalate. Otherwise, you'd have to intercalate and you'd have to be 13 fruits. Do you see the point? So there's an interesting picture here that's being painted to you. And I think, again, that picture is suggesting that we're going to go back to this 12-segment system that God is obviously not going to change. He's decreed it. It's going to be forever. But we've forgotten it, which is very important. So, conclusion, Jesus spoke about the months because he was under the calendar systems of his time. He wasn't referring to the old system or God's timepiece. He was just reflecting societal attitudes. Luke wrote of months because he was a Gentile or Hellenized Jew, so it's very likely that, I mean, not very likely, it's absolutely likely that he was using the pagan system of reckoning. He would have no clue what Hodesh is. It wasn't in his time. He didn't know what it was. He's just reporting to you times and dates according to the calendar that's being used. Other people like Paul or James also lived under the Hellenized Greco system, Greco-Roman system, and calendars had been changed. So they're using that sort of system as well in their timekeeping, in their words. The New Testament is meant for saints under the Antichrist power. This is an important thing to remember, because the Antichrist power changed the time in the law, and the New Testament is meant for people that are going to be in that system, meaning the natural calendar doesn't matter, it doesn't concern us. Now, it's interesting, certainly in terms of rebuking the lunar Sabbath and proving that it's false, but the natural calendar is not relevant to us anymore. Might be when we get our new bodies and creation is restored, but as of the time, it's not relevant. The New Testament is written for people in this particular time. So that's why the word months appears in the New Testament. Okay, let's go to part 9 and start wrapping this up. All right, so this is part 9, and we're going to start to wrap this up now that we have all of this context that we built. I know it's been a lot of information. If you've watched everything and you've been with me all this way, I salute you. It's been a lot of information, and certainly you can imagine how much information and time I had to sift through to present this to you. But now that we have context and we understand like the original language more, understand all these agricultural things, we can now see the final points, the final nails in the coffin to this whole lunar Sabbath thing. And the first point is that the moon is irregular. Why the lunar Sabbath is wrong is that the moon is irregular, lunar irregularity. So the basic reason is this: a lunar month is approximately 29.53 days, as we've said before. This leads to some months being 29 days and some being 30. This leads to irregularities in the length of a week, which is very, very important. We're going to expand upon that also in the next part. But I want to show you a calendar of, if I can find it. Okay, here it is. I had to dig around for a little bit. This is, according to the moon people, the lunar Sabbath people, the creator's lunisolar calendar. So for them, as you can see, the moon is always 29.5 days, but not always, because sometimes you have to have a 30-day month. And the Sabbath is always on the 8th, 15th, 22nd, and 29th. So you work from day 2, 3 to 7 to the 7th, and on the 8th you rest. The new moon is not counted as anything. It's not counted as Sabbath, it's just counted at the beginning of the month. So it's counted as like a nothing day. Now, the question is this what God intended? Or is this a deception? And as you'll soon see, it's a deception. So what do lunar Sabbatarians do on the 30th day of the month? That's a good question, because the 30th day of the month is not always on a lunar month. It sometimes is, sometimes isn't, because it depends. Now, the answer is that some people keep it as an extension of the Sabbath, meaning, kind of rest 2 days, but there's a problem with that too. God always commanded a 6-to-1 ratio, which we're going to look at in the next part, because that is probably out of everything in this series, or mini-series, in this episode. The one thing to remember is the 6-to-1 ratio. That destroys the lunar Sabbath, absolutely. But nonetheless, the other problem is that you're resting 2 days in a row, and you're not commanded to rest for 2 days in a row. You're commanded to rest for 1 day. So keeping it as an extension of the Sabbath is not a good idea. That doesn't work with Scripture. Second problem is that we have examples of work and travel being done on new moon days. For example, Exodus 40 verses 1 through 2, and the Lord spoke to Moses saying, on the first day of this first month, you shall erect the tabernacle of the tent of meeting. Now, it's not saying the new moon here, but the point is lunar Sabbatarians always say, because, you see, the months were reckoned with the moon. So this has to be the first day of the first month, meaning it was a new moon, according to them. It's not the case, because remember, if we go to the original language really quick, month, Hodesh, on the first day of the first Hodesh. So remember all that we did in previous parts. But nonetheless, on the first day of the first month. Well, the first day of the first month, if we go back to the lunar calendar, here's the lunar calendar. First day of the first month is always a new moon because you're reckoning according to the moon's phases. So when it's a new moon, that's the first day of the month. But if that's the case, then work was being done on this particular first day of the month, meaning a new moon, meaning work was being done on the new moon. So that doesn't work. Ezra 7 through 9 also says this, for on the first day of the first month, i.e. new moon, he began to go out from Babylonia, and on the first day of the fifth month, also a new moon, he came to Jerusalem, for the good hand of God was on him. So he was traveling through new moons, which, if it's considered an extension of the Sabbath, or you're supposed to rest on the new moon, or whatever, you have examples of people doing work and working on those days. Either way, it's considered part of a normal work week. You also have this 3 days journey in Numbers, chapter 10, verse 11 through 12. Israel leaves Sinai. In the second year, in the second month, remember when I say month here, we're reading the Old Testament, especially pre-Babylon. You have to really perk your ears up, Fennec Fox. You have to perk your ears up because when you read month in these older books like the Pentateuch and the Numbers and Exodus, it's not month, it's Hodesh. And actually later too, it's Hodesh too, but there's a lot more complicating things that come into it because they started naming the Hodeshes according to Babylonian names and all the stuff we covered. But nonetheless, this is Numbers, so it's pretty old. In the second year, in the second Hodesh, on the 20th day of the Hodesh, the cloud lifted from over the tabernacle of testimony, and the people of Israel set out by stages from the wilderness of Sinai. And the cloud settled down in the wilderness of Paran. They set out for the first time at the command of the Lord by Moses. Now, by verse 33, you see that it's been taken 3 days. So they set out from the mount of the Lord 3 days' journey. And the ark of the covenant of the Lord went before them 3 days' journey to seek out a resting place for them. So they were traveling for 3 days. Why is this a problem for the Lunar Sabbatarians? Well, again, if we go back to the first verses in verse 11, in the second month, on the 20th day of the month. Okay, let's pull up our calendar, our Lunar Sabbatarian calendar, the 20th day of the month. 3 days. 1, 2, because they're counting inclusively. So, even if you're not counting inclusive, even if you're counting the way we count it, which would be 1, 2, 3 on the 23rd, they were counting inclusively. So it'd be 1, 2, 3 on the 22nd. Either way, you're crossing a time where you're traveling on a Sabbath. Because if the Jews, or the Israelites in this case, were reckoning the Sabbath according to the moon, and that's a fixed thing, then the Sabbath is always on the 22nd day of the month. See the problem? Scripture tells you they were traveling on the 22nd day of a Hodesh. So there's two problems with this. The first problem is that month is not translated to mean lunar month. You're talking about a Hodesh, which is on the 20th day of the sun station. That's number one. Number two, they were traveling on the 22nd day of the month in this case. So even if they were reckoning with the moon, that doesn't make sense because the moon, the 22nd would have been a Sabbath. Do you see the point? That's why this stuff is so easily debunked. But anyway, they left on the 20th and they journeyed. So they couldn't possibly be observing a lunar Sabbath. Couldn't possibly observe it at all. So another thing too is we are not commanded to rest on the new moon. Never are we commanded to rest on the new moon. There's an exception, but the logic here is a little flawed, and that's the Feast of Trumpets. And this is commanded in Leviticus 23, 23 through 25. Feast of Trumpets. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to the people of Israel, saying, in the 7th month, on the 1st day of the month." Again, Old Testament, this is Hodesh. If we look in the original language, there it is. Hodesh, you see? Hodesh. It's not month. It's Hodesh, which is a sun station. It's an appointed time. What were the sun, moon, and stars for? Appointed times. Hodesh is an appointed time. And particularly, it's an appointed time that the sun is in a particular constellation. But anyway, in the 7th month of the first day of the Hodesh, you will observe a day of solemn rest, a memorial proclaimed with blasts of trumpets, a holy convocation. So you had a special Sabbath. Remember, there's Sabbaths, like holidays. And this was commanded on the first day of the month, in this case. Again, it's not month as you and I think about it, but if it were, and it would be a new moon, you know, again, this is probably what people were thinking about. Sometimes there maybe was a new moon on that day. But Amos 8:5 says, when will the new moon be over that we may sell grain, and the Sabbath that we may offer wheat for sale, that we may make an ephah small and shekel great, and deal deceitfully with false balances. So he's rebuking these people that are basically just saying, man, I can't wait till this holiday's over so I can get back to making money. You know, so that's what, but notice here that the new moon, if you go back to the original, this is Hodesh. So again, it doesn't say the new moon. Some people say that this verse points to this idea that they were resting on the new moon for the festival, but it's not clear because again, it's Hodesh. It's not month. It's not first day of the month. It's just Hodesh. And Hodesh, according to the ESV, even the KJV, they translate it in this case as new moon, which again, there's no bearing on reality for that. The Hebrews did not have a word for new moon. They had a word for Hodesh, which represented the period of time that the sun was in a particular sun station. That's a Hodesh. Like if we go back to our drawing, our cool little drawing, this is a Hodesh, this little segment here. This is a Hodesh. That is a segment. And there's 12 of them throughout the solar year, and it divides the year perfectly, which is very interesting. But nonetheless, you see, these things don't point to the new moon at all. Notice also that they're separate. Like if we go back to ESV, when will the new moon be over that we may sell grain, and the Sabbath, meaning these are two different things. Again, it's not talking about the new moon because this is a mistranslation. When will the Hodesh be over, and also the Sabbath, that we may sell grain and offer wheat for sale? So it's not referring to the moon at all. That's number one. Number two, they're distinct, and Hodesh isn't determined by the moon, as we clearly saw. So this is not saying what people think it's saying. Now, another option to this, with this whole extra day thing with the lunar calendar, is that some people refrain from basic things, like commerce or employment, but they do other things like mowing the lawn. But again, God commanded a 6-to-1 ratio. This is the problem lunar Sabbatarians have, and it's the nail in the coffin, really. All this stuff is great evidence, but the 6-to-1 ratio, which we're going to get into next, is the nail in the coffin. Because you either have to wait up to 9 days in the system to get a true day of rest. Because think about it. Look, where's my calendar here? Here's the new moon. And let's say it's the 30th. Let's say this is one of those months where it's going to be a 30th. Well, you just had your Sabbath. Now you have the 30th, which is a normal day. Then you have the new moon, which is counted as, I don't know what. I mean, it's just a normal nothing moon. But still, it's a day. According to God, this is a day. That's a day. Day has passed. That's 1, 2 days. Now you have your whole 6-day week. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days. On the 9th day, you finally rest? That's nonsense. God never told you to do that. God told you to rest or to work for 6 days, rest for 1. The week was reckoned separately from the moon. It's not reckoned according to the moon at all. The moon had nothing to do with the week. So this is the problem. Weekly reckoning is reckoned independent of the moon. First off, the moon was created on the 3rd day of the week. The week already existed in God's mind because the Sabbath was scheduled. It was predestined. I declare the end from the beginning. So God declared the Sabbath to exist even before he rested on the 7th day. It was predetermined that he would do that. See the point? The moon was created on the 3rd day of the week, meaning the moon can't possibly be used to reckon the week. What reckons the week? It's the Sabbath. The Sabbath is the one that reckons the week. How does that work? Well, because you work 6 days and you rest on the 7th day. That's how the week is determined. If you didn't rest on the 7th day, you would just have every day the same day over and over and over and again, forever. Like the ancient Egyptians had. There was no rest. I mean, they had their feast days and all this stuff, but the Sabbath is unique to God's time, which is the 7-day unit of time. Now let's go back to Leviticus 23. This is to prove to you that the week has nothing to do with the moon. We talked about this prophecy earlier in another part. You shall count 7 full weeks from the day after the Sabbath. From the day that you brought the sheaf of the wave of offering, you shall count 50 days to the day after the 7th Sabbath. Then you shall present a grain offering of the new grain to the Lord. So you shall count 7 full weeks from the day after the Sabbath, that's 49 days, from the day that you brought the sheaf of the wave offering. You shall count 50 days to the day after the 7th Sabbath, meaning the next day, the 50th day. Start counting 50. Then you shall present a grain offering of new grain to the Lord. So 7 full weeks is 49 days. Versus if you did lunar reckoning, according to lunar patterns, based on lunar weeks, because remember, some weeks you might have that extra new moon or the 30th day or whatever, it would go to around 50 or 52 days. Sorry, 51 or 52 days. Because the moon is irregular. I mean, it's regular in a sense, but it creates irregular days. The moon has a set thing that it's doing, but what it's doing is not in sync with our days. It's got its own pattern. So that's important. Daniel also, again, going back to prophecy now, Daniel 9, verse 24 to 27, 70 weeks are decreed about your people and your holy city to finish the transgression, to put an end to sin. We talked about this prophecy. It's a profound prophecy. It's very exact. But now you have a real problem if you're a lunar Sabbatarian and you believe that that the weeks are somehow calculated by the moon, and the moon is the true calendar. Because now you have 70 weeks of years, which is 490 years. This 490 years, if you were doing it by the moon and reckoning it by weeks according to the lunar calendar like we just looked at, this prophecy would be off by decades. I didn't do the math, but I'm sure it'd be off by decades at that point in time. Because the deviation is huge. Do you see the problem? And the prophecy, we can prove with archaeology exact timestamps. When it started, when Jesus began his ministry, 27 AD, and when he was crucified, 31 AD. All of that is provable, and I've done it in my end time series. But if the moon was the one to determine weeks, the prophecies would be completely off, and all these time reckonings that we saw, like in Leviticus, would also be off. It wouldn't be 50 days, it would be 51 or 52. So, lunar Sabbatarians, you have a problem. Now, on to part 10, which is the 6-to-1 ratio. Okay, this is part 10, and this is the 6-to-1 ratio, why the lunar Sabbath is wrong. So, a lot of information in this whole presentation. I know it's a lot to digest. Watch it in parts. Take notes if you have to. But if you can remember one thing, it is what I'm about to present to you right now, which is the 6-to-1 ratio, which completely destroys this whole lunar Sabbath idea. Case in point, front and center. You do not need to know all the stuff that I've presented. You don't need to memorize it. You don't need to commit it to heart. I think it's really interesting. I love to research. I love to find details and really get a full weight of the evidence. But you don't need to know that stuff. What you need to know is very simple. That God, everywhere the Sabbath is commanded, always commands a 6-to-1 ratio. That is how the Sabbath is identified in its relationship, not to the moon, but to the working days that precede it. 6 days you shall work, 1 day you shall rest. God is 100% intentional and consistent. He cannot deviate. He doesn't say something but then allow something to be breaking that. His words are absolute. Every instruction of Scripture when it concerns the Sabbath is 6-to-1. The relationship between working days and a rest day. It is not between the Sabbath and the moon because, again, the moon is irregular. It leads to certain days where you have to wait for longer than 6 days before you can have a rest. That breaks the instruction. The instruction is specifically work 6 days, rest 1, which we'll see in just a bit. Remember also that the week is reckoned apart from the moon phases. And so combined with the fact that the lunar irregularities, this alone is enough to refute the lunar Sabbath. It really is, if you're just honest with Scripture. Now let's look at examples. Exodus 16, verse 26. 6 days you shall gather it. This is the manna, by the way. But on the seventh day, which is a Sabbath, there shall be none. This is before Mount Sinai, which again is proof that the Sabbath was created and maintained and established at creation and expected throughout all time. People forgot about it, but nonetheless, God didn't forget. But 6 days you shall gather it, on the seventh day is a rest. Exodus 20, verse 9 through 11. 6 days you shall labor and do all your work, but on the seventh day is a Sabbath to the Lord your God. On it you shall do no any work. You or your son or your daughter, your male servant or your female servant or your livestock or the sojourner who is in with your gates, even within your gates, with even the person who's traveling is expected to rest. Now notice one thing. God blessed one day, which is which day? The day after the 6 days. God created the world in 6 days. Then he rested and blessed that seventh day so that it would define time forever. If God had ordained a lunar Sabbath at creation, he would have had to specify specific days of the month and account for the irregularity of the moon. He would have to. He'd say, okay, I'm blessing the 15th, the 22nd, the 29th, etc. The 8th. You got to rest on those days. That's the days you got to rest on. But none of that is mentioned anywhere. It's always in relationship to 6 days you shall work, 1 day you shall rest. 1 day that's the same all the time. It's the seventh day, one God, one consistent message. Very simple. Exodus 23, verse 12. 6 days you shall do your work, but on the seventh day you shall rest, that your ox and your donkey may have rest, and the son of your servant woman and the alien may be refreshed. Exodus 24, 16. The glory of God dwelt on Mount Sinai, and the cloud covered it 6 days. And on the seventh day he called Moses out to the midst of the cloud. What happened here? Did he wait for the moon to turn a certain color or to show up, or a new moon, or a certain day of the Hodesh? No. 6 days, and on the seventh day he called Moses. Completely consistent. Exodus 31, 15 through 17. 6 days you shall work be done, but the seventh day is a Sabbath of solemn rest, holy to the Lord. Whoever does any work on the Sabbath day shall be put to death. So that's how God feels about respecting the Sabbath. Now, of course, we have grace, which is just wonderful because we deserve to be put to death for everything we've done. But doesn't mean that God has changed in terms of his feelings about the seventh day that he rested intentionally on, to bless for mankind and to foreshadow Christ resting in the tomb. Exodus 34, verse 21. 6 days you shall work, but on the seventh day you shall rest. In plowing time and in harvest you shall rest, no matter when. Doesn't matter if the moon is out, if the moon is not out, if the sun is out, if the sun is not out. You will rest on the seventh day. Exodus 35, verse 2. 6 days shall work be done. Sabbath regulations. 6 days shall work be done, but on the seventh day you shall have a Sabbath of solemn rest, holy to the Lord. Whoever does any work on it shall be put to death. Is there anything about the moon in any of these? So far, no. Leviticus 23, verse 3. The verse that the lunar Sabbatarians love to pull out and say, see, lunar Sabbath. 6 days shall work be done, but on the seventh day is a Sabbath of solemn rest. A holy convocation, you shall do no work. It is a Sabbath to the Lord in all your dwelling places. How is the Sabbath known? How do you know if it's the Sabbath? 6 days you shall work, but on the seventh day is a Sabbath of solemn rest. And that pattern was established in the Exodus before Mount Sinai with the manna. God reminded them of the seventh day because he kept track of it, of course. And he got them into this pattern. And then they got the 10 Commandments. And then one of them was to rest on the Sabbath. And that calendar, along with the natural calendar, was what God revealed to his people of how to be in alignment with time and, of course, with the Sabbath. But people have forgotten. That's why he says, remember the Sabbath. Deuteronomy 5, verse 12 through 14. Observe the Sabbath day to keep it holy. as the Lord your God commanded you. 6 days you shall labor and do all your work, but the seventh day is a Sabbath to the Lord your God. On it you shall not do any work, you or your son or your daughter or your male servant or your female servant, or basically everybody who's living with you and your animals. Do no work. Luke 13, verse 14. But the ruler of the synagogue, this is now the New Testament, so let's see if anything has changed. Even though they have Babylonian calendars and we know historically they were reckoning with the moon and doing all sorts of things by this point. True, the rabbinic system had taken over. But let's see if the Sabbath was any different. But the ruler of the synagogue, ignorant because Jesus had healed on the Sabbath, said to the people, there are 6 days in which work ought to be done. Come on those days and be healed, and not on the Sabbath day. Now, if they had adopted a lunar Sabbath, if anything, it would be visible in these words, which they didn't. They had other traditions centered around the moon by this point, but the Sabbath was never lunar observed. And I'll prove that to you with other texts too. But the ruler could have said, well, guys, there's 4 days out of the month that you come and rest, or 4 days out of the month that people rest. Do not, I don't even know how you would word it, to be honest with you, but nothing is mentioned about the moon or the 4 Sabbaths within a lunar cycle. You know why? Because they didn't use the moon. They used a normal 7-day week that is independent of the moon and that was handed down from all the way from Moses through their generations, that they kept the Sabbath, the 7th day. And we're going to learn about that in just a second. But what's the conclusion? The conclusion is that God cares about the pattern of 6 to 1. It's not about the moon. It's not about anything else. It's not about new moons. It's about the 6 to 1 ratio of working 6 days and resting 1. The lunar Sabbath breaks that pattern. It has to. There's no way around it. Therefore, the lunar Sabbath is a deception. Now on to part 11, why the lunar Sabbath is wrong and what extra biblical evidence we can find. All right, so this is the final part before we do the wrap-up of the whole episode, and we're looking at extra biblical evidence, which is basically what did other people outside of the Bible, like historians, like Josephus, maybe some Roman historians we'll look at, what did they say? We'll even look at the Talmud. What did they say regarding the Sabbath, and maybe potentially the lunar Sabbath? Is that recorded anywhere? Maybe it's just been hidden, and we've been lied to, whatever else. Let's see, let's find out. We're going to start with the Talmud. Now, again, I'm going to say that I do not condone the Talmud. I don't agree with the Talmud. It's an Antichrist book as far as I'm concerned. But nonetheless, it's an important historical piece of evidence. Because the Jews of today definitely have a lot of Babylonian practices. But let's see if among those practices was at any point in time a lunar Sabbath. And it's some interesting things we'll find out. Because again, these are documenting historical happenings and historical attitudes, social attitudes. This is Eruvin 40b. You can look all this up. The Gemara asks, and do Bit Shammai accept the view that one should include the new moon in the regular prayer? Wasn't it taught in Baraita that with regard to a new moon that occurs on a Shabbat? Bet Shammai says one must pray on Amidah that includes 8 blessings in the additional prayer, including a separate blessing for the new moon. So, as I said, by this point in time, they had all kinds of traditions with the moon and, superstitions, and you do this on new moon. But the point to look at is this: a new moon that occurs on a Shabbat. This is impossible in the lunar month reckoning of doing things. A new moon does not ever occur on a Shabbat. Ever. Not ever. Because if you go back to the calendar, let's look it up. Here's the calendar. New moon is its own special little day. Then you have the 4 weeks with their Sabbaths, and then sometimes you have the 30th day. I mean, it's really, you can't base your theology on this stuff. This is nonsense. The moon has its own purpose, but it's not the primary thing to base your life or calendation on, as you can clearly see. But the Talmud doesn't show that. Let's look at another one. This is from Pesakim 83 verse A, also part of these writings. Let's see if we can find it. There it is. Sometimes it takes a while for it to highlight. Mishnah, the bones of the Paschal lamb that contain edible marrow but cannot be eaten because it is prohibited to break the bones of the Paschal lamb, and the sinews and the leftover meat should all be burned on the 16th of Nisan, immediately after the first day of the festival. If the 16th occurs on a Shabbat, here we go, we're going to look this up again. Gosh, I hate when it does this. They should be burned on the 17th because the mitzvah to burn them does not override Shabbat or the festival. Therefore, they are burned on the first weekday. Okay, so if the 16th occurs on a Shabbat, well, let's go back to our calendar. Is that possible? No, it's not, because the Sabbath, according to lunar people, always occurs on the 15th of the lunar month. 15th of the month, 16th is always a working day, meaning the Jews who wrote the Talmud never observed a lunar Sabbath whatsoever. So that's interesting. Now let's look at Josephus, who is a famous Jewish historian. We're going to see what he was writing about, because this is from the Wars of the Jews. Flavius Josephus. He wrote some interesting things. Moreover, they are stricter than any of the other Jews in resting from their labors on the seventh day. I believe he's speaking about the Essenes here. We'll talk about the Essenes in just a second. For they not only get their food ready the day before, that they may not be obliged to kindle a fire on that day, but they will not remove any vessel out of its place, nor go to stool thereon. So he's talking about the Essenes, who basically wrote the Dead Sea Scrolls, and who were very, legalistic. They were very traditional. It was just a sect of Jews, and Flavius Josephus is talking about how they were observing the Sabbath, and what does he say? Resting from their labors on the seventh day. He doesn't mention a lunar Sabbath. The Essenes did not celebrate a lunar Sabbath. They were Sabbath keepers on the seventh day. Lunar Sabbatarians say that these Essenes were a sect that was wrong about the Sabbath. But Josephus wrote about them, and they're in alignment with what the Talmud says too. And again, I'm not for the Talmud. I'm just saying, historically, the Jews never celebrated a lunar Sabbath, ever, whether they were Essenes or non-Essenes or whatever else. Now let's look at another one called Against Apion. This is from Antiquity of the Jews, also by Flavius Josephus. Sorry for that sound. Giant bus just passed. But this is on page, book 1, I believe. And we'll find it here in just a second. Okay, found it. So this is from, again, book 1 of Against Apion by Josephus. When Agatharchides had premised this story, and had jested upon Stratonice for her superstition, he gives a like example of what was reported concerning us, and writes thus: There are a people called Jews, and dwell in a city of the strongest of all other cities, which is the inhabitants called Jerusalem, and are accustomed to rest on every seventh day, on which times they make no use of their arms, nor meddle with husbandry, nor take care of any affairs of life, but spread out their hands in their holy places, pray till the evening, and they pray till the evening. Now it came to pass that when Ptolemy, the son of Lagus, came into this city with his army, that these men, in observing this mad custom of theirs, instead of guarding the city, suffered their country to submit itself to a bitter lord, and their law was openly proved to have commanded a foolish practice. This accident taught all other men but the Jews to disregard such dreams as these were, and not to follow the like idle suggestions delivered as law, when in such uncertainty of human reasonings they are at a loss what they should do. Now, in plain English, what happened? The Jews were taken over by Ptolemy, who was a general, and he took advantage of the fact that they were, on a Sabbath, and of their legalism, basically, and they said, okay, well, if you're going to put your arms down, then it's even easier for me to take over you. And this is what's being documented, but it's being documented by Josephus that they were celebrating on the seventh day. The seventh day, nothing to do with the moon. There's no evidence, shred of evidence from anybody who will read, we'll keep reading some more, that the Jews ever celebrated a lunar Sabbath, ever. Not once. They didn't reckon the Sabbath according to the moon. And that means that the reckoning of the moon that is done with the lunar Sabbatarians is a teaching of men. But nonetheless, let's go next to, who do we got? Frontius, who is a Roman soldier who lived from 40 CE to about 100. So 40 AD to 100 AD. And he wrote this book on military strategy called Strategomaticon. And on page 148, which I have highlighted here, this is on Internet Archive, and you can look for it yourself. I put it in the citations from my series, but you can look this up. And it basically says something about Augustus Vespasian. This is again on page, what is it? Page 148. Divus Augustus Vespasian, emperor, by attacking the Jews on a Saturday, on which they are forbidden to do anything important, was victorious. So he reports that Augustus attacked the Jews also on a Sabbath, which again, it's interesting. You know, we've looked at some of these things where judgment has been on the Sabbath. God's judgment was always on a Sabbath for some reason. I mean, it's not clear all the time, but certainly there's a lot of examples. The first plague of the Exodus, the Jericho, the flood, all these things have 7-day intervals, which is very interesting. So it's interesting to see from other sources reporting that these people were taking advantage of the Sabbath and destroying them. And of course, that's kind of God's judgment, right? If you think about it, that you're going to profane my Sabbath. You're going to go whore after other gods. Okay, well, guess what? On the Sabbath, when you're going to have all your arms down, that's when you're going to be defeated and you're going to learn. And that's, to me, that's just divine judgment, honestly. But this guy, what's his name? Frontius, a Roman soldier, wrote that they invaded on Saturday, which was the Roman Saturday. This is important because the Romans had a different calendar up until 321 AD. Saturday was the first day of the week. And so the first day of the week for the Romans, which they referred to Saturn Day or Saturday, was what the Jews somehow aligned with their seventh day. Now, after 321 AD, Constantine made Saturday the seventh day of the week and Sunday the first day of the week, the day of the sun. And so the Jews just kept celebrating the Sabbath on Saturday because it was the seventh day of the week. So that's an important thing to note. But nonetheless, what is the point? The point is that the moon isn't mentioned. Saturday is mentioned, meaning a specific day that they had chosen to rest on. And of course, the Jews didn't have Saturday, but their Sabbath aligned with the Roman day of Saturn in that particular time. Here's another one. His name is Cassius Dio. He's a Roman historian. He lived from about 155 AD to 229 AD. So he was about a century and a half after Frontius. We looked at Josephus, who was around that time as well. We looked at Frontius, and now we're looking a little bit later to this guy named Cassius. And Cassius wrote a lot of documents according to various battles that happened. The first battle was with Hyrcanus, the second of the Maccabees, and there was this dispute with his brother over who would rule. Basically, the Romans came in and settled it, and they sided with Hyrcanus. And the Romans took it again. They took advantage of the Sabbath to defeat Hyrcanus' brother, to kind of squash the rebellion. So let's see what it says. Okay, it says, as it was, they made an excavation of what are called the days of Saturn, and by doing no work at all in those days, afforded the Romans an opportunity in this interval to batter down the wall. So again, the days of Saturn, i.e. Saturday. The latter, on learning of this superstitious awe of theirs, made no serious attempts the rest of the time, but on those days, when they came around in succession, assaulted most vigorously. So they didn't care about the rest of the week. On the Sabbath, they would just pummel them every time, which again, to me, that's just judgment from God. But either way, Saturn Day. Thus, the defenders were captured on the day of Saturn without making any defense. All the wealth was plundered. The kingdom was given to Hyrcanus, and Aristobulus was carried away. So again, the Romans settled it. They made Hyrcanus, they elevated him to power, but they took advantage of the Sabbath. They didn't wait for the moon. They didn't count lunar reckonings. They knew that the Jews had a specific day that they rested on, which for them, the Romans, was Saturn Day. They said, okay, let's take advantage of it because we don't care. We're just going to destroy them. Now, that was written in 63 BC. This covers 63 BC because that was the Maccabees. That was kind of before Herod, before all the reforms and all the things, the temple and things like that. So now we're looking at around 36 BC. This is another battle that Cassius wrote about. And this is, let's see. Okay, here it is. The Jews indeed had done much injury to the Romans, for the race is very bitter when aroused to anger, but they suffered far more themselves. The first of them to be captured were those who were fighting for the precinct of their god, and then the rest of the day, even then called the day of Saturn. And so excessive were they in their devotion to religion that the first set of prisoners, those who had been captured along with the temple, obtained leave from Sosius when the day of Saturn came around again, and went up to the temple and there performed all of the customary rites together with the rest of the people. So this documents yet again that the Jews, even when they were captured, requested a day of leave to go and worship at the temple. It was the Sabbath. They were very much about keeping the seventh day, which was Saturn Day for them at the time, for the Romans. Now there's a third battle that's covered by Cassius, and this is the Battle of Jerusalem in 70 AD. And let's see what happens in 70 AD. Thus was Jerusalem destroyed on the very day of Saturn, the day which even now the Jews reverence most. Isn't that interesting that Jerusalem was judged on a Sabbath? Just like Jericho, just like Noah's flood, just like the Exodus, where we see patterns there, just like the previous judgments, where the judgments were on the Sabbath. Isn't that fascinating? That God used the pagan power to take advantage of them, basically, and just destroy them and humble them for not following God's commands and not following the Messiah and rejecting the plan of salvation. So they were destroying the Sabbath. You don't want to rest? You don't want to accept my rest? Then you will not enter my rest. And on the Sabbath, when you're supposed to be resting, you're going to get destroyed. So I think that's an interesting pattern. But what's also interesting is, again, Matthew 24:20, Jesus says, pray that your flight may not be on a winter or on a Sabbath. He's not talking to unrepentant Jews. He's talking to people who are going to be believers, elect believers. He's warning them in advance and saying, listen, pray that your flight is not on a Sabbath, meaning those people will be following the Sabbath. That's the point. Christians during Constantine's time kept the Sabbath and were also persecuted for not going to Sunday worship and Sunday rest. They were told not to Judaize when Constantine changed the times around, because the Jews were now practicing Saturday Sabbath, because Saturday had become the seventh day, if that makes sense. So what's the point with all this? Well, the point is that so far, all the way up until Cassius, we saw with Josephus, Frontius, Cassius, all these people are relating to the same thing, which is that the Jews were not observing a lunar Sabbath, but rather a seventh-day Sabbath on a specific day all the time. And that day was Saturn Day for the Romans. Now there's another one, Cornelius Tacitus, which is a Roman historian around 100 AD, and he also associated the Sabbath to Saturn. Okay, found it. Some of these documents are pretty hard to search, but he says the following: they are said to have devoted the seventh day to rest, because that day brought an end to their troubles. Later, finding idleness alluring, they gave up the seventh year as well to Saturn. So the Romans are saying these people are very lazy for not working on a seventh day. How can you, again, the ancient world, the idea of resting and God will provide for you was like, what? Are you kidding me? You must be lazy. And this is referring to the seventh year, which is the sabbatical for the land every 7 years to rest the land resting. But this is what the Roman historian is commenting on. Remember, this is a pagan commenting on this. Others maintain that they do this in honor of Saturn, either because their religious principles are derived from the Idae, who are supposed to have been driven out with Saturn and become the ancestors of the Jewish people, or else because of the 7 constellations which govern the lives of men. The star of Saturn moves in the topmost orbit and exercises peculiar influence, and also because most of the heavenly bodies move around their courses in multiples of 7. So, again, this is a pagan commentary, and he's trying to understand why these people are worshiping this day of Saturn. But again, for the Jews, it wasn't Saturn Day. It was the seventh day. They didn't have names to days. That's another thing. God did not give you names to days. He didn't give you names for months. He just said, this is the year. This is the day, this is the Sabbath day, that's it. You have 6 days you shall work. It's a day like any other. And then Sabbath. Sabbath is the day that defines the week. But today we have pagan names for months, pagan names for the days of the week, and so on and so forth. So, conclusion from all of this external evidence. Well, all the evidence shows us that the Jews celebrated the 7th day as a Sabbath. There is zero, count it, donut hole, zero evidence from any extra biblical source, any historian that wrote about the Jews, that they observed a lunar Sabbath having to do with the moon. Not whatsoever. Even this last guy that we read, Cornelius, who was making all kinds of theories, like as to why they were celebrating on Saturday. Well, maybe they're from the cult of Saturn or whatever. Maybe they worship Saturn. He didn't even talk about the moon. Do you notice that? There's nothing to do with the moon. And we looked at the Talmud also, which preserved all these rabbinic traditions. Not once is it mentioned that they observed a lunar Sabbath. In fact, the things that are mentioned prove to you that they didn't count the lunar reckoning of the Sabbath, because there are days when, like, a new moon and a Sabbath will never be at the same time. And the 16th and a Sabbath will never be happening in a lunar calendar. So we see that there's no evidence. The day that the Romans had as Saturn Day was the Jews' 7th day of the week. That happened to align. And again, we're going to see how this changed to Saturday becoming the 7th day. And now we rest on the 7th day. I don't think of it as Saturn Day. I think of it as Sabbath Day. It's the Sabbath. 7th day of the week. I worked for 6 days. I rest for 1 day. I was going to say 7. I rest for a day. It's not a big point with this whole Saturn Day thing that it was changed from the first day. But you should know that first and foremost, we're going to talk about this in a future episode with why it's important that you do not consider Sunday as the day of rest, as the 7th day. Or as a Christian, as it's fulfilled, so it's the resurrection day. We're just going to rest on the 7th, on the first day now. Very important that you don't consider that as the day of rest, because that day has never changed. It's always been the 7th day. But nonetheless, the point is this: if the moon had been the one that's reckoned, then it wouldn't have always been Saturday. Do you get the point? It wouldn't have always been Saturday. And yet in every piece of evidence, it's always Saturday, Saturday, Saturday. But if the moon was the one reckoning, then that day would change because it's a named day. It wouldn't be Saturday. Sometimes it might be, a Friday or whatever else. Because the lunar month, again, when you're dealing with lunar, it's irregular. Sure, it has numbered days, but those days aren't going to always be Friday all the same. The 18th is not always going to be Friday all the time. It might be, some other day. So anyway, there's no historical evidence for any lunar Sabbath keeping whatsoever. That brings all these points to a close, and the next part is the summary. So congratulations if you made it this far. All right, well, this is part 12. This is the summary of this entire shindig here that we've been doing. If you've made it this far with me every single step of the way, I congratulate you. You are a special kind of specimen, and I give you my award of nerdiness that you can treasure for life. If you just skipped here from the intro and the beginning of the episode, then I hope you've learned that cheating is not profitable. But nonetheless, we're going to help you be edified either way. Go back and watch some of those stuff if you're curious about these points, because again, I'm not going to document anything I'm just going to go bullet by bullet and give you the main points to keep in mind so that we can make this efficient. But I do highly recommend at least going back to the section on the 6-to-1 ratio so you can understand the basic reason why the lunar Sabbath is just plain out wrong and unbiblical. So now, summarizing all these different sections that we outlined. Part 1, we talked about intercalation. Now, intercalation refers to basically adjusting the calendar so that it keeps in alignment with the natural calendar that God created, which is the solar calendar. There's a lot of problems with intercalation with every single calendar, whether it's the Roman modern calendar we live in, or all of these legalistic Enoch, Zadok, Hebrew calendars that everybody's arguing over. They all intercalate. And so the problem is it doesn't matter how much you intercalate or how accurate you think it is. If you're intercalating, then you are not the correct calendar. That's the point that we want to make from that section. Intercalating is adjusting the calendar to keep up with what is actually happening. What that means is you're not in the real calendar. You're in a construct that is off from the real calendar. Intercalation is proof that the calendar that you're using is not the real calendar, because God is perfect. He doesn't adjust or change or vacillate or do irregular things. The real calendar is not one that intercalates. And we prove that through some other things. Now, in part 2, we talked about the problem of months. A moon's lunation period, or cycle of the month, is 29.53 days. So 12 lunations is about 354 days, a little over that. Hence why you need to add a 13th month intercalated, meaning every X amount of years, so that your year doesn't go off and then your seasons get inverted. However, there's no 13th month in Scripture, and we prove that beyond a shadow of a doubt. So again, if any of these things you need extra documentation on, go back to the previous section. We also looked at Ezekiel and how this is a great misunderstanding of the text and how it's not showing you a 13th month. It's actually just a total misreading of the text. And we looked at some very popular lunar Sabbatarians that teach this. We also looked at Genesis, at the flood narrative with the 150 days that elapsed, and the misreading of that text of projecting our modern understanding into time reckoning and not reading chronologically, because it's not showing you that their months are counted as 30 days each. It's showing you just a period of time, 150 days, and then something else happened. The moon is not the source of the months, especially not in the Old Testament. The calendar was never made of 30-day months, ever, like we have it today. God gave us the sun, the moon, and the stars. So if the moon is ruled out as the primary timekeeper, then what's left is the sun and the stars. This is why in part 3, when we talk about constellations, we opened up this idea, and I'm going to show you a picture, because this picture is cool, which is this idea that the sun has a position in each of these constellations. There are 12 constellations in the sky at any given time. Now there's a precession of equinoxes, which changes this order of the constellations in the sense that every 26,000 years there's a precession, and like you've heard people say the age of Aquarius or whatever. That's what that's referring to. Those are different precessions of the equinox, and that causes a shift in the location of the constellations. But that doesn't change the fact that there is always 12 constellations, and the sun goes from 1 through all the way around and then comes back in the sky. It rises and sets in each of these constellations, and the period of time that it rises and sets within a given constellation is what the Hebrews identified as a Hodesh, which we'll look at in just a second. But a Hodesh is a period of time that basically the sun is in a given constellation. Excuse me. And that is dividing the year perfectly into 12 pieces. Now, they're not even, because some constellations are bigger or more narrow than others. So this is the point. But nonetheless, it is 12 exact times. Let's put it that way, appointed times, because the idea of a month is a created conjecture. Hebrews didn't have months. It's a mistranslation. But nonetheless, constellations determine the appointed 12 times of the year. And in that way, you don't need to intercalate, meaning you don't need to add extra time via months or days or years or whatever every X amount of years, because you're with the natural way of doing things. That's the point. This is the calendar. And of course, it's a little more complicated than that, because the moon also factored in this as well, which we'll talk about. But one thing you got to keep in mind with constellations is that they're not pagan. Constellations were created by God. And in Job, we even saw that he named one of them the bear, very likely. And constellations were very much part of timekeeping for a while. Even the Catholic Church and its basilicas in the Dark Ages and stuff, they were keeping track of this stuff all the time. You can see even remnants of it today with this system. They were keeping track of the sun's position in a constellation, because that is the true clock. That is the true calendar. Of course, our clock is Roman in origin. It's an invented conjecture, and it intercalates, so it's not the true calendar. So the real calendar doesn't intercalate because it has basically perfectly divided sections throughout the year. They're not even sections, but they're perfectly 12 in a solar year. Now, part 4, which is the meaning of Hodesh. Hodesh is a word that is translated often as new moon or month, but this is not at all what it means. This is a translation error because people didn't understand the concept of Hodesh. Hodesh is basically a sun station, a period of time that the sun is in one of those stations of the constellation, and that's a Hodesh. It's an appointed time. Hodeshes did not have names like we have names for months. They were just the first, the second, the third. It's like a clock. You're in a clock. You're in a giant clock. And there was 12 periods, or Hodesh, Hodeshim, in the clock. Those periods ranged in time. Some of them were longer than others, again, because constellations were different shapes. But people lived outside all the time. They were in tune with nature. They were watching, observing the skies all the time. And as a result, they were also agricultural, meaning what really mattered is it getting warm and is it getting cold? So if we look back at this diagram, you see that there's only two seasons. And we looked at this throughout the Bible, which is that there's only 2 seasons of the Bible. There's the warm season, summer and winter, it was called in English. But there are times when the Bible's translated to autumn and spring, but this is actually a mistranslation. We looked at that. The biblical calendar, the natural calendar, only has 2. Hot and cold. It's getting warmer. It's getting colder. From the equinoxes are basically times when the day and the night are equal. The equinoxes determine when the harvest season, like how long the harvest season is. After the first equinox is when things start to sprout and they're ready to be harvested. It starts to get warmer and warmer and warmer. Then the solstice happens. Then basically the day starts getting shorter, but it's already longer, so it's getting shorter until the day and night are equal again. That's the fall equinox. Then that's the next harvest, the final harvest, and then it starts to get cooler as time proceeds, and it just keeps going in this cycle of up and down, left and right, male, female, yin and yang. We talked about all this stuff. Look, these things are not pagan. They have been taken and paganized, but these are God's inventions. God created duality, and it's a beautiful thing. He created the dance of life, the dualistic dance of life. Through hot and cold, winter and summer, everything is dualistic in our nature, and the enemy has taken that and appropriated it for his own purposes and for occult things. But duality is not evil. Male and female is not evil. Light and dark is not evil. The sun and moon is not evil. Constellations are not evil. They're there so you understand what station the sun is in. If we didn't have constellations, then you wouldn't be able to tell where you are in the solar year. See how brilliant it is? It's really quite brilliant if you think about it, because you're completely in tune with the natural cycle and you don't have any reason to intercalate. You're never off time. You don't have to keep track of leap years or leap days. It is completely in tune. So there were 2 seasons. They were based around the spring and fall harvests. The equinoxes played a role with these harvests. And of course, there were only 2 seasons, hot and cold. Now, part 5, we talked about the meaning of Yerach, Keseh, and Lebana. These are just other words like Hodesh that are translated into moon or new moon or full moon, but it's not quite the case. This is just a generalization, and it's applying our sense of reckoning to the old calendar that they were using, the natural calendar, which was much more nuanced and so much more detailed. Because we have a pagan calendar that we're under, and with months and names of months and all this stuff, and we figured, oh, well, it's probably lunar reckoning, like most people think. They look back on these words and say, well, it probably has to do with the full moon or new moon. But we saw by comparing translations that some of them often disagree. Some of them will say new moon, while another one will say full moon. Well, which one is it? Those are 2 opposites. So this is the problem. These words indicate that the moon, if anything, they indicate, like Keseh was a very obscure word that we looked at. It's hard to tell what it is. Lebana was a word for the full moon when it's bright. And Yerach was more of a word to delineate the occurrence of the moon in a particular Hodesh or sun station, like we have with the Farmer's Almanac. Like today we have wolf moon, bright moon, harvest moon. You know, we have a full moon that occurs within a particular month. Well, so did they have the moon that's an independent timekeeper as a second witness. Remember what Jesus says, that on the authority of two witnesses, this is also the Old Testament, that on the authority of two witnesses something is true. Isn't it fascinating how the skies themselves also paint this picture? Because during the day you can't see the constellations, but when the sun sets and the moon comes out, you see the constellation and you can tell, oh, I see the sun was setting in this constellation. Now I know what Hodesh we're in. And people kept track of this every single day. They knew their sun and their stars, and so it would become intuitive as to what Hodesh you were in. But the moon was not primary. The point is that all these words that we looked at, they do indicate that there was a secondary layer of timekeeping for agricultural purposes, like, for example, how we have harvest moon, the bright moon in May. These things are old traditions. They were around. Actually, this is, if anything, that's probably the only thing that's left from the natural calendar in our modern day reckoning, which is this idea of the moons falling with different names. Well, the Hebrews had that too, that they fell in particular times of the year, and each Hodesh had its own full moon. And that full moon was described in a certain way so you'd know which one it is. People also use the moon as a informal, like, oh yeah, it was about 3 lunations ago, 3 moons ago. Not 3 months, because the idea of a month is a pagan invention. Using the moon as a way to count time was a way that people used independently of this solar stellar calendar that is for agriculture and for basically the clock that we live in. So the moon played its own part. The moon had its own, things to do. It was a secondary witness of timekeeping, but it wasn't primary. It was just there to primarily to determine, to confirm the sun's position. Because at night the moon would rise, and you see what constellation the sun just set in. So, okay, great, I know where I'm at. It's the second witness. But it's not the primary timekeeper. The sun and the stars are. Now, another word we looked at is Moed. Moed is basically translated into seasons or appointed times. Lunar Sabbatarians say that the moon was set for all appointed times, according to Genesis 1:14. And because the Sabbath is listed as a Moed, or an appointed time, in Leviticus 23, they say, well, see, there you go. The moon basically reckons the Sabbath. It's a lunar Sabbath. But there are plenty of examples of Moeds, or appointed time, Moedim, that are not determined by the moon. And we looked at those examples, which kind of throws all this whole theory out of the water, or out the window, whatever. Moed is just an appointed time. It's just an appointed time that something is going to happen. Moon is sometimes used for appointed times for some Moeds, but not for all of them. So this is a grave error that the Lunar Sabbatarians commit, because they're not aware of that, because of their bias. Now, part 7, we looked at the prophetic years, and that's specifically in Revelation and Daniel. Now, a prophetic year is basically 360 days of 12 months each at 30 days each. And the question is does this mean that God is reckoning time this way? Is this God's actual timepiece? Is this prophetic way of reckoning that was revealed only to John, by the way, only to John? Daniel and John are very related, but Daniel did not receive months. He just received the time in days, and in time, times, and half a time, which is concerning like the little horn power. He didn't say months. And we looked at why that's the case. It's a very interesting part, so I would just recommend go watching that, because the conversation on this particular topic is very nuanced as to why did John receive his prophecy in days and months and even a year as signals of timekeeping that were representative of 12 months at 30 days each, and why did Daniel receive just days and times and half of it, which really a time is kind of like a year. There's a general term for a circuit. The year, the sun is basically completing its circuit around the constellations. rising and setting in the constellations, the various circle of constellations. This is a very interesting conversation, but the point is this. There's no evidence of ever there being a 360-day calendar, ever in Scripture. If it were, then our seasons would be flip-flopped every 36 years, meaning summer would be winter and winter would be summer. So you'd have to intercalate like crazy. God would not do that. God did not reveal that system to the Hebrews, nor the Israelites. So there's no evidence of a 360-day calendar, nor is there evidence of a 30-day month, because again, remember, the Hebrews didn't have months like the pagans did with Babylon and beyond. They had Hodesh, which were the sun stations, the lodging places of the sun in the constellations. So Daniel did not receive instructions with months because he was in that time period where the calendar, the natural calendar, was being erased by the Babylonian power. The Jews started to name their months with the Babylonians. They started to do lunar reckoning. They picked up a lot of stuff that still they do today and that we use today because we're under this system. So Daniel was right at the crux of that. And so he got his prophecy in days and in years, which everybody counted years. It's just the time of the sun going around the circuit. That's universal. It's not 365. God didn't say 365 days. He said a year. Okay, well, a year is objective, however long the year takes with the sun. But when Daniel said, well, what's the deal? I don't get this. He was told, listen, this is not for you. Don't worry about it. It's for the future. And we know in Daniel that the power, the Antichrist power, will change times and laws. It's not talking about just regular times, but about God's time, i.e. the natural calendar will be erased and superimposed with its own invention. And the law, which we'll get to another episode, in the future, when we talk about Saturday and Sunday, the law was changed as well. But nonetheless, this is the problem now facing us in the modern era, and also John, because he was under the Greco-Roman power, the Roman power essentially, but the Greco-Roman system of timekeeping, the Babylonian system, where they had lunar month reckoning and 30-day months and all this kind of stuff. So he was under that system. So God is not revealing to you how he's keeping time, because he's already done that through the sun and moon and the stars. God is giving John appointed times of specific amounts of days that are having to do with this particular prophecy of the end times, meaning the time when people will be living during the Antichrist power's reign of changing the times and laws, if that makes sense. Our generation and everybody who's been in the millennial age, from the cross until now, even before that, but especially the New Testament saints, we've lived in this period of time where the power has changed the time. So God is giving us the instructions and the prophecy in our time that he decreed. He appointed this to be changed. That's why it says he will change times and laws. God predestined that. He appointed that to happen. But here's the kicker. The natural calendar doesn't matter for your moral obligation. That doesn't concern us anymore. That's been erased. That's been forgotten. It is what it is. My guess is we're probably going to get back to it in the new creation. That's something I explored in this series or in this episode, because it pretty much is a series. But that's besides the point. The point is that the time has been forgotten, but the law is the moral code. You're not going to forget that. Or I should say God is not going to forget that. So that's why he says, remember the Sabbath, because both of them would be taken away, the time and the law. One of these doesn't matter for your morality, which is the true calendar. It's cool to study, especially to refute the lunar Sabbath, but it doesn't really matter for your morality. They would both be forgotten because God decreed that the Antichrist power in Daniel 7:25 would change the times and the laws. Make sense? And so what that means is that the time was changed and the law was changed, but one of them is important, and that's why he says, remember the Sabbath. So the point is this: when John was given his revelation, the added indicator of months was given to specify time in the way that we would reckon it in this final period of age, where basically the Antichrist power is in control of the time. So the prophecy is given in that type of reckoning. But interestingly enough, we also looked at this. because those months are 30 days, it proves that God is not using the moon to reckon the month. So there you go. That's something to look at as well. Now, a couple more parts. In the part 8, we looked at instances where months are mentioned in the New Testament. So there's several instances where either Jesus or the apostles are talking about months. And so the question is, well, see, months are part of time reckoning. Well, not so much. If you're looking at the Pentateuch, you're looking at a very different story than when you're looking at Nehemiah and Esther with the Babylonian captivity and the Persians that started to influence things. Then you're looking at the New Testament where people were under the Roman power for centuries and the Greco-Roman influence of the calendars. So these situations are really just reflecting common understanding of time at that particular age, because the old agricultural system had been done away with. It had been forgotten, and God had decreed it for it to be forgotten and for this new system to take over and allowed that to happen. So when people mention months or, say, okay, like when Jesus says, you say that there's 4 months, you can recognize there's 4 months. He's not saying, I as God believe that a month is 30 days. That's not what he's saying. He's a human being speaking among other human beings and recognizing the social attitudes of his time. Just like Luke, when he wrote the Gospel of Luke and the book of Acts, Luke was a Hellenized Jew or a Christian or a Gentile convert. So either way, he was part of the Greek pagan system. Not that he's a pagan, but he was reckoning time just like you and I reckon time. When I schedule my YouTube videos, I schedule them at midnight on whatever day. Why? Because that's when the day starts in our pagan system. Not because I believe that, but whatever, that's just the most convenient to organize the information. Because it's not by sunrise anymore. But nonetheless, this is it. You're dealing with the time that you're in. And God accounted for that when he gave Revelation. And he's giving the New Testament and the book of Revelation, all these things, because we're in this system and we need to be able to understand time accordingly. Now, part 9 and 10 and 11, we looked at pretty much 3 things in a row why the lunar Sabbath is wrong. The first one was lunar irregularity, which is that the moon is irregular. A lunar cycle or a lunation is 29.53 days. Some months are 29 days, some months are 30. And the problem with that is that you sometimes have a longer period of time. It basically, let me put it simple, it breaks the 6-to-1 ratio. Plain and simple. It breaks the 6-to-1 ratio, which is the second thing we talked about in part 10, that everywhere the Sabbath is listed and commanded, without exception, it is done so in relationship to 6 working days. 6 days you shall work. I don't have 6 fingers, I'm not a Nephilim, but 6 days you shall work, 1 day you shall rest. Meaning that the way that you identify a Sabbath is not by the moon, but it's by the 6 previous working days. It's always in relationship to a working day. The Sabbath is independent of the moon. The moon has nothing to do with reckoning the time of the Sabbath because the moon is irregular and that leads to irregular days. And when you have a 30-day month, like let's pull up the calendar since I'm just a visual person, I like visual cues. Sometimes this is a lunar calendar. So the Sabbath is always on the 8th, 15th, 22nd, 29th. But you see the problem? Sometimes you have a 30-day month. And then if you have a 30-day month, that's the first, it's a regular working day, it's day 1. But then you have a new moon day, which is just kind of like, what is that? Nobody knows really how to go around that. There's no satisfactory answer. But let's say you work on that day. So you have the 30th, the 1st, and then you have 6 days of work. You have 8 days of work before you go and you rest again, which breaks the 6-to-1 ratio. Or sometimes you have, let's say, there's not 30 days, there's 29 days, like a normal, well, relatively normal lunar cycle. It's 29.53, but anyway, 29 days. Then you have a new moon day. So what do? You rest on it or do you work? Well, if you work, you have 7 days of working and then a Sabbath. If you rest on it, well, then now you're resting for 2 days. So you see the problem? It doesn't respect God's instructions whatsoever. It's nonsense. So this is why you got to know that the ratio of the Sabbath is always 6-to-1. That alone, if you remember one thing out of this entire, however many long hours, I don't even know. I'll find out when I edit this. But if you're going to remember one thing, is that it's 6-to-1 ratio. Now, the last thing we looked at is part 11, which is why the lunar Sabbath is wrong, extra biblical evidence. So we looked at, for example, the Talmud. We looked at Josephus. We looked at Roman historians. We looked at all of these extra biblical pieces of evidence having to do with the Jews and the Sabbath. Not a single time, zero, did anybody mention the lunar Sabbath. Not the Talmud, not Josephus, not Roman historians talking about the Jews getting conquered on Sabbaths, getting judged on Sabbaths, by the way, which seems to be God's pattern of judgment, which is very interesting. But they said that it was always on Saturn Day, which for the Romans was the first day of the week. We'll find that out in a future episode when we talk about Saturday and Sunday. It was usually the first day of the week, Saturn Day. But for the Jews, it just happened to align with their seventh day. So that's very interesting. But nonetheless, it was always on Saturday. So if it was always on the same day, Saturn Day, for the Romans, then it couldn't possibly be reckoned by the moon, because that wouldn't allow for the same day to be rested on every single week. You see what the point is? The Romans testify that it was always on Saturday. Flavius Josephus testifies that it was always on Saturday. The Talmud testifies that there were new moons on a Sabbath, which would never happen on a new moon or on a lunar calendar. And also that Sabbath might occur on the 16th, which also can't happen on a lunar calendar. Because again, if we go to the lunar calendar, here's your new moon. Sabbath can't happen because this is a strict thing. It repeats all the time. The only variation is whether you have a 30th day or not. In the Talmud, it says that if the Sabbath falls on a 16th, well, guess what? That can't happen with the lunar calendar. Oops. So the lunar Sabbatarians are wrong. So the Jews counted the seventh day always. They never used the lunar month or the lunar, calculations to determine the Sabbath. Ever. Not in the Talmud, not in the Bible, not according to Roman historians, not according to Jewish historians, not according to anybody, except according to their own minds, people who are teaching these things and leading people astray into legalism and nonsense. So we have to remember Deuteronomy 12, verse 32, everything that I command you, you shall be careful to do. You shall not add or take away from it. You shall not add or take away from it. So why are people who are teaching the lunar Sabbath adding or taking away from God's word? Because they're adding all kinds of things, like we looked at throughout this episode. I know it's a monster of an episode, so go watch it in parts if you need to. But people are adding and taking away. God's natural calendar is a beautiful dance of life. It truly is. The more you get present to it, the more just amazing you see. Like, wow, that's so cool how this thing works. And of course, I don't pretend to know how it works 100%. But certainly, I've researched it enough, and hopefully if you've done the research with me through this episode, that you see something that you didn't see before, and something that you can marvel at. It begins with life, with the spring equinox, when the day and the night are equal, and then it gets warmer and warmer and warmer. Then the solstice happens, and then the days start shrinking again, and then it gets an equal, then that's equinox again. Then there's the second harvest. Then the nights get longer, longer, longer. Then the solstice happens. Then the nights get shorter, shorter, shorter. Then it's equinox again. Then life happens again. It's life and death. Life and death. Yin and yang, up and down, left and right, male and female. God created it, man. He formed the light. He shapes the darkness. He created it all. And it's a beautiful thing. But today we live in an inversion where the day begins at night, at midnight. The year begins with death. The peak of winter when all things are dead and dying. Our months have pagan names. Our weeks have pagan names. God never gave names to the days of the week, nor to the Hodesh. He never gave names for that. We looked at that. There is the Hodesh of Abib, but Abib is not a proper name. It's describing when life is coming out of the ground. So it's the Hodesh of things ripening. That's basically what it is. It wasn't a proper name. It was just a way to identify which Hodesh out of all of the Hodesh in the sky is going to be your first. Well, it's the one where things ripen. That's your Hodesh. That's the beginning of the year for you. Because God is life and light. God begins things with life, with the greater light of the day, like we looked in the previous episode, where sunrise determines the day, not the moon. So all this Babylonian stuff, look, The Lunar Sabbath is part of this Babylonian system of evening to evening reckoning, lunar reckoning, all this stuff that has been polluting our reckoning of time. And it is what it is. There's nothing you can do about it. But if you are, or you know somebody that's, believes in the Lunar Sabbath, then share this with them so they can snap out of it. Because it's not in the Talmud, it's not in the Bible, it's not in God's Word, it's not in anywhere. It's not in extracurricular or extra biblical evidence either. It's nowhere. It's a made up thing. It's a tradition of men, and it's legalism. It's not in alignment with God's calendar, with the natural way of things. It doesn't make any sense. It's not even practical. So just abandon it because it's straight up legalism. It really is. God said that the Sabbath is a delight, not a burden. The Lunar Sabbath is a burden. It's impractical. It's quite frankly really silly. And now you know it is wrong. All right, well, just when you thought you got to the end, right? I have another just tiny little thing to show you. I think it's going to be very edifying. I think it's going to be very fun. While I was editing this monster of an episode, I realized a few things that I wanted to add. And again, this is not going to be long. I don't think it will be. But I want to present you with an updated and more detailed graphic of this calendar. Now, I'm going to preface this, I'm going to show it to you, and I'm going to put it on the website where the Sabbath series is listed, so you can download this graphic, and so you can have it, you can use it, you can learn from it, whatever. But I'm going to preface a few things. First, I don't believe that we need to be keeping this calendar, okay? So I want to make that very clear. I'm not like all these Torah keepers and, people who are stuck in the Old Testament who we need to keep the Torah, or we need to keep the feasts, or we need to know what the true calendar is so we know, maybe when Jesus is returning. That's not what this is about. It really is not. So I hope that I have impressed upon you throughout this whole series, if you watch just the end, and I think we talked a little bit about it there, but ultimately my goal is not for you to keep this calendar, okay? Because the calendar is not what we were warned. I mean, we were warned the times and laws were changed, were going to be changed, but one of those, the times and law, one of those out of that group of two, is actually important for obedience, and it will make a difference in the mark of the beast, which is the law, i.e. the Sabbath. So the calendar being forgotten is not a big deal. I'm not here to tell you to keep this calendar. I am here to tell you, first off, that the Lunar Sabbath is wrong, and this proves it in many different ways, as we've seen, but also to help you marvel, and ultimately to know the truth about the cosmology you live in. Because that's another big can of worms. And again, I have a whole series planned on that. If you're watching this from the future, then go watch it, the cosmology series. Because there are a lot of very big lies that are tied to the nature of reality here. Let's put it that way. And if you believe the heliocentric lie, then they can sneak in a lot of different things. One of them being the climate change gospel with its Sunday rest, Green Sunday movement, all of this stuff for the environment, which is coming together. I've talked about this stuff, one world religion. Look, it's all part of the same lie. And a big foundation of that lie is fooling you into believing the kind of reality you live in. So the goal of this thing is to get you to marvel at God's design, to hopefully edify you in realizing what kind of reality you live in. It's not the reality we've been told since we were little kids in classrooms with globes in the kindergarten and things like that. But it's a very amazing and truly mysterious reality. Truly mysterious. So do not worry about trying to know what year it really is. Do not use this to drift into legalism. I share it with you as a resource. Now, let's take a look at it, and this is what it looks like. You probably can't tell all the wording on here, but I'll guide you through it. So this is the clock. This is the calendar that we live in. Now, there's a couple things obviously that are not exact with here, and I'll point those out. But this is the vernal. Now, again, if you're listening to this, go check out the website, danceoflife.com. Go to the Bible study section, click on Sabbath, and you'll see it there to be able to download it. This is the vernal equinox, meaning when day and night are equal in length, and the moon and the sun set in the same place in the sky. This is the autumnal equinox. This is when day and night are equal again, and the moon and the sun set in the same sky. It's only twice a year that this happens. From the vernal equinox is the new year. This is the true new year, when things start to ripen, because things, if you recall, they ripen right after the vernal equinox, because the vernal equinox begins the warm season. Remember, the Bible has only 2 seasons. It has the warm season with the former rain and the first harvest, and it has the cold season, which is the latter rain and the second harvest. So how do these things work? There's no fall, there's no, spring. It's just hot and cold, a cycle of 2. Everything is dualistic. The dance of life, baby. I mean, really, you'll learn why I named my podcast, why I named it from all these things, hopefully. But ultimately, here's how it works. This is the new year, and I put some verses here, Exodus 12:2 and Exodus 21, verses 15 through 16, where God is revealing the calendar and what they need to do and how to Moses. So check those out. We talked about those in the episode, obviously. But from the vernal equinox, what happens is the daylight starts to increase, meaning the days get longer. Now, halfway through that period until the autumnal equinox, there's a summer solstice, which, by the way, the solstices are never mentioned in the Bible, which is very interesting. Kind of like how we keep track of autumn and spring, and that's not really mentioned at all. It wasn't part of their reckoning. Neither is the summer and winter solstice, because they're really meaningless. They really are. What matters is, when are the day and night equal? Because that determines the actual season. The summer solstice and the winter solstice do determine when the daylight starts changing, but it's meaningless ultimately in terms of the crops, because you're still in the warm season. See, daylight increases, the summer solstice happens, and then daylight starts to decrease, but you're still in the warm season. It's not until after you reach the autumnal equinox that night starts getting bigger than day, longer than day, meaning daylight is shorter than night, and then that's when the cold season starts. Now, the cold season goes and goes and goes until the winter solstice, and that's basically when the shortest day is in the year, is the winter solstice. But then daylight starts increasing. Doesn't matter, though. You're still at the time. For example, at the time of this recording, which is early March, we're still not to the vernal equinox, meaning we're still in the cold season. I can feel it. I'm in Phoenix, for crying out loud, and it still feels. Now, of course, people who are living in Montana are like, "Are you kidding me?" But nevertheless, compared to our normal weather, it's still cold out. We're still in the cold season, even though the daylight is increasing. And then it comes back to the vernal equinox. Now, you also have these star stations, which the sun rises and sets in. There's 12 of them throughout the year. There are 12 Hodesh throughout the year. It evenly divides the solar year into 12 exact segments. Now, remember, this is one of the things that's not pictured on here, because there wouldn't be a way for me to create it unless I'd have to create it from scratch, and that would take hours and hours and hours and hours. And plus, I don't even know what the length of the Hodesh really was. I'm sure you could probably calculate it based on, just using Stellarium or something, but that's just way too much work. So I'm giving a caveat that these segments in this little star wheel are not, here they're equivalent segments. Each of them are the same size, which is not true. So that's something you need to realize, that the segments in here are not actually equivalent, because some of these constellations take longer for the sun to pass through than others. So nevertheless, there's 12 segments in this, basically year, because of the constellations. The sun rises in each, and that determines the new Hodesh, or period. Now, a couple of things. There's 2 moons that are listed. Remember, we talked about how the moon is a parallel timekeeping system. It's not the primary one. Of course, it's part of the timekeeping system. God gave the sun, the moon, and the stars, all 3. And the moon is a second witness. And we see evidence of that through a lot of different things, but one of the things that we do see, and I put it on here, you can kind of barely make out the wording here, but it's where it says in 1 Kings 6, the moon of Ziph, or the Yerach of Ziph, and the Yerach of Bull, which we looked at as really how we still keep time with moons in terms of the farmer's almanac, like the bright moon in May and the harvest moon in like October, I believe it's October something. But nevertheless, it falls on a different day every year because the moon is irregular. But there's always a full moon within a Hodesh. Now, we don't know what the other ones are called. We don't have a record of that, but we do have record of 2 of them. And interestingly enough, the bright moon, Ziph, is still used today. Bright moon is in May. Now, that was the second month for them, the second Hodesh. So, of course, that's not going to line up exactly with May to our calendar today, because our calendar is based on just arbitrary divisions of months. But nonetheless, it was the second Hodesh. So you can see this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Six chunks of the year evenly without any need to intercalate. It's truly brilliant. And then this one, of course, was the 8th month, or I should say the 8th Hodesh. And it was called the Yerach of Bull, and Bull meant increase, which again, I'm associating that to harvest because that was around the harvesting time, the autumnal equinox. Remember, the equinoxes signal when the harvest happens. The vernal equinox, right after the vernal equinox, is things ripen and they're getting ready for harvest. That was the first fruits. That was the barley harvest. And then by the autumnal equinox, that was the second harvest after that, right after it. And that's when they had their final feast, which is the Feast of Ingathering. So this is pretty much it. And again, you've got a cycle that begins with life, whereas our particular calendar begins in like the dead of the dead, in the winter, right around the winter solstice when everything is dying. And basically our days begin with night, with midnight. It's a wonky system, but nonetheless, very interesting. Another thing I want to show you is this whole thing of precession, which, if I can pull up Photoshop, here we go. Because this is the best way to do it. So look, we talked about precession. We'll talk a little bit about today as well. Just some things to keep in mind. But so if I take this wheel, so this is the star wheel. Now, okay, for clarity, where I'm listing, this is another thing that's not accurate biblically. Okay, so I have to point this out. This Hodesh, so if you look at these constellations, they're not named because all the ones that I found were named were all about the zodiac, and I don't want to put that on here. But they are constellations, okay? So the constellations are not pagan. It's the names that are pagan. But nonetheless, we kind of have to use the pagan names because we don't have the original names. So the vernal equinox is aligned with Pisces, because that's when it happens in our particular day and age. This is Pisces right here, right next to it. And the autumnal equinox, this is Virgo, the woman. Okay, so basically this is how it happens in our particular time. Now, supposedly 2,500 years ago, they used to have their, if I can shift this over, you see how this works? This is Aries. This was a sign over. So Aries used to be basically the sign, or, obviously they didn't call it Aries, but this Hodesh, this constellation, was the beginning of the year where probably the Exodus happened, and that eventually was called Nisan and all that stuff that we talked about. But as you can see, what happens? Well, the constellations move slightly. See how this works? Notice everything else doesn't move. It's the constellations that move, because again, you're not changing how many constellations are. There's only 12. What you're changing is just where the sun rises and where the equinox occurs. Eventually, after, another 1,000 whatever years, not that I believe the Earth has that long, but ultimately, if this system goes forever and ever, basically these stars precess. It's called the precession of the equinox. Now, there's a lot of controversy about the nature of this particular movement and what is causing it, or if it even exists. But there is some evidence that suggests that that this was the case. So let's look at that evidence. This is called trepidation, and this is from Theon of Alexandria in the 4th century. Theon states that certain unnamed ancient astrologers believe that the precession rather than being a steady, unending motion, meaning it keeps the constellations keep moving, in different spots like we just showed you on Photoshop, being on any motion, instead reverses direction every 640 years. So people used to believe, and again, I'll be honest with you, I haven't looked into this as much as I should probably about whether it's true, because there's been a lot that we've been lied to. Anyway, they used to believe that the equinoxes oscillated, meaning every 640 years they would go one direction, they would go another, and they would oscillate, which I think is it would be in line with everything we've learned about God's calendar and clock. I think it's a very interesting idea, but I haven't studied enough about it, so I'm being honest with you. The equinoxes in this theory move through the ecliptic at the rate of 1 degree in 80 years over a span of 8 degrees, after which they suddenly reverse direction and travel back over the same 8 degrees. Theon describes this but does not endorse this theory. A more sophisticated version of this theory was adopted in the 9th century to explain a variation which Islamic astronomers incorrectly believed was affecting the rate of precession. People have been watching the skies for a very long time, so keep that in mind. This version of trepidation is described in De Motu Octave Spherae, on the motion of the 8th sphere, a Latin translation of a lost Arabic original. The book is attributed to the Arab astronomer Thabit ibn Qurra, but this model has also been attributed to Ibn al-Adami and his grandson. In this trepidation model, the oscillation is added to the equinoxes as they precess. The oscillation occurred over a period of 7,000 years, added to the 8th or 9th sphere of the Ptolemaic system. Thabit's trepidation model was used in the Alphonite tablets, which assigned a period of 49,000 years to precession. This version of trepidation dominated Latin astronomy in the Middle Ages. So they believed in this, and they were definitely, discussing it. The Muslims believed in it. They had different times. Today, people say that the precession takes approximately 27,000 years for that wheel to basically make one spin. Obviously, in the past, they said 640 years it oscillates. Some said, it's every 7,000 years. Some say it's every 49,000 years. This is a very complex topic, and a couple more things I want to present to you, then we'll talk about it. This is from the sidereal year, which I'm not convinced the sidereal year exists, but anyway, that's a whole other can of worms. There are sidereal days, meaning the time that it takes the stars to complete one revolution in the heavens, which again, remember, is less than 24 hours. It's shy by like 4 minutes, which that alone creates a difference between the sun and the stars. Do you see the point? There's some difference between the sun and the stars and how the sun is rising within a particular constellation, because every day it's off by another 4 minutes. And so the position relative to the stars is always going to be changing. So keep that in mind. That may be the cause of this, but either way, the sun does go through different constellations. That's the point. Question is, how is that actually being done? There's a lot of different answers. The Indian national calendar, based on the works of Magama Brahmin, as are the calendars of neighboring countries, is traditionally reckoned by the sun's entry into the sign of Aries. So the Indians did this for a long time, and they basically had a similar calendar to the Hebrews because, again, people were watching the agricultural season. They figured it out. And is also supposed to align with the spring equinox and have relevance to the harvesting and planting season, and thus the tropical year. Does that sound familiar to you? Now, the thing that I want to point out is the fact that they aligned it with Aries. Now, Aries, as the day that we live in today, the equinox is happening in Pisces. So that is interesting because it means it's moved over a little bit. This is called the first point of Aries. History. The equinoxes are preferred as an equinox marks the point in time when the sun has neither northern or southern declination, but is crossing the celestial equator. Of the two possible equinoxes, the ancient Greeks chose the March equinox as the starting point. This coincided with the festival of Hilaria, a time of optimism and beginnings where farmers began to sow or observe the first growth and blossom of the trees of summer crops. The naming of Aries is late in the Babylonian zodiac. Remember I told you all the constellations were from Babylon that we used, or the names, I should say. The zodiac is from Babylon, where the equinox was in its earliest tradition marked as in the early Middle Bronze Age by actual coincidence with the Pleiades. The time also corresponds to the time of castration of male calves, mules, and donkeys, Sanguia, on the vernal equinox and marked the start of spring proper. So they've been watching this for quite a while, and Aries was basically the point where the equinox was happening a long time ago in Babylon, which was 2,500 years ago, which is one chunk approximately of this, solar or star wheel over, and it precesses. The first point of Aries is so called because when Hipparchus defined it in 130 BC, it was located in the western extreme of the constellation of Aries, near its border with Pisces and the star Arietis. Due to the sun's eastward movement across the sky throughout the year, this western end of Aries was the point at which the sun entered the constellation, hence the first point of Aries. Due to the Earth's axial precession, or precession, let's say the precession of the heavens, this point gradually moves westward at the rate of about 1 degree every 72 years. There's a lot of debate about this. So again, this is a very big can of worms, but the point is that the heavens do move. This means that since the time of Hipparchus, it has shifted across the sky about 30 degrees and is currently located within Pisces, near its border with Aquarius. The sun now appears in Aries from late April until May, though the constellation is still associated with the beginning of the northern spring. Well, technically, according to God's clock, spring begins when, although again, spring, they didn't have a word for spring, but spring starts with the equinox, because that's when things ripen, in the Hodesh of the ripening. Remember the Hodesh of Abib. So why did I read this to you? Well, precession is a huge debate in the cosmology discussion. People who believe in heliocentrism argue that it's proof of a globe. People who believe in geocentrism argue that it happens in different ways that are being told to us because the heavens are the one that's moving. And some people who believe in geocentrism basically argue that it's not really happening at all the way that they're saying. The solar wheel doesn't go every 26,000 years. It's really just the fact that there's a sidereal day that, again, is shorter than the actual solar day that precesses the heavens over and again. So I haven't bothered to, my thinking is that if it was just only due to the sidereal day, that would be pretty significant. We'd notice that pretty quickly. It seems to me that people a long time ago reckoned the equinox as beginning in Aries, which today, by today's standards, 2,000 years later, which would indeed indicate some sort of precession of the wheel, it happens in Pisces. The equinox today cannot happen in Aries. Aries happens around April to May. So think about that. That would mean that the equinox would be a month over. So obviously it has moved over. I'm not completely sure as to how the mechanism works or what it does, how long the precession is. Again, some people say it's 26,000 years approximately. In either case, the thing to know is that it's very wonderful and magical. And really it is, you look up and it's like, wow, just imagine, like if we go back to this system, and just look at the complexity of it, look at the complexity of all these solar bodies moving, like the moon and the sun, the stellar bodies, what I mean, the heavenly bodies, the stars. It's just such an amazing, imagine just simply being able to conceive this system. Just to conceive it, let alone, never mind creating it from nothing. If that doesn't make you marvel at the genius of God, at the power of God, it's just his infinite wisdom. Truly is. It's just truly an amazing thing. So the stars do move. There is some movement of this heavenly wheel because the sun rises in different Hodeshes after, many, many centuries. But nonetheless, it doesn't change the fact that there's 12 periods in the year. So doesn't matter. It's not a big deal in the end. I just wanted you to be aware and wanted you to be aware of this system. Again, I'll post this on the page for the Sabbath Bible study so you can download it. But either way, I hope you enjoyed this episode. I hope you learned something. I hope it blew your mind like it blew my mind, and that you come away with this with more gratitude and amazement at our Creator. So until next time, we'll see you then. Take care and God bless.